ट्रॉफी जीत चुका है?
नहीं जीता।
अभी भी वेट ही चल रहा है, जॉनी भाई तो नहीं है ना? वो गाइस, आई एम स्लग फ्रॉम टीम K9
और आज हम करने वाले हैं गेस द प्लेयर चैलेंज।
मेरा प्लेयर अभी BGS खेल रहा है?
नहीं, मेरा वाला खेल रहा है।
हाँ। मेरा प्लेयर IGL है?
हाँ। मेरा प्लेयर MVP प्लेयर है।
हाँ। मेरा IGL मोटा है या पतला है?
मोटा है। वो सेमीफाइनल से क्वालिफाई हुआ है?
नहीं। मेरा IGL कुछ जीता है?
BGMI में तो नहीं शायद।
जो IGL है वो मेरे साथ खेल रखा है?
हाँ। क्या मेरा MVP प्लेयर मेरे साथ खेला है? नहीं।
क्या मेरा प्लेयर मवी है?
मेरा प्लेयर कौन है बे फिर?
हिंट दे, मतलब ऐसा बॉडी लैंग्वेज से थोड़ा।
हाँ दे दे। ये कौन है बे? मेरी टीम से है वो?
नहीं, स्टड है थोड़ा तो।
रिकॉर्ड
इससे से बोला स्टार्ट ऑफ। मेरा प्लेयर तेरे साथ कभी खेला है?
हाँ। मेरा प्लेयर फेमस मीम से जाना जाता है।
हाँ। हाँ मतलब कैसे एग्रेसिव, गेम में एग्रेसिव है।
अच्छा। मतलब कुछ ज्यादा ही एग्रेसिव।
हाँ, मेरा प्लेयर गेम में एग्रेसिव है, बहुत ज्यादा एग्रेसिव है, बहुत ज्यादा एग्रेसिव है। क्या मेरे प्लेयर के बोलते ही कंट्रोवर्सी हो जाती है?
नहीं। क्या मेरा प्लेयर गॉब्लिन है?
चलो
अब मेरा प्लेयर, एक हिंट देता हूँ, अब मैं हिंट देता हूँ, लड़के को बहुत टाइम लग रहा है। मेरा प्लेयर जो है, जब वो एक टीम में था तो उसके साथ वेट बहुत करना पड़ता था।
वेट बहुत करना पड़ा है मतलब क्या, ट्रॉफी उठाने में या कहीं?
ट्रॉफी उठाने में।
अच्छा रुक जा, ट्रॉफी उठाने में मतलब ट्रॉफी जीत चुका है?
नहीं
जीता नहीं है, बट अभी भी वेट ही चल रहा है। जॉनी भाई तो नहीं है ना? और फैन फेवरेट टीम में है वो?
था।
अबे भाई टॉप 3 जो अगर कहते हैं फैन फेवरेट में, मतलब सोल गॉडल या उसमें खेल रहा है RNTX में?
हाँ।
इन तीन। हाँ ठीक है, RNTX का कोई प्लेयर है।
इतना क्या फायदा, इतना क्या, सोल का भी हो सकता है। सोल का है में भी
सोल का प्लेयर है और वेट भी कराना पड़ता है।
मैं टीम का कैसे बता दूं कोई टीम का है? अभी गैस कर, अभी सोल RNTX दोनों में से कोई भी गैस कर ले। हमारा IPL तो क्योंकि है नहीं खबर कराने वाला, वो तो करवा।
अच्छा पंख। अबे भाई।
तो भाई अभी तो इन टोटल 2 राउंड्स हो चुके हैं, जिसमें से पहला वाला स्लग जीत गया था, दूसरा वाला मैं जीत गया था, और अभी बारी है आखिरी की। ठीक है, देखते चालू करते हैं। पता भाई, तू पूछ ले, चल तेरे को जीतने दे रहा हूँ, पूछ ले। मेरा
प्लेयर कोई IGL है?
हाँ।
okay.
क्या मेरे प्लेयर के साथ मैं खेल चुका हूँ?
हाँ।
समझ गया मैं।
मेरा प्लेयर, मेरा जो IGL है वो असॉल्टिंग भी बहुत अच्छी करता है?
नहीं। अरे भाई ये भाई करता है
अच्छी।
नहीं पता नहीं यार। ठीक है एवरेज। क्या मेरा प्लेयर पिछले टीम का है, मेरे प्रीवियस टीम से?
हाँ मतलब जस्ट प्रीवियस नहीं, मतलब प्रीवियस तेरी कितनी टीम है अब तो तू खुद ही जवाब नहीं दे सकता, इसीलिए कहते हैं ज्यादा टीम नहीं चेंज करनी चाहिए।
क्या मेरा प्लेयर किंगडम मेकर के नाम से जाना जाता है?
ना। क्या मेरे IGL का गेम स्टाइल बहुत एग्रेसिव है या पैसिव है?
सिचुएशन बेस्ड, क्लोज बॉन्डिंग है।
IGL भी है और क्लोज बॉन्डिंग भी है।
तू पकड़ चुका है।
क्या मेरा IGL ओमेगा है?
नहीं।
ये तो क्लोज बॉन्डिंग बोला ना।
क्लोज बॉन्डिंग है।
अच्छा कर लिया गैस। मेरा IGL ओवेस है।
मेरा IGL हेक्टर है।
दोनों ने साथ गैस कर दिया एकदम। आई होप यू गाइज एंजॉयड, हमें तो बहुत मजा आया। यहाँ तो ड्रॉ हो गया, बट देखते हैं फाइनल्स में कौन जीतता है।
Hello guys, Aiko RG Roman this side. My in-game role is IGL and my team players are Sahil, Levi, Godex and Lavish. फिलहाल के लिए तो मतलब मैं एज आ IGL नहीं हूँ उनके लिए, एज आ बहुत क्लोज उनका दोस्त हूँ, बहुत एज आ बड़ा भाई जैसा हूँ मैं उनके लिए। बहुत हम लोग एज अ टीम जैसा नहीं रहते, हम एकदम क्लोज फ्रेंड्स का जो ग्रुप होता है वैसे रहते हैं। फर्स्ट ऑफ ऑल लेवी बहुत अच्छा प्लेयर है, ही नोज़ कि कब उसको कितना अच्छा करना है, कब तक टीम के लिए बेटर करना है। तो आपकी टीम में एक ऐसा प्लेयर होना चाहिए जिसमें सब चीज़ का कैपेबल हो, तो मेरे पास वो लेवी है। वाइल्ड कार्ड और सेमीज में लेवी उतना अच्छा नहीं कर पाया, लेकिन हमारी टीम ने अच्छा किया क्योंकि हमने एज अ टीम खेला। और बात रही अभी फाइनल्स बचा है, अभी रुक जाओ, अभी इतना जल्दी वो मत रखो। वो वापस उसने 2 बार ऑलरेडी MVP का टाइटल जीत चुका है, एक और बार जीत जाएगा। ग्राइंड में तो हमने बहुत ख़राब स्टार्ट की थी, मतलब बहुत ख़राब। हमने एक्सपेक्ट भी नहीं किया था कि हम इतना ख़राब स्टार्ट करेंगे ग्राइंड में स्टार्ट बहुत ख़राब हुई मेरी तरफ से। बहुत गेम डाउन था मेरा पूरा, मेंटली मैं बहुत ब्रेक डाउन हो रखा था। जब हम राउंड 4 में गए, राउंड 4 में हमने अच्छा खेला। वहीं जब हम क्वार्टर्स के लिए क्वालिफाई हुए तो क्वार्टर्स में वापस हमने वो ग्राइंड वाला टिप देख लिया। लेकिन हमने सोच लिया था अगर यहाँ पे अगर वाइल्ड कार्ड में सेम ऐसे खेल लिया तो BGS से ही बाहर हो भाई। तो अपना माइंडसेट हमने बिल्कुल चेंज किया, सब कुछ चेंज किया, और वाइल्ड कार्ड से लेकर अभी तक आपको रिजल्ट दिख रहा है। तो भाई ये सेमीज लैंड कराने का जो भी इनिशिएटिव लिया है क्राफ्टन इंडिया ने, जस्ट टू गुड भाई। मतलब बहुत मज़ा आ रहा है, मतलब सेमीफाइनल्स तुम्हें खेलने को मिल रहा है। लास्ट ही BMSD में मिला था और अब वापस से BGS में मिल रहा है। आई होप ये BMPS में भी हो तो और मज़ा आएगा, क्योंकि लैंड जहाँ पे लैंड स्टेज आ जाता है वहाँ पे और मतलब खुद से अंदर से एनर्जी सब प्लेयर्स में और अच्छी हो जाती है कि भाई अब तो लैंड पे परफॉर्म करना है, अब तो दिखना ही दिखना है। एट द एंड सब यही चाहते हैं कि भाई लैंड पे जाके दिखे, और तुमको एक स्टेज और पहले मिल रहा है वहाँ पे दिखने से कि तुम फाइनल्स के लिए प्रिपेयर हो रहे हो, लेकिन और मेंटली और ज़्यादा प्रिपेयर होके जा रहे हो फाइनल्स के लिए, क्योंकि ऑलरेडी तुम लैंड स्टेज खेल के आ रहे हो। और सेकंड चीज़, जो हैदराबाद में भाई ऑडियंस ने सपोर्ट किया है अपनी अपनी टीम्स को, मतलब क्रेजी भाई क्रेजी। मतलब मेरे को एक्सपेक्ट नहीं था मेरे लिए लास्ट डे मेरे लिए इतना चीयर होगा, और मेरे लिए भी इतना चीयर है। मेरे को तो बहुत मतलब पर्सनली मेरे को बहुत अच्छा लगा। सो आई होप चेन्नई लैंड में ऑडियंस बहुत मज़ा दिलाने वाली हैं जैसे हैदराबाद में दिलाया। आई होप चेन्नई में इससे डबल होए और सब अपनी फेवरेट टीम्स को सपोर्ट करने आए, जो हमें सपोर्ट करने आएगा। आई विश आप लोग को हम नाराज़ नहीं करेंगे, हम अपना बेस्ट गेम खेलेंगे, हम उस ट्रॉफी के लिए पूरी मेहनत करेंगे, अपना पूरा 110% देंगे कि हम आए और वो ट्रॉफी लेके जाएं। बस थैंक यू फॉर ऑल द सपोर्ट। ऐसे ही हमें जो हेट कर रहे हैं हम उसको इग्नोर करते हैं, और जो हमें मोटिवेट कर रहा है हम उससे बहुत बूस्टअप होते हैं। तो थैंक यू सो मच फॉर दिस एंड विल सी इन द चैनल।
मेरा नाम है मोहम्मद ओवैस लखानी। मैं टीम विक्टोरियस समर्स के लिए खेलता हूँ और मेरा रोल आईजीएल का है और मेरी टीम में है माफिया, स्कैरी, वेनम। सो जो माफिया स्कैरी का जो रोल है वो हमारा एक तरीके से असॉल्टर प्लस सपोर्ट का रोल है, जो टीम को असॉल्टिंग की बैकिंग देते हैं। वेनम इज़ काइंड ऑफ फिल्टर प्लस असॉल्टर एंड सारंग इज़ एज ऑफ नाउ द सब्स्टिट्यूट प्लेयर और आई एम द आईजीएल। तो ग्राइंड का जो फेज़ था हमने उससे बहुत चीज़ें सीखी, समझी। फिर उसके बाद हमने राउंड 4 खेला। राउंड 4 में हम लोग कर गए। फिर हम लोग ने क्वार्टर्स खेला। क्वार्टर्स में हम लोग कर नहीं पाए बट हम लोग वाइल्ड कार्ड के लिए कर लिए। तो राउंड 4, क्वार्टर्स, फिर वाइल्ड कार्ड, ये तीनों से हम लोग ने बहुत कुछ सीखा और वही हम लोग ने सेमीफाइनल में अप्लाई किया। हाँ, सेमीफाइनल भी हमारा उतना अच्छा नहीं रहा है, थोड़ा ऊपर थोड़ा नीचे वैसा रहा है, बट हम लोग ने हार नहीं मानी।
देखिए विक्टोरियस समर्स वो 11 फिनिशेस तो निकाल चुके हैं और देखना ये कि कितने के साथ वो चिकन डिनर लेकर के जा सकते हैं, क्योंकि समीकरण तो यही कहता है कि उनसे स्ट्रॉन्गर अभी कोई और तो देखने को नहीं मिल रहा है। उसको उन्होंने कंक्लूड किया। बट विक्टोरियस समर्स को आप देखिए वो जिस तरीके से आगे जा रहे हैं, साफ दर्शा रहे कि बचा हुआ हर एक फिनिश वो विक्टोरियस समर्स को चाहिए ही चाहिए।
विक्टोरियस समर्स वो 15 फिनिशेस के साथ।
और वही था ये जो पूरी जर्नी का जो स्टार्टिंग से ग्राइंड से लेके क्वार्टर से, राउंड 4 से लेके क्वार्टर से लेके वाइल्ड कार्ड से लेके, ये पूरा प्रिपरेशन था सेमीफाइनल के लिए और फाइनल्स के लिए। तो मतलब अच्छी रही है, सीखने मिला है, लर्न किए हम लोग ने बहुत, क्योंकि हमारा ग्राफ अगर आप देखोगे तो ऊपर से नीचे नीचे आके फिर नीचे से ऊपर ऊपर ऐसे टाइप था। तो लाइन पे तो हमेशा अच्छा ही फील होता है क्योंकि फैंस आते हैं, वो चेयर करते हैं, काफ़ी अच्छा लगता है कि लोग दूर दूर से भी ट्रैवल करके आते हैं। मैंने बहुत बार ये देखा है कि लाइन पे लोगों हज़ार किलोमीटर भी ट्रैवल करके आए हैं सपोर्ट करने, तो वो बहुत अच्छा लगता है और उससे एक मोटिवेशन मिलता है कि भाई अपने फैंस आए, उनके लिए कुछ करना है। मतलब मेरे जो गोल्स हैं ये BGIS को लेके, वो ऐसा है कि मेरे जो कोच ने जो चीज़ें बताया है उसके अराउंड खेलना है, वो चीज़ों को करना है, फिर चाहे रिज़ल्ट कुछ भी हो। मतलब सेमीफाइनल में बहुत बार ऐसा हुआ कि पहले दिन 2 दिन जो कोच ने बताया उस तरीके से हमने खेला, बट तीसरे दिन जहाँ 6 मैचेस थे वहाँ हम लोग ने जो कोच ने हमें सिखाया, मतलब हम लोग जानबूझ के नहीं किए बट हमारे से वो गलती हुई कि वो चीज़ें फॉलो नहीं हुई। तो अभी हम लोग मेक श्योर करेंगे कि BGIS में वो गलती ना करें, जैसे कोच ने बताया वैसे ही खेलें, ताकि जो भी रिज़ल्ट होगा बाकी तो ऊपर वाले के हाथ में। थैंक यू सो मच ईच एंड एवरीवन फॉर सपोर्टिंग। बहुत लोगों ने सपोर्ट दिखाया, बिलीव किया। मतलब कितने लोग हैं जो 8 साल से 7 साल से बिलीव कर रहे हैं मेरे पे, भरोसा रखते हैं मेरे पे, मेरे को बोलते हैं आप बेस्ट आइए, लोग मोटिवेट करते हैं। तो उन सबको बहुत सारा प्यार, लव यू भाई लोग एंड थैंक यू सो मच फॉर सपोर्ट।
हेलो गाइस, आई एम शैडो फ्रॉम टीम मेटा निंजा एंड माई इन गेम रोल इज़ IGL। मैं अपनी टीम के बारे में बताऊं तो पहले फेयर्स जो मतलब काफ़ी एक्सपीरियंस कैरी करता है, वो इतने टाइम से खेल रहा है और बहुत अच्छा गन पावर भी इनपुट देता है अपनी टीम में। और एक्सपीरियंस की बात की तो अपोलो भी है टीम में, वो भी बहुत एक्सपीरियंस मतलब कैरी करता है। बैक टू बैक 5 ऑफिशियल उसने क्वालिफाई किया है। और एक नया नाम मैं लूँगा वाइट टाइगर का, जो कि बहुत लोगों को पता नहीं होगा लेकिन उसमें बहुत ज़्यादा टैलेंट है। वो काफ़ी लोग ने देख लिया है ऑलरेडी कि उसने बहुत सारी क्रूशियल सिचुएशन में संभाला है टीम को। बस वही है कि एक्सपीरियंस की थोड़ी कमी है, वो टाइम के साथ पूरी हो जाएगी। बाकी प्लेयर बहुत अच्छा है।
तो शैडो, आपके पास एक चैंपियन लाइनअप था जिसने एक सीजन में 2 ट्रॉफीज उठाई जो किसी ने बैटर नहीं किया, बट फिर वो लाइनअप ब्रेक हो गया। डज इट हर्ट एज अ पर्सन टू lose such a great lineup, such a good lineup, and more importantly lose great friends?
मतलब लूज ग्रेट फ्रेंड्स तो मैं नहीं बोलूँगा क्योंकि फ्रेंड्स तो अभी भी हैं सारे हैं। बस वही था कि साथ में इतने टाइम स्पेंड किया था हम लोगों ने कि एक ही घर में हम खाते पीते रहते थे, साथ में खेलते थे, तो वो बॉन्डिंग बहुत क्लोज हो जाती है। तो बोलूँगा कि बहुत उसकी वजह से मैं बोलूँगा कि मिस तो करता हूँ मैं इनको, लेकिन बस वही है कि स्पोर्ट्स अलग है और पर्सनल लाइफ अलग है। अभी दोस्त तो अभी भी हैं हम साथ में, वैसा कुछ है नहीं है। पहली बार इंडिया में हो रहा है कि लैन हो रहा है ऑफिशियल। जो नए प्लेयर्स हैं उनको एक्सपीरियंस मिलेगा फाइनल से पहले कि कैसे मतलब ऑडियंस का आवाज़ में कैसे खेल सकते हैं लोग। तो वही है, अच्छा है। लेकिन कुछ प्लेयर्स को इतना फ़र्क नहीं पड़ता है ये सब चीज़ों से। जैसे कि मतलब मेरा पहला ऑफिशियल लैन भी BGIS था 2024 वाला, जिसमें मैं जीता था। तो वही ये डिपेंड करता है प्लेयर्स पे कि कौन कैसा मैनेज करता है, लेकिन बहुत अच्छा है नए प्लेयर्स के लिए, उनको एक्सपीरियंस के लिए। मेरा तो वही होप है कि अगर हम फाइनल खेलने जा रहे हैं तो हम जीतने के लिए जा रहे हैं, बाकी अगर जीतना ही नहीं होगा तो हम क्वालिफाई ही नहीं करेंगे। नहीं तो अगर क्वालिफाई कर रहे हैं तो एक ही एम रहेगा कि जीतेंगे। प्लेयर्स को मैं वही बोलता हूँ कि अपना बेस्ट दो, क्योंकि एक ही टाइम मौका मिलता है प्रूफ करने के लिए, तो अपना बेस्ट दो। तो सभी सुनते हैं। अभी हमारी पूरी टीम चेन्नई जा रही है। हम सब बहुत एक्साइटेड हैं कि चेन्नई का लैंड कैसा होगा, और हम चाहते हैं कि जितने ज़्यादा लोग आए चेन्नई में उतना अच्छा होगा। क्योंकि लास्ट टाइम भी जब हम BMPS में ट्रॉफी उठाए तो कोची में तो बहुत सारे लोग आए थे फाइनल डे में, तो वही चाहते हैं कि इस बारी चेन्नई में भी बहुत ज़्यादा लोग आएँ और पूरा ट्राई करेंगे जीतने का। फैंस को तो मैं वही बोलूँगा कि डाउनफॉल में भी इतना सपोर्ट किया जिन लोगों ने, अभी थोड़ा कमबैक हो रहा है तो अभी भी सपोर्ट करते रहो और हम आप सबको खुश करते रहेंगे। मैं और मेरी टीम पूरी बहुत एक्साइटेड है और हम यहाँ पे जीतने आए हैं।
Well, it's the beginning of the end, the last chapter about to unfold in our journey. And at the end of the day, we are going to have the victors revealed, the champions lifting the trophy on that stage. And with that being said, my name is Super Johnny. Joining me on the panel are going to be Salty and Necro. And it has been an exciting few days in the Grand Finals of BGIS 2026, but this is the moment, this is the day we were all waiting for.
And this day is going to be written down in the books of history. All it comes down to is the first game of Rondo, because that's going to be the momentum setter. And imagine if any one of these teams in the top three, they end up securing the map of Rondo, it's done for.
Exactly, and we spoke about this yesterday as well. It's not just the top three. Rondo can give an opportunity to fight back to any one of the other names that are just slacking a little bit far behind. That is how the story ended at the end of day 2, which was intense for sure. We did not see a lot of changes within the top three. The podium kind of remained the same, except there was a switch in the order of the teams. But apart from that, everyone else still remains in close contention. We are going to have a look at the overall standing, but Salty, Necro has set his expectations. What is going through your head as we begin the last day of the Grand Finals?
I feel anything can happen right now. The mid-pack can come up, they can cause problems, there's going to be disruption, there's going to be a lot of chaos, nothing else.
Well, let's have a look at the clearer picture and see where the teams stand in the overall leaderboard, ladies and gentlemen, because we heard the cheers in the arena. Team Soul right now leading the charge with 117 points to their name, followed closely by the side of Genesis with 114. And on the third right now, Necro sits, the team that I personally feel will eventually catch up godlike with 96 points.
For godlike, first game's gonna matter the most. The map
Yeah.
of Rondo, they need a frag out on that map. But let's not forget, guys, Vasista Esports, Victor Sumis, and even OG. These teams are someone that can definitely bring that missing spark in the game, and including Grevin and X-Park.
I feel like anybody in the top 8 right now, look at the difference. There's a 40-point difference, and 40 points on the map of Rondo is definitely achievable.
It is doable. We've seen it happen in the past as well. And of course, when we talk about Rondo, Salty, you keep calling them the Rondo merchants.
Yeah.
Revenant X-Park. Today is going to be the most important day for Revenant X-Park in the entire tournament. This will be the most important Rondo they have ever played.
100%. I feel like this is the first time we're actually playing a Rondo at the grand final stage of BGIS, right?
Yes.
And I feel like it's going to change everything. If Revenant X-Park or anybody from the middle back for that matter, if they come up with a big banger, I don't really think there's going to be any difference in the competition right now.
Pretty much. Necro, your thoughts on Revenant X-Park and their chances of
look,
claiming Rondo again?
They've got a massive chance of doing so, because once again, they've got nothing to lose. That's how they need to play this one. If they lose out in the first map, fine, but at least get away with 10 points. That's the bare minimum Revenant X-Park needs in the first game. The moment they achieve that 10 points marker, they have to aim for a chicken dinner.
And hey, they have been getting double digits on Rondo consistently over the last few days. We do have the spotlight of Revenant X-Park on our screens. 633 finishes claimed, over 13,000 damage dished out, total points as of now 78. But still, if they can get that 40 bomber on Rondo, that will be the easiest way to catch up to the podium.
So if you look at percentages, of course, we do have the total points right now, but majority of those points have been earned on the map of Rondo itself. Even during the league stages, Revenant X-Park, I think about 40 to 50% of their points were coming in from Rondo. And they have devised a system which is actually so effective. So let's find out if they can actually convert this so very important map.
But hey, outside of the podium, this isn't the only team that can shake things up on the map of Rondo. There has been a team that has been playing so under the radar that's almost everyone for a moment kind of missed out that they were also sitting at the first position for at least a match. I'm talking about Victor Somas. Easier for them to catch up than Revenant X-Park, I believe. They have been consistent, Necro, but that Rondo again becomes very important for them as well.
So the point is, Victor Sumis is known for their defensive nature. They don't really like to frag out, but today's the day where they need a frag out. If they're going to be lacking on any sort of points, Victor Sumis is going to be missing the opportunity of being the champions in the BGS 2026. And if you look at the amount of finishes they've got 54 finishes so far with a decent number of damage as well, but they've got 85 points in total, which means they have been trying to get as many chicken dinners as they can.
Yeah, and Victor Somas, even though they haven't succeeded as much in securing those chicken dinners, their survival times on the matches are looking quite good for being inside of the top 5 right now. We will have to see if they will be able to climb up to the podium or maybe clinch the trophy away from whoever it could be. It could be Soul, it could be Genesis, it could be Godlike at the end of the day, because the competition between the top 3, it is very tight.
And you know what, since you're talking about people snatching away those trophies, can we talk about the latter half of the board? Because that's definitely going to happen. In the final 3 games, there will be someone who's going to be way too naughty, way too stubborn, and try and target the teams at the top.
I don't really think it's going to be the final 3 games. I feel like it's going to be the start of the day itself.
I agree.
It's going to be chaos from the second half of the leaderboard for sure.
Hey man, you get those revives, you're going to put them to use, especially if you know you are struggling on the overall leaderboard. But one name that is not struggling, but also can be a possible contender to dethrone the podium today is Vasista Esports. Vasista Esports have been extremely consistent when it mattered the most in the grand finals. And when we are seeing a new form taken by this team that has been working out for them.
Vasista Esports is missing that explosion. That's what I think.
Yeah.
They need that one massive explosive game, and then only they can directly place themselves in the top 3, because that's what's missing from Vasista Esports as of now. They need to aim for a lot of finish points in the first game itself.
You know, also they've also been very, very good on the map of Miramar. Hopefully they can convert Rondo and Erangel as well this time.
Well, we are going to be hopeful. We are going to keep our fingers crossed. But with that being said, ladies and gentlemen, make some noise. It is finally time to kick things off. The grand finals of BGIS 2026. Here we go.
Who decides your boundaries? बार भी शाइन करता हुआ ये खिलाड़ी और उसके लिए बढ़ाई तो और दिस इज गोना बी जस्ट इनसेन ये है वो इमोशंस जिसके लिए आप लड़ाई करते हैं
fear, pressure, doubt, pace. When they stand in your way, do you stop? Or do you rise? You rise from the dark. You rise under pressure. Break them to take what's yours.
I'm breaking out of the cage. Didn't think I could escape. Look at my face. I ain't the one who's afraid. They know they made a mistake. Y'all better pray. You underestimate nature. You cannot tame the beast. I only fear the creator. The power I'm about to unleash.
Well, it is time. The trophy has taken its place. And now the contenders, that's all their eyes are locked in on. Calling themselves the champions at the end of the day is what everyone has wanted. And while for a few, as they break their boundaries, they will be able to clinch that trophy tonight. As Rohit said a few moments ago, the hearts of the other contenders are definitely going to be broken.
This trophy is legacy. It carries a lot of weight, it carries a lot of history as well. And the glorious helmet, of course, who's going to get it at the end? It matters so much to all the aspirants, to all the dreamers as well. Now it's finally time for the finale, isn't it, Necro?
It's not just a trophy, my friend. This is what shows the amount of effort, the amount of sweat that you've put in this game to be here in this stage, to be the best, the top 16 of India. And BGIS 2026 is a platform where they're proving themselves that they're worth to lift that trophy.
Exactly. So many stories have unfolded in this tournament in front of our eyes. We saw amazing undergod performances, a few of them still on this stage tonight. We talk about Myth, we talk about the likes of Weld, who have done so phenomenally well, making it to the grand finals and earning the respect of their peers who they compete against tonight. But as we were looking at the opening, I mean, I have to say, a lot of stories also fit the lyrics of the music that was there. I'm not the mistake, they are the ones who need to be afraid because they made the mistake. And you talk about the teams at the top, I'm pretty sure a few individuals are going to be looking at their former team sitting like, yeah, we were the ones getting kicked out. You made the wrong call over there.
They're the ones who are afraid right now, I guess, pretty much.
Pretty much.
I mean, look, who is going to be afraid is going to be the team at the first spot, and that is going to be Soul for sure. If you guys say that the latter half of the board is coming fourth, they have to be afraid no matter what. I do understand, yes, they are currently at the top. They're really good when it comes to their firepower, but they also have to be really cautious today.
But lads, are we considering the fact that what if Team Soul runs away with the game of Rondo with a massive banger, then the competition is just going to be a one-way traffic. It's going to be over.
It can be. It very well can be, unless they secure Rondo and drop the ball on every single game after that. But again, we have noticed in the last few days, Necro and Salty, that on Rondo, that fight on Neo X Factory, it's very important. What if the flight part is nowhere close to Neo X Factory? What then? Everyone is going to be guessing where Soul is going, where Godlike is going. But one thing we don't have to guess is what our predictions are going to be. They're there on your screens right now. I see Baby picking Genesis. Necro, you have gone for Soul. I picked Godlike. Salty has gone for Genesis again. And we, I guess, are going for the winners of the trophy, right?
Yeah.
Pretty much the top three. I don't think so there's going to be any sort of a change in the top three, no matter what. And even if you look at the Hindi desk prediction, right? Maisie going with K9 Esports once again, which is kind of weird. Then you've got Ankybot going with Revenant X Park. The man still believes that they're going to pull off a comeback. Ravan going with Godlike, Spera going with Soul, and then Engineer YT going with Revenant X Park. So I do see a lot of hope for Revenant X Park.
You know, there's something weird about Maisie picking up K9 Esports. I mean, what are the chances 60 plus points of difference actually gets covered in the last day itself?
It will be a miracle. It's going to be one of the most iconic wins we have ever seen. If that happens, Necro, I see the face you're making. If it happens, it will be iconic. But we also have the predictions from our colleagues over on the Tamil desk. We have Sri OP, who has gone for Genesis, Mr. X picking Victorious Somas, and Midfield Prabhakaran, he has gone for Godlike. Now, let's talk about the interesting picks from the commentators.
Yeah.
We have Revenant X Park, we have Victorious Somas. We are not going to talk about K9. K9 is too far away, we've discussed.
Yeah.
It's going to be iconic if it happens, but the odds are slim. Let's talk Revenant X Park first. Rondo, we agree, it's going to be the most important map. If it happens on Rondo, they can make it happen. If it doesn't, the dream is gone.
The moment it happens on Rondo, I think Revenant X Park is directly going to catapult themselves in the top three, no matter what. So without a doubt, one thing is for sure, that the first map is going to matter the most.
It will matter the most, but a lot of these predictions have been for the two teams that the fans have been cheering for the last 2 days. So ladies and gentlemen, will it be the side of Godlike who will lift the trophy tonight, or will Soul claim the position that is rightfully theirs? My lovely viewers, Chennai, make some noise for your favorite team, for the boys sitting in front of you right now, fighting for the crown, fighting to claim that trophy tonight.
It's electric out there.
Yeah.
The turnaround, the support, and the love for all of these teams. I have never really expected something like this, Necro, ever in my life. Look at them right now.
The crowd is just going wild. And yes, we do see a lot of believers in Soul. We do see a lot of believers in Godlike. And yeah, of course, the crowd has to be happy about this, right?
Yeah.
Their favorite teams on the first and the second spot. And even Revenant X Park is not too far away. But Sister Esports, Victorious Somas, always send the boys so many hopes from them as well.
These faces, it's not just support, it's also a lot of pressure on those shoulders as well. And this is one of the reasons why I feel Genesis Esports is going to be away from all of that, silently picking the trophy away. That is just going to be my prediction. But one thing is for sure, the pressure is going to be on all 16.
Of course the pressure is going to be on. It's the night of the trophy. And you can see the pressure on the faces of these athletes as well. Everyone is just locked in, thinking about one thing. What's the speech they're going to make after they lift the trophy?
It's still pretty far away, my friends. I know it's just 6 games, but still, if you think about it from an athlete's perspective, those 6 games are going to be the most important 6 games of their life. And yes, as usual, Joker is calm, cool, and composed. The man's just having fun. He's playing. Oh, is he going to land that bottle flip?
Hey, doesn't matter if he lands the flip or not. All he needs to do is land his shots and the nades and help his team out with those points. And let's not forget, this is the man who is the most brutal upon the competition on the last day of the tournament. And as we talk about Joker, we can talk about the individuals from the side of Godlike. Salty, you mentioned Genesis a few moments ago. Hunters from the side of Genesis. The pressure will be on that man today.
To deliver on the biggest stage of the competition, it's always the big players who step up when it's actually time. And Hunters, it's not just Hunters as well. I'm not counting out Viper. I'm not counting out Fury as well. They've just been brilliant so far in the tournament. And who's going to forget the Ape Army Orangutan? Nobody has considered them, but they're still in the mid-pack. They're still in the mid-80s.
Exactly.
And it's not a big difference, to be honest. I feel like mathematically, it's anybody's game tonight.
I think, again, realistically as well, if they clinch Rondo, the trophy can be theirs as well. So I think that is, again, where it comes down to for teams like OG, for teams like Revenant X Park, for teams like Victorious Somas as well. Anyone in those 80s, anyone in the late 70s is just hoping that they get at least 15 to 20 finishes, not points, finishes on Rondo alone. a chicken with that is definitely going to be a bonus, but you are looking for those double digits eliminations.
Lads, are we considering that there is a team out there who is down in the trenches, by the way, and we know him by the name of Villain Adi, Nebula Esports, and I think he's going to be the giant slayer tonight.
I have the same thought. Necro, you're on the same page?
I definitely do believe that Nebula is going to do something fantastic, something incredible that is definitely going to be outrageous for the team sitting on the top.
You mentioned incredible, outrageous, and that brings me to the merch that has been there on display, ladies and gentlemen, in the fan area. So you guys can go and check out the amazing Krafton merch. Necro has gotten a lot of it for himself.
Oh yeah, I've also got a nice level 3 backpack as well,
Yeah.
man. Let me tell you, it's pretty sturdy, it's great.
He got the level 3 backpack, I got the level 2.
I don't even have a level 1 backpack yet. You guys aren't sharing your loot with me.
I'll give you a helmet.
Thank
level
you so
1.
much. That's all I need. I'm going to run behind Necro now, since he's going to be our protector for the day. But anyways, we have our frontliners. I hope the team's frontliners are going to be ready for the action as well, because getting those finishes, getting the openings early is going to be important. But we keep talking about Rondo again and again. We've spoken about Rondo. If Rondo goes well today, life becomes easier, right? But what if Rondo is the map you fail on? What if a team like Revenant Xbox drops the Rondo? How do you counter that, Necro?
Well, then you gotta hope that the upcoming maps is gonna be yours as well, because that's the only possible way. Then you can potentially make a comeback. Erangel has to be massive. Bare minimum 20 points we're speaking of, which means pretty much a chicken dinner. That's what Revenant Xbox needs if they do miss out on Rondo, though. But I don't think that's gonna be a possibility. If Revenant Xbox even gets 10 points on Rondo, that's still more than enough. That's what I believe.
I have 2 theories for Revenant Xbox. Unless and until they convert the map of Rondo, they will have to create a buffer for themselves inside of the top 3, at least in the 3 maps of Erangel, because we end the day with Miramar, and Miramar is where Visista Esports is really, really strong. If Visista kind of find themselves somewhere in the top 4 within that period, I feel like on the map of Miramar, they can clinch away the trophy.
I think this is the most interesting thing over here, that you have Revenant Xbox and Genesis who are kind of doing well on their Rondos. Genesis, who has been very impressive on the Erangels, and then Visista Esports for the Miramars. But these are the teams. Let's have a look at the individuals that have been performing for these teams so far. We have the tournament MVPs starting things off. Hunter sitting on the first position right now, not too far away from the man on his tail. That is legit. Followed by Joker. We have Goblin. The players from the side of Soul lined up in queue, and then we have AKOP on the 5th.
AKOP once again the most consistent man from the side of OG, but in the LAN finals, one thing is for sure, I think he has been the person who's been fragging out for OG. He's been the main pillar stone for OG, and maybe he can actually make an entrance inside of the tournament MVP list. What do you think?
Maybe. I mean, earlier on in the rounds, we also saw a few new faces make it to the list. As you mentioned, Atanki was there. I think Detrox was also performing really well in the early stages. We saw him once, but then he disappeared, and now it is these lads. I'm hoping to see, can anyone else enter the list, or are we going to see any changes at the top of the tournament MVP list? If that happens, what do you think is going to finish as the MVP?
You know, I have a brilliant feeling that Legit is actually going to take it away from Hunters. I'm not really sure, but he's been my prediction through and throughout. Maybe. Hope for the best.
I know Necro is cheering for his brother Joker over there to secure the tournament MVP, but let's move forward. Have a look at the IGLs of the tournament. Knuckles still leading the charge. That IGL rating of 1.73 seems uncontested right now.
I know, right? Soul has been on the top-notch form, unmatched. But then if you look at the latter half, you will also see Genesis Esports' Gravity. Even learn from Past Honey, and then Aru as well right there. So if I do remember yesterday, Manya was a part of it, but now he's faded away, which means it's still pretty close.
It is very close, and I have to say, I mean, Knuckle, Aru, Shadow, experienced players. Gravity as well has a lot of experience under his belt, but still this has been a massive improvement in Gravity with the side of Genesis that we have noticed this year in particular. The start to 2026 has been an amazing one, and I hope to see him again and again in the same form with the same roster, hopefully. And of course, learn from Past Honey. That was, it has been a journey and a half making it to the finals and performing quite decent over here.
I mean, since we're talking about IGLs, nobody's talking about that Always just redeemed himself throughout this tournament, man.
Well, Oasis has been phenomenal. Nebula have been phenomenal. Every single team, they have broken their boundaries in the past to make it here to the grand finals, but they need to pull it off once again. The countdown, it is over. It is time to kick off the last day of the grand finals. BGIS 2026, Rondo, here we go.
The most important game on the last day of the BGS 2026, the map of Rondo. These teams know what's on the line. They know that they need to perform in this map in order to stand a chance to lift that trophy. For the top 8, it's going to be a massive ray of hope. And as the plane's going to hit the skies, we've got 2 plane flat paths lined up in front of us. One starting all the way from the southern side towards the north, and the other one starting from Jadena City towards Bailey.
This is the best case scenario for all the teams out there. 2 flight paths, but both of them are close to test track in New York's factory. Both the flight paths can actually reach New York's factory and try and look for those finishes, and that is exactly going to be the win condition for all of these teams out there. Drop down amongst the rest and try and be the best out there. As we already see the birds fly out, you've got that little bit of a collision towards Jadena City, as well as they always in gravity, the IGLs of the respective teams fight it out for their recall towers. It's all down to the assaulters, Necro. Who gives your team a better start? It seems like right off the bat, Wildfangs are going to be in a pickle. Kana find the first frag, but instantly gets traded off.
Retaliation, that's what's important. And Look for Pass, they do reply back pretty well. And as of now, it seems like Look for Pass, they're unstoppable. But even Max is taken down real low. Wildfangs, they're trying their best to hide back, and that's what they're doing. Oh, a Car 98 in the man's hand, up close and personal, the bolt action, it's not going to find the value. And Wildfangs, they do end up stopping the entirety of Look for Pass, but still the backup plan's available.
A 3-for-2 trade just to start things off elsewhere. Have a look at this team, so going up against K9. Knight has been knocked out, Joker and Legit also on their knees. This can be problematic. You've got Hunters coming in from the back lines, has got the shotgun, but can Genesis find the opening? Victor Summers have got a great position, and if he is not spotted, no, he's got it spotted. Shotguns don't really strike. Hunters misses the opportunity, but the nade strikes. And Genesis Esports, they are the first ones to fall.
Oh no, it's not looking too great for Genesis. Hunters, the main man, is knocked out, and the day needs to be saved. Fury is taking that revival, but he's also getting pushed on slowly and steadily, and Victor Summers, Mafia falls apart. The man messed up big time, but even Fury gets capitalized. And this is where you know that Hunters needs to be back upon his feet. Revival stuck. Viper, he knows Hunters is the only savior. And once Hunters is brought back to life, things are going to be lined up for the better.
And Necro, amidst the chaos of this fight, there is going to be Nebula to just rile things up. They are arriving at this fight. I'm so super excited. Victor Summers, they're still trying to close this fight out for themselves. The nades are still dished out. And imagine this, Necro, if you snatch away points from Genesis Esports, it's the best case scenario for you.
It indeed is. And VS, that's what they're banking upon as well. 1 elimination point already secured, but now the man Hunters is back upon his feet. At Genesis Esports, they've got no clue that there's a man named Scary Jod who's willing to sacrifice himself for those points. And Scary Jod is playing a massive bait while his teammate from the back is trying his best to get the distractions rolled out, but still Scary Jod, he gets stopped in track, but even Hunters get shut down. Victor Sumas, they're done for. But there's still the backup plan available, so they can once again trigger those recalls.
And while all of this fight is happening, ladies and gentlemen, please keep one eye at the overall standings. Look at Genesis Esports, they're inching closer to Team Soul, just 1 point away. And now Nebula wants them to stop celebrating. Spray comes through, and Kratos gets them both. Brilliant stuff coming in from Nebula, 2 points right at the get-go. We talked about the Giant Slayers, here they come.
Nebula's here to shatter some dreams and hopes. But Genesis Esports, they've still got the recalls available. Once again, go back to the primary drop location and start looting up. That's what the game plan's going to be, and then play passive. For Hero Extreme Godlike, all the way towards Yulin, it's a bit of a standstill against the foes. And that's going to be Meta Ninja in the front lines. For Godlike, they've got everything to lose. For Meta Ninja, nothing.
Yeah.
And Meta Ninja can anytime just press the button and push him close and personal and try something.
Have a look at the recall status for all these teams out there. Soul, Genesis, both of them, they've kind of used up their 3 recalls. Godlike and Visista, they're quite safe, not really taking any risks in the early part of the action out there. Wildfang still going after those frags. They get yet another one, but Goten gets knocked out. Not really the greatest of news, but have a look at this. Godlike, they start things off against Meta Ninja. Shadow 7 has been knocked out. He's been brilliant throughout the course of the tournament, and now Admino joins in the party as well.
Meta Ninja, this angle from Fierce, it's going to be the most important angle. Godlike as well, they're losing out on a few individuals as S-Power's knocked out a while ago. But there's still Jonathan in the outskirts. And now the man's got a lot of duty on his shoulders, heavy duty. But Meta, they're also getting struck from a completely different team. That's in the proximity. For Godlike, maybe a little bit of help. Molotov tossed out. Jonathan now wants to push up close and personal. S-Power with the utility finds Fierce. That's going to be a massive full stop, claiming those elimination points, but the job is not done yet. There's also Myth Official around the fray.
But wait, have a look at this. T-Trox already 6 eliminations. Nobody spotted this, but Myth Official have been on fire. But finally he gets shut down. The Prodigy versus the King. Jonathan wins that fight. Godlike 5 finishes on board already. But Myth, what a start did they have, Necro. They still have their recalls and 7 eliminations in the bag already. Brilliant stuff coming in from them. And now they are in the mid-pack, 71 points.
Godlike's doing a phenomenal job, 101 points so far. You said Myths, yes, they've got 71 points, but Myth needs a chicken dinner. That's the only possible way they can make a bounce back in Nebula. Just shattering hopes, that's what they're doing. Spoiling a lot of games. This is the way they were supposed to play in the first 2 days, but now Nebula, they wake up, and it might just be too late. Nebula needs a chicken dinner pretty much with 40 points, and then only they can maybe make a comeback, but it's still pretty far away.
I wouldn't be surprised if a 40-pointer comes through as well. In one of the grandest stages of them all, this map allows you the opportunity to try and go for those big numbers, and it seems like Nebula Esports, they are all set for it. Nomi this time finds Knight. The end of this fight is there. Nebula Esports have cleared out New York's factory just by losing 1 body. Phoenix is the only casualty that they've suffered, but 4 frags. Brilliant trade-off coming in for Adi.
Incredible stuff. Nebula wiping out the entirety of New York's factory. But having a look at the replay of the fight between Godlike and Metaninja, it was definitely quite the back and forth. For a moment we thought maybe Godlike can fall prey, but then there was a man from Myth, which was Lucifer, and he got that crucial knock. And even as Power's utilities, they were on point, and that's why Myth, even they could not stand a chance. Myth getting dismantled too in that entire replay. So though, this time it's been a bit of a slow start from their side. Yes, they have burned through the recalls as well, so at least they've not got a lot of points off the rip.
But Necro, I'm looking at Revenant X-Pac, usually the team that has been dominating on the map of Rondo so far. They're also the ones who start off extremely quick, by the way. This time, no points on the board, but Reckoning Esports from the distance. Shots against Godlike. Jonathan and S-Power wants to fly away from the situation. The flyback comes through as well. Jonathan does not manage to connect. But Reckoning Esports, that was a crucial knock against Admino, and what remains to be seen is, can Godlike get those recalls active?
It's going to be impossible as of now to save Admino. But yeah, the recall's definitely a possibility. All of them available, which means Admino is back up on his feet soon. The man's going to be recalled. Godlike can't afford a lot of risk. If they want, they can keep on pressing the matters against Reckoning. And Reckoning Esports has no clue that Godlike is right around the spectrum. Godlike punches back. They hit back hard. Reckoning Esports completely shattered and surprised. Never even thought that Godlike is not going to back away, but Nebula once again here at the roadblocks. Nebula today, they're on a sprint to try and stop a lot of these big names.
100%. This is Godlike taking too much risk, in my opinion. 7 finishes, that is a brilliant start for them. But on the contrary, they're also losing bodies along the way as well. Multiple teams just trying and taking shots. They are in a sandwich between Reckoning and Nebula right now. Can these land as Power bring it back will be a big question. Reckoning Esports, Godlike's just constantly persistent on those shots. And look at on the back lines, it's Adi who is circling around. Never a good sight for any athlete out there.
Oh, too many shots taken, but Godex shut down from the back lines. Nebula Esports, this third party has been incredible. Keeping Godlike and Reckoning Esports in check at the same time, but this name from Adi, oh, it takes him down to barely any sort of HP. Still alive on a pixel. S-Power, we know this is one of those people that can actually make it happen as well, just with this amount of HP. But eventually he gets stopped in track. Nebula is fragging out. And this is the Nebula we all wanted to see from the start.
The problem is Mania is also in the similar terrain. If Nebula finds out the rest of the players of Godlike Esports, there's going to be a risk of elimination as well. And it seems like Nebula, they are going on a hunt as well. Kratos and Nomi, the message is loud and clear. If you get spotted, you're going to be chased down, you're going to be shot down as well. If you want to try and survive, you've got to fight it out. There is no saving grace, but this is concerning for Revenant X-Pac. What is their start? They are not going in for those finishes. This was supposed to be the map to cover the distance. Yeah. 40 points away from the table toppers. Now, With every passing moment on this map of Rondo, Revenant X Park causing problems for them.
They indeed will be. And once again, what an aggressive start it's been to the day. 7 points from Godlike, 3 points from Genesis, and even Mythos just contributing quite well. And Nebula has been putting on a show.
Yeah. Chasing
down teams left, right, center. Revenant X Park stuck in a dip that is not too great. And soon even they can be hunted down. And as of now, you already do see Nebula Esports next to them. This is a big problem, and they might just not be able to deal with it. Adi, he's there around the spectrum, and even the man gets stopped. Nebula Esports this time. They have been successfully put to sleep.
It's just a kamikaze mission coming in from Nebula. It's understandable. They don't really care about their life. They just want to take anybody down, and this is the chaos that we've been talking about. Revenant X Park, of course, the scare was there, but Pain always at the right time, in the right place as well. Have a look at this. Wild Fangs also in the middle of chaos. They've got Revenant X Park in the back lines. Kratos is still lingering around the corner, and as long as Kratos lives, you know the shots are going to come through as well for Wild Fangs. It's been a decent start. 4 finishes. Just 1 recall left available, and now Goten is starting to take shots. It's Revenant X Park finally pulling the triggers.
Goten, though, still he might just be safe. Pretty far away from the threat. I'm not even sure why is he tossing those utilities. They're not even going to land close. Yeah, for Revenant X Park, once again, they sustain that spot. Looking at the circle, they found themselves in the smack center. Trey Scott is the only person who's a little bit far away from the pack, but once again, he's going to try to reunite with the boys. Kratos is also there around the spectrum, but where is the rest of the Nebula Esports? All the way towards Neox factory, pretty far away.
Yeah, and also look at Godlike. A very massive split coming through. 3 assaulters coming in from Yulin. They were revived, and Mana is the only man who is holding the center of the circle. But have a look at this progression. Nebula Esports just charged down against Revenant in spite of knowing that they are staring at you dead in the face with their crosshairs up. And of course, it was supposed to be a success while they were fixated on knocking down Punk. Pain just found the right time and the right spot as well. 2 finishes in the back for Revenant X Park, but will Nebula keep on progressing forward? I can see that dot on the minimap as well. Kratos is not too far away from this.
Team Soul, it's been a slow and a passive game from them. Holding their ground, trying their best to stay as alive as possible. Avoid as much risk. And what just happened in the elimination feed? Someone from Revenant X Park just got knocked out by an explosion. A bit of a blunder, I guess, but once again, the man's going to be back up, so it's not a concern. K9 Esports, Omega, the IGL, drop down and dead. For Meta Ninja, once again, just scooping up a few scrappy points.
This hardship just completely shifts the game in Godlike's favor, in my opinion. They're in a great position right now. Welt, of course, at the dead center of the circle. You've also got Myth and Learn from Past in holding down good spots inside of the circle as well. Meta Ninja, they're gonna find Slug. Slug has been put out of commission. This is brilliant stuff. Meta Ninja, they're still progressing forward, and I like this strategy. Not playing in for the center, not playing in for that chaos in the end game. They're coming in from the outside, clearing down the lines as well. But on their way, they're also going to find Victorious Summers, and that is going to be a big threat.
Yeah, they're definitely going to find a lot of teams around that same way. And as you mentioned, Victorious Summers is going to be one of them. VS in the front lines, and Meta Ninja, they're smart. They're not going to straight up just ram their vehicles against Victorious Summers and hope for the best. They're going to try to obtain as much information as possible and then maybe do something about it. But as of now, it's just about settling yourself inside of the circle, finding that one spot that's going to make you feel at home.
You know, this map of Rondo, it can really change lives. It can change the perspective of this tournament as well. It can change the course of the overall standings, but all that remains to be seen is who's going to be the one who capitalizes on it. The first phase of action is down and out. Now we are seeing chaos in the circle as well. Yet another hardship, shots connected. Meta Ninja this time. They're fighting against Victorious Summers, and they are being successful with it as well. Javin has been included in this setup. I'm not really sure how effective he's going to be, but so far it's actually working out.
It is working out. Victorious Summers, they messed up. Mafia down and out. Scary Jot as well, just taken care of. But once again, you had to look at the circle, and the circle is favoring Soul. And even Genesis Esports can actually make it inside of the zone itself, but there's also Wild Fangs in the way. Nebula and Revenant X-Park, they lock horns once again, and Revenant X-Park Trace is knocked out. Nebula is just persistent. They want to stop Revenant X-Park no matter what. They want to find some more knockouts than aid. It was real close. Problem starting to line up, and Revenant X-Park, they lose out on Trace God. And it seems like Punk just wants to play it a little bit more safe. Nebula just constantly on the prowl, constantly on the hunt. They want to stop Revenant X-Park no matter what.
There's too much stakes on top of these shoulders, but elsewhere, have a look at this. Team Soul versus Wildfangs. This fight is also taking place, and Spray God will, of course, be the stalwart of Wildfangs, looking to withhold the storm that's coming in front of them. Soul, of course, just being extremely proactive. All players just regrouped at one spot, and this is something which I like. They've got the deployable covers as well. They're protecting themselves. The trade potential is there. Brilliant stuff coming in from Team Soul so far. 3 finishes already, but they can try and succeed against Wildfangs. That is definitely a possibility, Necro.
Once again, playing in tandem as a team, but Victor Sumis and OG, they lock horns, and OG within a split second, they mop the floor with Victor Sumis. Sent back to the lobby with just 1 finish point secured. Unfortunate outing for them. We had a lot of expectations from Always and the boys, but at the map of Rondo, it's down the drain. Now they gotta hope for the best in the future.
Big stakes for teams like Soul, for teams like Genesis, for teams like godlike Esports as well. They cannot lose numbers. They understand the importance of the map. The first map of the day, which sets the tone for day 3 right now. Meta Ninja comes in. They have nothing to fear. And right now, they're going after Reckoning. Esports circling around. This is brilliant stuff. Reckoning does not manage to survive the storm. Do they have any athletes left? It seems that there's still Sahil left alive, but he's been knocked out. The rest of the lads did manage to go away to safety. Roman is still surviving, but a lone survivor for Reckoning. Not the best of starts that they expected.
Meta Ninja is literally a wrecking ball.
Yeah.
No matter who stands in their way, they will wipe them out. Assista Esports. Looking at the proximity, there's K9 Esports in the front and also a few more faces around them. And look at this side. What's happening here? Someone just got eliminated. Unfortunate.
I think that was Roman.
Yeah, Reckoning Esports down and out. Now we're finally seeing some eliminations hit the deck. Look at Wildfangs, 1 Shack and a Dream. And 2 players who are extremely hurt, but they finally do patch themselves up. I'm never a big fan of Shacks.
Absolutely. Nobody expected this, to be honest, as well. I mean, you looked at where Wildfangs were. They were aiming for the center of the compound, the center of the circle as well. But they've been dethroned by Team Soul, and now they are in the crosses of Genesis, and it's not going to be easy. Spray God and Kana, they understand the problems, the needs to come in flying. And 1 connection is all Genesis needs.
Oh my God, Soul, the stars are aligning. Circle is just constantly favoring the boys. And Soul knows all they need to do is just hunker down in that spot. Anchor it down. Hero Extreme Godlike on the move. Collecting a few elimination points on their way. And OG once again in a fight against Myth. Lucifer, the devil himself, can't do anything. Even he gets eliminated. Myth out from the game with 7 points.
You see the overall standings just divided in 2 different worlds right now. One world that does not care about what happens, and the other looking to keep their position alive. Well, Esports Kokul gets taken down. The battle between IGLs being won by Aru this time. Orangutan, they are taking fights left, right, and center, but well, Esports, they do have the firepower to stop this. Proton and Justy, they're going to be the frontliners, of course, but they could not save him. Aru has been knocked out for sure, and it is, of course, Proton from the backline, but well, Esports nowhere in a position to be a threat for Orangutan.
It's all good in the hood, my friend, but wealth is definitely extending. And that might just be a teeny tiny bit of a threat. The nade overshot. Did not find anything. It's all good for OG. Wealth is also getting shot at from the back, and Mino knocked out on the opposite side. Godlike in a bit of a trouble since they have clashed against the Wrecking Ball, Meta Ninja. And we all know Meta Ninja, they're on a tear, tearing apart anyone that stands in their way, and this time it's going to be Godlike. Will it be Godlike who stops Meta Ninja? That's the question. Revival being stuck in Admino, the man just beat back up, and that's what happens. But another net from Apollo. It's going to find a quick 2-piece. Godlike, they're being stopped in the tracks, and Meta Ninja, once again, they prevail. Godlike, one final glimmer of hope. And the man, he can't do anything. does not even stand a chance. Hero Extreme Godlike sent to the lobby. This is such a massive upset.
Meta Ninja is looking for revenge, lads. 11 finishes on the board. This team is out here looking for blood out there. With Godlike being eliminated, the competition just becomes so much easier for Team Soul and Genesis out there. They're still duking it out. Have a look at that. 121, 120 points. Trying to find the lead on the map of Rondo, and it seems like the teams from the bottom of the leaderboard, they're not letting that happen. Of course, your life is going to be an absolute hell if you want to survive and become champions. It's not going to be easy elsewhere. Genesis Esports have been wiped off as well. Big news for Team Soul, and this is going to be their opportunity to try and convert this game and try and get them a big lead.
There's still one man from Genesis alive, but he's all the way back in the blue. He's not going to survive for too long. Gravity is trying his best to do something, but soon he knows he's done for. The team on the second spot eliminated Soul with a chance to do a massive lead, and they can actually make it happen as well. Well, Esports 2 shown the gateways of hell. Meta Ninja, what is this team doing? They're on a roll.
Vengeance. This is vengeance from Shadow 7, from being an IGL who dominated the official circuit of 2024. Seems like he's back in form, and Meta Ninja is looking for blood, and not just him, even Team Soul right now. They have crossroads with their older teammates, Some, Hector. They are falling from Visista. Team Soul, can they retain their spot? Goblin, their stalwart, has been knocked out. Hector also. From the distance, Legend has been constantly taking these shots, and I'm waiting for Joker to start flying, man.
Yeah, but for Soul, there's a bit of a letback as of now. A man was knocked out, but once again, he's back up, so it's all good. But the moment I say so, Some finds a crucial knock at Goblin. The big man's knocked out once again. A utility's tossed out against that shack. They really do want to make sure that the flow's going to be disrupted for Soul. But Som is the only person who's making any sort of efforts to try and stop Soul as of now. Vasista's hurt. It's not looking too good. Legit, he threads the needle. Vasista Esports, they're getting dismantled. Soul getting a bit of that help. Even Nebula Esports from the far away taking those shots against Vasista. And Vasista Esports, they're out in the open. Not a lot of that plane cover available as Vasista too has been eliminated.
It's been a long time Team Soul has been in that position, and now since Visista has been eliminated, they can focus on the lads from the backlines. Nebula Esports has been causing problems. Players from Team Soul has been on their crosses for a while now, and Phoenix constantly tapping away. Getting those players knocked up time and time again. It's not going to be easy, but look at Orangutan. They've got the high ground for themselves as well. And Orangutan, they are in top 4, 94 points. They can make a turnaround as well. We know this team, they make climbs anytime, but have a look at this. Meta Ninja also put down to a halt. It's Omega who gets shut down this time. Yavin is just showcasing his class 8 finishes in the first match.
Slapped, that's what's happened. But unfortunately for Meta Ninja, now it's just Yavin standing. 15 elimination points in the pocket for Meta Ninja. They've been on a tear, ripping apart anyone that stands in their way. This wrecking ball, it's unstoppable. But now with just one man, maybe this dream is going to be impossible. Yavin and a dream. Revenant X Spark, all the 4 players retained as of now. Everyone is safe, playing for that survival. Orangutan on the screen too. But for Soul, it's problems that's striking them. 2 players are knocked out for Soul, but I do believe that both of the players, they will be back up on their feet without a problem.
You know, the teams who actually took massive advantage of this Rondo, one of them has to be Orangutan. They flipped the script, and now they're inching closer to the top 30 points away from the pinnacle of it all, and now they're going against Team Revenant X-Pac. As nades do get exchanged, Pain once again is going to fall off, and the Rebel out there still finds first contact. Team Orangutan, they have the lead, the numbers advantage as well. Revenant X-Pac are losing control of this fight, Necro.
Oh, but Soul is running low on resources. That's the problem. They don't have a lot of meds to patch themselves up, and that's where Soul can actually fall apart. Concerns and problems all across the board as OG. They're trying to flip the script. They're trying to do something else. Whipgod is also taking those shots from the back end. Orangutan just can't really breathe freely. AKOP as well just getting chipped away. But Orangutan, they do have a lot of resources. They do have a lot of meds, and that's going to make sure that they're going to keep on patching themselves up, even if they do keep on taking that damage.
It's not about taking damage. It's about how much you can dish out. And Team Orangutan, they've done a lot. 10 finishes on the board so far. Meta Ninja, look at them so far. 15 points on the overall standings. Had they had the betterment of numbers as well, Meta Live potentially, Meta Ninja converting this chicken dinner could have been massive for this. It's completely fine though. Still, Team Soul retain their numbers. 4 players standing, 7 finishes at the top. They're in a lovely position in the circle as well. Look at Joker!
Wow.
Taps away Punk, gets a knock as well. And that is all you need to try and clear out space. Team Soul, they can move forward.
The big man strikes again. And Joker is making it happen. The most consistent fragger out there. Soul with 7 finishes on the block. And yes, there's only one dream. And that's going to be to secure this chicken dinner. And they're not too far away from it either. A 3-man squad can definitely make it happen, but as I mentioned, Meds, that is the situation that they need to find a cure to. Revenant X-Park going for the revival on the fallen comrade, so even he's going to be back upon his feet. But Meta Ninja once again, Yavin, he's found himself in a real tricky spot. He's also getting burnt alive. Orangutan putting that nail in the coffin. Meta Ninja eliminated from this game.
And this time the Land Demon steps up once again, AKOP with 5 frags. I think he was the one who did get that finish. Closely following up as well, Wizgod, RTK, AK, they've been brilliant so far, but then 9GL has been picked off. It's tonight. Goblin trying to find revenge. Still going after Ninja Boy, does find the knock as well, the need to kind of clinch things off. Does he get the point? Does he back the point? Ninja Boy goes down to the play zone. That is a point snatched away. K9 Esports, that's all that they wanted.
K9 Esports, 9 finishes on the block. And that's how they took an exit. While Soul with 8 finishes. And they're also right on the tails of OG, and OG's too exposed. Soul can actually strike, they can actually sting OG. But the sidelines is also something that matters. And that's where Nebula Esports can possess a lot of threat.
Look at this, Necro. It's going to be a very even battle. Orangutan, 3 players alive. Team Soul, 3 players alive. Revenant X-Park, 3 players alive. And Nebula with 2 men standing. I'm pretty sure they can pack a similar punch as well. The fight between the top 4 and Team Soul point the first one as well. Ninja on the verge of getting exterminated as well.
Joker is just so precise. And if you look at the level playing field as well, Revenant X-Park is on the top spot, OG and Nebula in the middle, and then Soul at the bottom.
But still, it's Soul who is actually getting all the shots and the damage as well.
Yeah, they do have a lot of line of sight. And Revenant X-Park is also playing quite exposed in Nebula. They've got those deployable covers, but I highly doubt he can do a lot. Joker, stop this! Are you kidding me? I was able to find knocks every single time. This man is just way too precise. It's target practice, but eventually he gets put down. Nebula Esports, for them, this might just be second chance to life, but the moment I say so, even they have been eliminated from this game. Joker taken care of. Orangutans now marching against Soul. Another man dropped down. Situation's down to a 1-on-3. Soul with a big man deficit, while OG, they've got every single possible advantage. Joker, he's knocked out. And of course, Knuckle has the IGL. He wanted to get that revival, but now he knows it's impossible.
The clash between the top 2, Orangutan. The apes out there looking to flip the script. Team Soul just looking to hold on to that crown. It's not going to be easy. Joker might just get revived, but look at this Molotov. Look at Wizgod, he's on the flank. Orangutan, they're spreading their wings right now. Team Soul getting cornered. Can they fight back? It's going to be a big question. The nades needs to land. Finally, there's going to be a man caught off guard, but Team Orangutan, the final nail in the coffin.
A big win coming through for OG. And only one question, is this enough? Has enough work been done on Rondo to catch up to the podium? Well, they are going to be podium, they are going to be clinching closer to the first position, but the problem is that Soul finished second, and even they had a lot of frags to work with.
Exactly, but OG is also moving in with quite a rapid pace.
Yeah.
26-pointer in this game itself. This is massive stuff coming through from OG. But even Revenant X-Park Johnny had a solid game, so you cannot eye them out either. But Soul, they're just solidifying that lead on the first spot over and over again. They're doing just enough to keep themselves pinned down.
There are 2 teams who are going to be trembling right now, Johnny. It is going to be Genesis and Godlike. Not really the greatest of conversions, and now they are more competitors for the top.
And it's quite surprising because both Genesis and Godlike started off on a great note, but it was OG who maintained their composure. And Salty, as you mentioned, the LAN Demon, AKOP, strikes again. Earlier today, we saw him on the list of the tournament MVPs, and now I think these 7 eliminations will help him move up that list as well.
I've never really seen AKOP falter at any LAN so far. This man showcases promise, but then delivers when his team needs the most, man. He's a genius.
OG's once again back in a top-notch form, which is a big threat for everyone, including Soul at the top. And since you know OG's already going to be around the top 2, I guess, if I'm not wrong, Max on the 3rd spot. For OG, that was a nuclear performance. And all you know now is that OG, with this momentum, they're never going to fall apart. You know they're going to keep on getting those consistent points, which means for Soul, they just need to do the same thing as well.
And OG is going to constantly linger around Soul's tails as well, I think, throughout the day. Imagine this, nobody from the desk actually predicted OG to actually win. There was no conversation about them, but after the first game, they're back in the race.
Exactly, they're back in the race, they're back in discussion, they're back on the talks about the trophy, and I think that is what Orangutan also wanted from the very start. This team has been in a phenomenal form since 2025, and that hasn't changed even tonight. But again, 5 more matches left. We spoke about the contenders at the start of the day, Genesis and Godlike. We spoke about Genesis Necro. Rondo has gone away. Erangel's another strong map for Genesis. Can they convert it 3 times in a row tonight and claim the first spot?
Of course, Shawnee, there's always going to be a possibility that Genesis Esports can wake up anytime, right? But since the day started off in a bad momentum, now I just want to know what sort of a mindset the players are going to be in. Since they knew that Rondo is going to be the most important map, and they just dropped the ball on the most important map, there's a big chance that they might just be second-guessing their thought, but that's what they exactly do not need to do. They should just keep on playing with their same main strategy, and it will work out.
You know, all these players, Hunter, Viper, ever since, and Gravity as well included in the picture, I feel like they've been in similar positions so many times. They've been under the pressure, they've been in the LAN stage, in the final day, been contending for the top, but it seems like every time it just gets snatched away from them.
As you mentioned, they've been here before, they've seen the impact of crumbling under pressure, and this is a night where you turn it all around. This is a night where you write your own history, and it is going to be an interesting one for sure, because 5 more matches are left, ladies and gentlemen. That was Rondo, with Orangutan catching up, Soul solidifying themselves on the first position. But again, those Erangels, those Miramars coming up next are going to make things a whole lot more interesting. But with that being said, we're going to go on a very short break right now. Stay tuned, keep watching. We'll be back after this.
इन जैसों पे मैं तो रिएक्ट भी नहीं करता। बीजीएमआई क्रिकेट लीग का विनर है, रोज खेलता है, आप भी ट्राई करो। अबे असली का 650 कोट देगा फिर भी नहीं करूंगा। इस खेल में ना
सिर्फ टीम सपोर्ट करनी है बड़े भाई।
जीत गया छोटे भाई। ये देख।
बीजीएमआई पे टीम सपोर्ट करो और ग्लेशियर जीतो।
अरे यार कुछ समझ में नहीं आ रहा है, जाना किधर है?
अयो मचा रिवाइव
What revive? I don't understand, bro.
No. यार पहली बार कर रहे हो क्या तुम लोग?
Shoot guys. मचा
क्या कर रहे हो यार?
நீங்களாச்சும் கொஞ்சம் தமிழ் கத்துங்களேன்டா.
अरे कोई ट्रांसलेटर बुलाओ यार, ऐसे कैसे चलेगा?
உங்கறாலதான்டா தோத்தோம்.
क्या करते हो तुम लोग भी?
IPL champion of CSK.
मास बचा.
अयो
Yes! Yellow Army, bro.
See, language இல்ல. CSK இருக்கு மச்சான்.
Guys, बंदे
come on.
Man, nice shot, man.
Well played, guys.
Yeah.
Bro, CSK skins, huh?
இது நம்ம கொலாபுடா.
Now we don't need call outs, just whistle podu.
BGMI லாடு whistle போடு.
Welcome back after that short break, and once again with me on the panel, it's going to be Super Johnny and Icy Baby 1-2. And Icy, I'm pretty sure you weren't there in the back lines looking at that game, and yes, it was quite an entertaining game. But Metaninja, the way they were a wrecking ball, just stopping so many hopes and dreams, it was insane.
Hey man, for all things considered as well, whoever is going to be taking the first few games here is going to pretty much give them a little bit of foundation for the chase for the championship here. But for all things considered, Soul, Godlike, and Genesis, they're still somewhat retaining those points. But with Metaninja in the mix and also OG coming to play here, they might shake things up a little bit here. So things are going to be a little bit of an unexpected factor later on.
Yeah, there's now a new contender inside of the top three in the name of Orangutan. That 26-pointer, it's definitely shaking up the overall standings. But you know what? We've been speaking so much about the individual teams now. We got to talk about the players themselves. And of course, the MVP of that previous game is going to be AKOP. The man had 7 finish points acquired. Before AKOP was, I think he was constantly stepping up, but now finally he's there. But hey, I guess Yavin was the man who secured a lot more, I guess. He was able to get 8 finishes on the block.
And look at the damage, 1500 damage dished out, 11 knocks secured. Meta Ninja were also quite brutal in that map of Rondo. The only problem is that Meta Ninja were way too far back in the leaderboard. So at this point, they're pretty much fighting destiny itself.
Hey, we are going to be putting a little bit of a hypothetical situation here, and the only way Meta Ninja qualifies is that they have the remaining 5 games back-to-back chicken dinner, which mathematically still gives them a shot to potentially snipe the trophy.
IC always says this, right? If you get chicken dinners every single match, you are going to win.
Yes.
Or maybe just keep on getting the same amount of points you did in that previous game.
See, things about it is, right, it's common sense, right? Like, if you win every single chicken dinner, regardless of whatever finish you're going to get, you're still probably going to be lifting the trophy.
Yeah.
But I mean, yeah, let's see. Let's take a look at what's the current point standing here. OG making a little bit of bounce back of 26 points, now giving them a little bit of shot here in the run for the trophy.
Exactly. Then you've also got Meta Ninja, 15 finish points acquired, and they've got 17 points in total. Even Soul right there with 15. And K9 Esports, a bit of a bounce back in the overall standings, but it's too late. It's really not going to count. Nebula off the rip. They were just fragging out left, right, and center. For Revenant X Park, this was a desperately needed game. 10 points, it's definitely going to count.
Yeah, I think as soon as Nebula started to perform, you could definitely see the fear on the faces of the IGLs, of the big names. You never know who Adi is going to go after today, because Nebula has complete freedom to target any big name, any team that they want to. On the other side of things, I think K9, they're going to be hoping for a respectable finish, maybe top 5 at the end of the day.
Yeah, of course. I mean, K9's going to be hoping for it, but we have got a new contender in the top 3. It's going to be Orangutan on the 3rd spot. 111 points secured, and then Genesis Esports with 120, and Soul still retain that spot with 132 points. That's what, like 12 points separating them?
Yeah, pretty much. And it is going to be interesting because when we ended day 2, the fight was between 3 teams. Now it's down to 4 teams. I still believe Godlike, they still have an opportunity to actually clinch away the trophy. But again, it's as IC said, you need to be consistent and get double digits in all the 5 games that remain from here on out.
Well, technically anyone all the way from the bottom can do it as well.
Okay.
If you get 20 points per game, 5 games, that's, well, 100 points. So 100 plus 62 from Nebula, that's 162 points. That's a contender.
Okay, you know what? This guy's trolling. I'm not taking him serious anymore because
well,
okay.
For all things considered, I think realistically wise here, obviously now based on the current standings, the top 4 are the 4 top contenders. But as we mentioned yesterday in day number 2 itself as well, the first 2 games for day number 3 is going to decide the fates, whether or not are they still up for grabs here. And in this case, OG making the chicken dinners now gives them an opportunity to actually make a bounce back.
The problem is now Soul is running out with the lead. They've only got a 12 points lead in their hands, which means if they keep on performing with the same frequency, Soul is pretty much just going to run away with the championship.
So there are a couple of objectives that need to be fulfilled for the other teams to try and stop Soul. First, you need need to make sure that they're getting taken out early. And while it might be easy for the teams inside of the top 4 to try and fight Seoul out for the trophy, anyone outside of the top 4, I think they're going to need about 15 points per game from here on out every single match to get to the top. And that, again, only happens if Seoul goes out with 0 points in every single game.
But hey, Johnny, you know we're inside of Chennai, and there's also a Chennai Super King spin available in the game, so get your hands onto it right now. Hop inside of the game. You know what? Back towards the conversation once again, though. Now, speaking of a few more teams, Vasista Esports, Victor Sumas, these teams are still in the race, but they need 25 points in the upcoming game to catch up with Seoul.
Well, enough of the nerd talks as well here. I have a very, very important announcement that I have to make here so far. I just received a little bit of a report, and I think I was stopped as well. It was kind of a surprising factor for me. The security actually stopped me, and I thought, was this our security or was it a police officer? And turns out it was a police officer. And he told me, I see, bye. This is not Chennai. Chennai is not this quiet. And guess what? I kind of agree with them.
You agree with them, but I think Chennai is pretty loud. Right, Chennai? Make some noise! There you go.
I'm a little bit too far from all the way to the sides here. I can't really hear you guys. Chennai, wait, make some noise!
There we go. Did they prove you wrong, my friend?
I'm half convinced. I'm half convinced. I need more energy now.
I mean, yeah, the energy is there. Right now, the only problem is I think the confusion is also there to see which team lifts the trophy, because it is getting neck and neck now. I believe it's down to a photo finish. That is what we are going to get tonight. And of course, we see the support of the fans for their favorite teams. The fans of Godlike still motivating their team to try and fight for the trophy. The fans of Seoul, their eyes on their star players.
The fans are nervous. They want their favorite teams to win. They want their favorite players to perform.
There's just one man who isn't nervous, Necro. That's your brother, Joker, over there.
I know, right? Calm, cool, collected. It's always the big guys who step up when it matters the most. And right there for Seoul, it's Joker who was fragging out in that previous game. But Godlike, this upcoming game, it's going to matter the most. If Seoul keeps on building up that lead, the championship will run away from their hands. Chennai, we're heading inside the second game of the day.
All right. Game 2 of the final day of the Grand Finals on its way as of yet here for the BGIS 2026. And we are going to be starting things off here with the map of Erangel. And things are going to get a little bit spicy here with OG taking the previous chicken dinner and so somewhat able to pull the lead and hold on to the current #1 spot. Will they be able to do more is going to be the question here. Seems like the flight path is going to be kicking things off from the north side of Georgopol, passing through the north side of Rozhok and then ending towards the outskirts of Lipovka.
Yeah, for the last few days, we have been getting flight paths leaning towards the southern half of the map. It is fair that for the finale of the BGIS 2026, we change things up. And it is going to be interesting to see, as you said, are we going to have new contenders going for the clashes, going for the challenges on the names, leading the charge right now for that overall leaderboard for the first position. And of course, we look at that northern flight path and one thing instantly clicks for me, I see. We've seen it in the past multiple times. OG versus Seoul right off the bat on Erangel, the fight between School and Rozhok.
Well, we've seen it during the grind stage, but so far in the Grand Finals, will we see it again is going to be the question as well. As of yet, we do see a little bit of fight here for those vehicles in the splash of colors down middle. However, I want to take attention onto where Genesis is currently positioned as well, because it seems like Genesis has shifted the drop location from the Lipovka, so they are a little bit away from their usual drop spots, and it seems like there is going to be a little bit of potential mix-up as well.
It could be, and considering the circle is centered towards Farm and Milta right now, this could backfire on Genesis. We'll have to see how it turns out. They have Vasista on the north, Team Tamilas and Myth down south of the Georgopol position. On the other side of things, towards the east in Yasnaya Poliana, we have Meta Ninja playing the eastern periphery of the city. Victor Sumas having control over the west. And fights in Yasnaya, a lot of breathing room for the teams to work with in those drop clashes. Myth on the other front, we spoke about them a few moments ago. They're just south of Everest. Detrox completely out in the open, but Myth, I see they have to be cautious. Welt They're lurking nearby.
Yeah, for all things considered, I think Myth is doing pretty okay here. Considering that day 1, day 2, especially for teams like Godlike, Genesis, they are a little bit aggressive in early phase. So fortunately for Detrox, he is going to be A-okay, but the biggest problem is, can he look for a vehicle to traverse? That is his biggest problem as of yet. But seems like OG is not going to be having a little bit of a scuffle here with, from the side of Seoul. But it seems like on the minimap, Learn from Pass is also in the vicinity, so that's going to be something to actually consider as well. But seems like the rest of Myth, aside from Detrox, is still hunkering around the Mount Everest here as well. Esports going to be on the hunt as they do find Myth.
What was he thinking over there, Herschel? Wealth Esports, an easy point grabbed by them at the very start of the match. The Wealth fighting from the 16th position. It is going to be a tough task. We were talking about Myth, as you mentioned, Detrox is not there with the rest of the team. They were trying to hold on to Everest, but the problem is this drop. I see it has taken any possibility of loot away from them. There are no compounds nearby, and with the way Wealth has moved forward, Myth, I believe, might lose these players very early. The question is, has Wealth spotted out Lucifer and Daddy? And I think they have. They're moving towards the eastern summit of Everest.
This is such a weird drop here for Myth to actually consider dropping on top of Everest, knowing that there's just no loots. It seems like everyone from the side of Myth just doesn't have loots, and now Daddy's going to try and squirm his way out of safety. Well, Wealth is going to be on the hunt. Detrox has finally, found himself a vehicle, brought a gun, and now he's going to go in for the spray. Wealth now taking a little bit of fire, and now Wealth, do they want to pursue the matter is going to be the question here.
He showed up with whatever he could find. It was an assault rifle, no utility, level 1 armor and helmet, and Detrox right now needs to be the savior for the entirety of Myth Official. It's a 1v3 for him, and they pummel him into the ground. Wealth Esports taking out the only man from the side of Myth who had a chance of fighting them back. Now again, Daddy and Lucifer, they're running away for their lives. This escape, it looks dire.
Oh,
and
no.
there it is, Lucifer spotted out, it's over. He's done for.
Oh no, seems like Myth is going to get completely gutted here as well. The Esports continues to pursue Lucifer, pretty much stranded here. He's going to buy a little bit more time to survive, but eventually will fall. That's going to be another point here for Wealth Esports. Meanwhile, for Myth, they did get one player out, which is good, but he is still outnumbered here. It is a 4v1 situation with Wealth completely on the hunt, but Daddy, it seems like he was just standing out in the open. Oh, he was actually spotted out as well.
Yeah, just found a weapon. Wants to take this isolated fight. Wealth, they have him surrounded. Daddy goes around the corner, finds the knock, but no time to convert the finish. Wealth instantly retaliate. Not a single player lost by Wealth. 4 finishes claimed.
Oh boy, seems like the numbers are slowly dwindling down, but at the same time, small little recoveries here for Wealth, which gives them a little bit of a better placement. But for Myth, it is going to be back to the lobby for them. Meanwhile, the rest of the world here is still going to be playing a little bit of a passive approach of the game, but from the side of Hero Extreme Godlike, they haven't exactly made their move yet, and that is a beautiful, beautiful car.
Yeah, it is amazing. Looks amazing. I think that's going to be the first thing I grab after this event, after my commentary is done. But let's see, Godlike, they're looking to grab some elimination points for themselves in this game, make up for the deficit that has been caused after Rondo came to an end. Still in Pochinki, a decent spot inside of the play zone, but now they are getting surrounded. A team moving towards the east. Zone from past already controlling the fields down south of Pochinki.
Well, it seems like a Soul now also going to be making a little bit of interaction. Seems like they are going to be intercepted here by Learn from Pass. As Soul still decides if they want to try and take this fight against them, and they are going to rotate away from them, which is good. They are in the lead in the overall standings, and in order to retain that is to not die and at least place top 8 for some placement points to actually pull themselves ahead. But let's talk about the chase for some of the teams here. Okay. Like for Godlike, for OG, this is a very, very important match for them as well. If they want to try and shut down Seoul, somebody's got to stop them if they want to try and take a trophy.
Pretty much, especially for Godlike. I think they need about 20 points. If they could get to 125 with this game, then hope will still remain moving forward in the day. But K9 Esports, they have Reckoning Esports in their line of sight, line of fire. Clip after clip, spray being committed to try and pick off the opponent, but no contact made, no damage dished out. Reckoning Esports still quite healthy. and both the teams quite far away from the play zone, so only move remaining is going to be on the move, get yourself inside the play zone, and then maybe try and figure out where you can get those finish points from.
Yeah, seems like Genesis going for a little bit of mix-up here in terms of drop spot has caused them to be on the go, but at the same time, it doesn't really impact them as well. We've known Genesis to be very, very early aggressive for the past 2 days itself, especially in the early phase. And this time, they are still on the hunt, but unfortunately for them, they haven't found anyone yet. But in the close proximity on the west side here, you can see the mini-map as well. Welt is in the vicinity. We have Team Tamilas as well. And we also have Hero Extreme Godlike, who coincidentally is heading down south. But with the map still including both the north and south here, are we going to see a southern shift is going to be the question.
Oh, but it is going to be the fight at the top. Godlike running into the side of Seoul. Shots have made contact, but no knock secured from either side. The trade finally comes through, and in fact it is a third party. Admino gets taken out. Team Tamilas, they are out for blood, and Godlike are the ones in their crosshairs, but on the other side, K9 collapsing into Reckoning Esports. Sahil, he's the last man left alive, knows where Omega is. Nades being cooked from either players. Both of them lob them out. Sahil extremely low, but still takes down the IGL of K9 Esports. Omega out of the way. A difficult recovery for K9.
Yes, nice little smaller bounce back here, but for Knight K9, everything is on the line here for the star player. As the Nades comes in, and that's going to be the confirmation here for Knight. And he is going to be able to get the reset as well, stage 2 on his way. But for Reckoning Esports, they are out on 15th place.
Reckoning Esports, not really the journey they were hoping for in the grand finals, sitting 13th right now on the overall leaderboard with 65 points to their name. Long way for them to go. But Godlike, that early loss, it is going to be a hindrance for them moving forward, especially since they know there's threat waiting for them. Just a few meters up ahead. They've given their information to the side of Team Tamilas. Even Seoul knows where Godlike is going to show up from.
Well, if you look on the bright side as well, the death of Admino wasn't claimed by Seoul, it was claimed by Team Tamilas.
Yeah.
So that means Seoul's lead is still challengeable, I would say.
I'll be honest about it, I don't see a bright side in losing a player, especially a man like Admino. That is a lot of firepower that just went missing from the side of Godlike.
Well, there's a saying, such is life. The gamers go on. However, speaking of going on here, it seems like Genesis, they haven't exactly found a easy prey yet to actually go on a hunt. Seems like they are hearing gunshots and they are looking to make a little bit of a mad dash, but they're still deciding if they want to go for it. With the circle shifting away from Military Island, seems like they is going to be in the farm circle. So Genesis Esports is looking to try and secure a compound for themselves to try and defend against the rest of the pack.
And in that pack, I see there is Revenant Xbox. They'd like to start their game from farm. And this is their home ground. Revenant Xbox looking to claim this win. Let's see how that turns out. But well, the Esports, the bounce is there on the players of Godlike. Manya gets knocked out, but the trade is in the favor of the gods. And they are looking to clinch this fight. The points from Wealth Esports can benefit the side of Godlike. One last man remaining, Proton. 1 versus 2, S-Power and Jonathan. Can they be the saving grace? Proton running circles around the gas station. S-Power still with the nade in his hand. Looking for an angle, lobs it on the backside. Proton armed and ready with the S12K. And the players of Godlike are actually taking their sweet time with this wrapper. But Proton with the push runs into Jonathan. And Godlike with the cleanup. 4 points claimed. Is this the start that they were looking for?
But at the same time as well, Genesis having a little bit of trouble as well as Team Tamilas goes in for the slap. Fury is down, Hunter's forced to defend, is all by himself, he's surrounded, he gets one, he holds on, he fights the second! Now looking for the third, and they're all dead! No, wait a minute, IGL has to back off, seems like the third party comes through. OG is going to be looking to try and make a pounce here. Hunter still holding on for his dear lives. But with OG mixing into the picture, Genesis's chances is slowly dwindling down because of this.
Last man left alive. But with him, hope still remains for Genesis. Every single point matters over here for them as well. Even if they can't take the lead away from Seoul, all they have to do is just keep them in check. Do not let Seoul run away with the advantage on the first position. The last man from Team Tamilas as well, causing confusion for Hunters. But both these individuals, I see, have found some room to work with. OG abandons the third party. They move away. Hunters has freedom to work with, but same can't be said for Godlike. And as I was saying a few moments ago, the contenders knew where the competition was going to arrive from. Gatekeeping done to perfection by the side of Seoul. They claim a point for themselves. And even as OG try to third party the situation, they aren't going to succeed either. Aru gets knocked out. Atanki on the run for his life.
Oh my goodness, so they're just bullying right now. And they're doing a fantastic job. They had a good spidey senses. They were able to shut out Godlike a little bit, taking two, but OG now next to potentially fall. As Spray comes in, Goblin looking for connection, and he gets the job done. OG losing another player, but now AKOP bounces back, legit here to save the day, and he clutches it. What a shot from the side, Knuckle to save the day. And so they hang on, and they shut down OG's players.
When gods collide, the only thing that happens is total annihilation. And that is how it turns out between the side of Seoul and OG. OG down to their last survivor, but Genesis, Hunters still in the standoff against Mr. IGL. Some distance put between him and Hunters now as he falls back. Hunters looking to line up the nades. And all he needs to do is find a contact.
The damage has been done as well. Mr. IGL, he's pretty much pinned. And Hunters, he has to look for the hunt. It seems like he is going to try and make a run for it, but it seems like Mr. IGL actually gets taken out by Learn from Pass, and they're all outside the zone. It seems like Hunters, they know clock is ticking. Stage 4 is about to begin, and he is going to be making a mad dash into the zone, hoping that he is going to be able to find some placement points.
Let's see where Hunters ends up as he moves. The sister Esports and Learn from Pass both are going to be a big threat, but so the distraction in the lives of Learn from Pass right now. LEFP, they've seen Seoul move in from the edge of the blue, legit. The mad dash is there, but there's a man right behind him in the form of Funny. And Termi also sitting on the flank. Now this could be a moment where Seoul gets surrounded by the players of LEFP, but all of them have managed to find their way inside cover. Brilliant cover coming through from the players, but Goblin still gets taken out.
Well, mistakes were made. Cover 5 was provided, but they just did not have the angles here. Unfortunately for Goblin, he is going to go down a little bit early, but it's not truly over yet. They still have 3 players coming from Seoul, and Learn from Pass now getting gate kept by Seoul. As Learn from Pass, they may have found one. Can they find the opening to push in? So they are looking to try and reset and gather information here. They have been outside the zone for far too long. Information is a little bit too hard, but for Godlike, they were forced to swing down south through the islands, passing through the eastern bridge. Now having a little bit of run in with Meta Ninja, which in this case, they're not exactly in zone, but they still have time. So Godlike, what is going to be the plan here? Meta Ninja, they only spotted out 2 cars, but do they want to risk taking this fight? It seems like Wildfangs is also in the mix. Meta Ninja, they know Wildfangs is around, but Godlike, they're just completely clueless.
Yeah, they had no information of the eastern edge. And they are starting to struggle, less power, a pixel of HP. Even he knew he wasn't going to stay alive for long, and Jonathan as well, taken out by Meta Ninja. That's the end of this match for the side of Godlike, and reigns have been opened for Seoul, for Genesis, for OG to put the difference on the board between them and the team sitting on the 4th position. But Seoul, they are still a massive, massive threat on the western edge of the play zone. But towards the east, Wildfangs against Meta Ninja. Another big fight. Sister Esports, let's not forget, not too far away. 94 points on the board, 5th on the leaderboard right now. A big game required, and Vasista has been able to deliver at the last few moments every single time. Some damage taken, but runs in cover, still manages to stay safe.
Nice dodge there coming from Sami to actually get out. They were able to get a point, but K9, third party here, stopping Vasista Esports from claiming the points of Victoria Summers here, has given Victoria Summers a small little saving grace to actually get out. So they are going to be looking for the resets, but Meta Ninja, they got out the initial fight and runs into Revenant Xbox. Spray comes in from Punk. They do get the knock, and now Meta Ninja in a world of pain.
This is going to be a tough fight for Meta Ninja to clinch Revenant Xbox. They have pain on that first floor as well. He can build up pressure, but Punk Oh my goodness, Apollo, he has been phenomenal since yesterday with the utils. Again, finding the opener for his team. Now the lost man left alive for Meta Ninja. And it is a 1 versus 2 for him. While Fangs from the back looking to third party this entire situation as well. There they are moving for the flank. But that gives reset opportunity for the side of Meta Ninja. And as Meta Ninja go for the revives, Revenant X-Pac again start to hit the floor.
Seems like they are in a lot of troubles. Well, Wow Fangs, they came prepared, they found the perfect timing, and they are able to go in for slam. They claim all those points from Meta Ninja, and now only Javid remains from the side of Meta Ninja, while Wow Fangs looks to take a little bit more space. Victoria Summers, they heard these commotions as well. They're gonna try and lurk him out in the open. Sensei out in the open, gets sprayed down. That's gonna be a knock here. As Victoria Summers is able to help things out, but for Revenant and X-Spark, they are in a stalemate. There's just too many teams, 4 teams around. Javid spotted out by Goten. Now needs to clutch us big time as well. Kanha looking for confirmations, but the sprays through the smoke from Victoria Summers will give them the time to go in for the reset now.
This is going to be interesting how this fight turns out, because a lovely production is doing a phenomenal job in showcasing the action. There's another observer in the game. You see on the radar, Atanki sitting on that shoreline, has been seeing and observing and making his calculations as to what will be the perfect time for him to move in. While Fangs, though, somehow have kept all 4 players intact. Still putting up the pressure. That nade looks good. It should be able to find a knock, and it does. Spray God claims an easy frag, an easy finish for his team. And the other 2 lads from the side of Revenant X-Pac finally put under pressure. Wild Fangs, they push forward, but it is a big blunder coming through from Wild Fangs. 2 players knocked out, finished off. Kanha is there, Goten is there as well. I think it will be a tough revive to bring Sensei back.
Beautiful hole coming from Revenant X-Pac, and now Victoria Summers looking to go in for the slam to try and claim all those points. Wildfangs pretty much grouped up to go in for a little bit of reset here. Will reposition while Revenant X-Pac is gonna stay low up top. Seems like Victoria Summers, they are hoping to get a little bit lucky. Realize that it is a little bit too quiet, will back off instead. But from the west side, Soul now was able to push through and learn from pass, was able to sneak past them. This time the needs are coming in from Soul to try and take them out for an entry point.
I don't see an escape for learn from past. Soul, they have been dominating the western edge of the play zone for the longest of time in this game, from stage 3 onwards, in fact. And every single finish point that they claim just shuts down the hope that any contenders might have for the trophy tonight. Amazing nades coming through, and learn from past. They get shut down. 8 finishes on the board for Soul.
Beautifully done here coming from Soul. Still 3 players remaining. Losing Goblet initially has hurt them a little bit, but they are still fighting as a team, fighting off the rest of the world. But now the problems arise here for Soul. Where are those vehicles? K9 next to hear this, and Joker is stranded from the rest of the pack. Slug knows exactly where he is. Cover fires are coming in from the back. Seems like Soul just might be able to hold on for a little bit more. Smokes has been set up. Now Slug fought him out. Sprays coming in. Joker going for a flick, but eventually could not do anything as he gets taken down. K9 Esports gets a juicy point.
And again, I think K9 right now can be the ones who shut down Soul at 140. 17 points separating Soul and Genesis. And by the way, on the note of Genesis Esports, Hunters, he's still there in this game. He finds a way to break inside of the top 9, but needs to go a little bit further. Wow. Recap of the spray coming through from Joker, and again, Necro said it, the big man always shows up on the big days for his team.
Well, he is a spray master for a reason. The most decorated player in the history of BGMI, and that's a living proof right there.
Yeah.
Complete shutdown all the way through. Seems like K9 Esports now, they spawn out versus the Esports, but they're not exactly in the zone. Everybody needs to push out in the open to the compounds where Revenant X-Pac, Victoria Summers, and also Wildfangs was residing. So K9 Esports, they have to figure things out. How do they want to approach this? With Sister Esports going to be gatekeeping the northern side. That shack is going to be very crucial here to shut down K9 Esports. And the rest of the Sister Esports are going to try and back him up.
Well, let's see. Some also moving in, but this wooden shack can be a very difficult position to come out from. They opened Some and Beast. And this is a moment that they need! It went in! A three-pointer coming through. Beast knocked out. All K9 need to do is just take out Some as well. And that will make their fight against Vasista Esports a whole lot easier. At this moment, I see it's such an emotional moment. Brothers turned rivals. Ninja Boy going after his former teammate in the form of Beast and looking to shut him down. But Soul, they don't care about all of this. All they want are the points. They move it from the flank. Vasista Esports put under pressure. Ninja Boy and Knight going after them. Hector drops down. He gets knocked out. And Vasista up and out into the open. That's the cue for Soul to move in.
Oh, there's just so many third parties from across the map. It's just so tough here. But it seems like Vasista Esports, they get hunted down by Soul instead. But for K9, they're under a lot of pressure. Vasista Esports was pinned by every single team, and somehow K9 is able to survive this. But as soon as I say this, K9 trying to make a mad dash. Revenant Expert from inside the zone gets a knock-on slug, and the confirmation is stolen away by Victorious Summers.
Well, where is Victorious Summers taking these shots from? They're very far away from the conflict. But K9, I think we saw this happen when Vasista Esports was trying to get for that wooden shack. The third party coming in from the side of Nebula Esports, and K9 will be the next ones under pressure. Ninja Boy extremely low. Pixel of HP still gets taken out. Last man left alive from the side of K9 Esports is going to be Knight. Makes a run again for the death trap, and he makes it through. But survival, it's going to be dire. Knuckle knows exactly where he is. He has Legit on the flank as well. They will have angles to lob utility, but the question is, do they have the util to try and take Knight out?
Yeah, it's going to be a tricky spot here, but for some Soul was able to find a small little pocket to work with around those compounds here, which is out of sight from Victorious Summers, Wildfangs, and Revenant X-Spark. And fortunately for them, they are able to hang on as well. There is a supply crate in play, while the rest of the pack is pretty much grouped out, and the circle shifting in favor of Soul apparently. So this is actually great for Soul. Everybody else in those compounds needs to slowly make their way out. But for OG, who's also looking to play for placement points, Atenki is stuck outside in the ocean. Nobody realizes he's around.
Yeah.
But unfortunately, he needs to go out of the zone and was spotted out by Soul instead. Oh my goodness, Atenki, I may have spoken too soon.
I blame you, actually. I blame you for that moment.
It seems like Soul did their due diligence, realizes that why is there a UAZ floating in that direction, decides to check it, takes out Atenki, 10 finishes in the back. The fans going absolutely crazy for this performance here. Consistency is key, looking to lift the trophy.
Pretty much every single point that Soul is able to claim solidifies what the fans have already started to believe, that this trophy tonight will have the name Soul written all over it. Nebula Esports, though, in the endgame, on the move, Adi and Phoenix find themselves in the barn houses as Soul from the distance is just looking to secure any frag that they can. The third parties, that's all they want to do. Every single point for them is just a bonus from here on out. 144 on the overall leaderboard right now for Team Soul, and Genesis sitting second at 126.
Oh boy, Hunters is just doing so much heavy lifting here for the team. He needs to pull as many more points here if he wants to give chase. And in this case, if Soul gets the chicken dinner in this game, it is gonna make things a little bit more difficult to try and set for that comeback. What a pull away here coming from Soul, but let's talk about the game currently as well. The team stuck in those houses, still in a stalemate for the longest time. Goten does have the hovercraft available. It is a great surprise entry. It seems like Wildfangs is going to try and secure the hovercraft to try and pull for the endgame, which again will force a lot of utility. But Revenant Xbox says, you know what, we are going to take it out. Sprays are coming in, forces Goten to lose that hovercraft. And now Wildfangs have to rethink their strategy once more.
Pretty much, and it's not going to be easy from here on out. Revenant X-Pac, they've heard the commotion. They know where Goten is running off to. Ninja was trying to line up the nade. The problem for both Revenant X-Pac and Wildfangs, Nebula, Victorious Romus is going to be the fact that you can't take the exit from these ban houses from the western side. Team Soul, they have their crosshairs pinned on the windows, on the doorway exits as well. And hence these teams are just faced to fight through the small gaps that are available to them.
Ooh. Seems like Genesis Hunters is able to cross the road and finds the loot truck.
He's in the zone.
And he's inside the loot truck. Nobody is gonna check him in there. What a sneaky timing as well.
It's a loot truck that has been put out of commission. It's already blown up. You can't take it out any further. Hunters is going to be safe for a long time.
Oh my
and
goodness.
And he finds the ghillie suit.
And he's got an MG as well.
Yeah.
That is going to be a lot of problem. Soul is not going to be able to do too much against him, but every single team and player stuck outside this compound, they are pretty much in for some serious pain.
Yeah, Hunters has his own little movie up for display, but away! Takes out Goten, and this could be the final blow on the players of Wildfangs. 1 versus 2 left. Kana can't do a lot from here on out, has to play for survival, but options very few remaining. Just a few more seconds left. Stage 8 is upon us. Kana claims 1 more point, shuts down a waste. The trade between Wildfangs and Victorious Romus continues. It's down to this final 1v1.
Seems like they need to get out. Victorious Summers trying to bait things out here. Nebula has been laying low for the longest of time. This is stage 9, and it is going to be the final zone, and every single team needs to get out of the buildings here. Knocks are coming in. Reverend X-Park getting sprayed down here by Mafia. Ninja Jaw down really, really low. It's Victorious Summers. Only Mafia remains. 5 finishes in the back. If they want to make a comeback, it's now or never. But the nades coming in from Nebula will clean out Revenant X-Park instead.
We're down to the top 5. Stage 9, there are still 5 teams remaining.
Oh, here he
Trying
comes.
to see where the chicken is going to go, but Hunters, now it's his cue to claim those finish points. He has 3 already and has brought Genesis into the top 5 as well. Kana gets shut down at the hands of Mafia, who is under pressure from Nebula Esports up ahead. Nades lobbed in his direction. And as he tries to make the move forward, he closes a few more inches, but the nade right next to him, the shutdown is there. Nebula on the last day, in the last few games, the ICR just brutal on everyone.
Oh my goodness, no mercy for everyone. And now Adi says, hello Soul, Knuckle gets knocked. Nebula puts a stop, and legit now caught out in the open, and Nebula takes them out. Down towards the final team, Hunters in a 1v2 situation, looking to clutch the impossible. It's got them pinned. Genesis Esports looking to make a bounce back. Now with the MG, 21 bullets and the Dream, Adi gets stuck! Now a 1 versus 1. Hunters looking to snatch it, and it doesn't! Genesis Esports claims the winner chicken dinner. What a clutch from Hunters!
What was that, Hunters? You beauty! The tournament MVP, the man leading the charge right now on that list, showcasing why he was there on the first position. Genesis Esports, all 3 players were shut down super early into this match, but Hunters, what a clutch!
The man does the unthinkable with the MG3, and what just happened? I just can't believe my eyes that I witnessed something like that. Hunter's one lonesome survivor. His team was dismantled off the rip, but he still carries the Dream forward. We all thought that Soul is now running away with the championship, but Genesis Esports, they've still got the fire in them.
They pulled the unthinkable. That was just insane. You can see the face and the expression of Hunters. He is a stone cold hunter.
Pretty much, man. And I think him getting to that loot truck towards the end, finding the perfect kit to hunt down the players, the ghillie suit and the MG3, just turning everything around. But Necro, what you said a few moments ago, Soul in this game were also phenomenal. A desperate chicken dinner win from Genesis does keep the opportunity still open up for grabs in the upcoming few matches, but Genesis needs a chicken dinner within the next few games, and Soul, again, someone needs to go for the shutdown. Someone needs to take them out.
Hey, for all things considered here, they finally got their first winner chicken dinner here, coming from Genesis as well. But that's 15 points coming in from Hunters and Gravity with 1 point. So a total of 16 points from this game itself, keeping the Dream alive to try and chase for Soul. And again, these two games that we talked about in the final day itself is going to be crucial. And for Genesis to hold on for their dear lives like that, that is just really, really impressive.
I know, right? Genesis Esports, they desperately needed that, but still Seoul, they have a remarkable lead in the overall standings. This game as well, they had a lot of elimination points backed up with the third placement, which means a decent bit of placement points too, which is going to be 5 points in total. So for Seoul, they were able to secure a lot of points. Moving on the conversation towards Godlike though. They're just constantly getting dismantled. They're constantly getting stopped, losing their firefights. It's a real bad thing.
That is what I was about to come towards as well, that a shutdown was there for both OG and Godlike in this game. And the momentum, I wonder if they will be able to recover that momentum once again. Because again, when you start thinking about the matches that are left, that is when the pressure actually kicks in. The 4 matches that remain now, very crucial, big wins required, and there needs to be a 20-pointer in the very next match.
Exactly. Even OG tried to pull off that survival game, especially I think once again, he tried to be that lonesome survivor, but unfortunately, the man did not have a good position.
Pretty much. He was the one who got Atanki taken out.
Wow, really?
Commentators curse, man.
All right, you know what? I see. You don't even need to say anything. I believe him. You are probably someone who has cursed him. But you know what? For now, it's time for us to toss to a short break. You don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
অফসাইড তোর বাড়িতে হবে
ए भाई कुत्ते अबे हमारी जाएगा सब लोग लाइन में खड़े शुरू
पहले मैं चल निकल
টিকিট 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 দাদা লাভে টিকিট কোথায় আছে তো দাদা কতবার কাটবো
করবো লড়বো জিতবো কেকেআর है तैयार नाइट का फाइट कोलकाता का प्राइड
पर्पल में दिल गोल्ड में है जीत केकेआर ऑन रिपीट
नाइट हो या डे नाइट्स आर हियर टू स्टे
चुप एकदम चुप इस बार ये डिनर हमसे कोई नहीं छीन सकता कोई भी नहीं
केकेआर का स्वैग नाउ इन बैटल ग्राउंड
आमी कॉन्करर
आमी केकेआर
Two matches done and dusted. Now we are left with the final 4 games, ladies and gentlemen, of BGIS 2026 Grand Finals. You're watching the English broadcast, and of course, joining alongside me is going to be Super Johnny and Necro for this particular matchup of Erangel. But we have to talk about that last game as well. Genesis clinching the chicken dinner just once again fixes the competition to a standstill. It's still not clear who's actually taking it away. What do you think, Johnny?
I mean, pretty much, but that would have been very true. It would have been a fact. if Seoul hadn't gotten a lot of elimination and a top 3 finish in that previous game, because they were out for blood at the start and then kind of calmed down a little bit in the mid-game stages when they saw the circle moving towards the eastern side, because crossing those open fields was never going to be easy. But still, I think there is going to be a decent difference for Genesis to cover up and for Seoul to work with.
I mean, Seoul definitely got a lot of points in that previous game, once again, which is going to be a concern for everyone that's currently sitting inside of the top 4 or be top 5. To catch up to Seoul, they need a lot of points in general. Let's just say one chicken dinner, that's what they're shy of. And if Seoul keeps on getting the same amount of points in the upcoming game, then you might just say they're running away with the championship.
They're just a wrecking ball right now, Team Seoul, over the rest of the lobby. It seems like just nobody has been able to beat them down so far. We did see that little bit of a clash between OG and Team Seoul as well outside the circle, and I kind of, for a moment, I felt like Team Orangutan is just going after Team Seoul, going after the table toppers. Do you think that is the only way somebody can actually stop Team Seoul right now?
It's not the only way, but it would be the most efficient way to do it, because you are taking out the competition. They don't get any points, plus you claim their points for yourself. You are catching up if you take out the direct competition. But the problem is, Seoul took out both OG and Godlike. They were the reason that both these teams got eliminated super early. I mean, OG, Atanki still was able to make it through, but I mean, Seoul is dishing out the damage to everyone.
Of course, we have to talk about Seoul, but we also have to talk about Mafia from Victorious Summers, just keeping his team alive barely inside the competition still with 6 eliminations. It was not really a bad performance, but Necro once again hunters time and time again. It seems like 3 players from Team Seoul, but just one guy from Genesis is keeping the flag alive so far.
I know, right? Genesis Esports is getting carried so hard by this one single man. Especially that one comeback in the previous game proves why he's the MVP inside of the entire tournament. He's currently on the first spot over there too. But then even Nebula Esports, they're constantly trying their best to get as many points as possible. They probably do not really want to end the day on the latter half of the board. That's what the goal is.
You know, honestly, even Legit and Kana, they deserve a lot of praise as well. Team Seoul, they get 15 points from that game itself. Genesis could not establish that lead, just a 1-point difference between them. And of course, Team Seoul, 16 points from that game so far. Nebula, Victorious Summers, Wildfangs. We were expecting Wildfangs to actually do something crazy, but that did not really happen, Johnny.
I mean, you can't expect craziness every single time, but I think Genesis Esports, one thing, they might not have been able to take the lead away from Seoul, but what they have done is keep Team Seoul in check. Seoul still can't run away with the win. Genesis will be right on their tails.
You know what? We're just going to find out once we head on towards the overall standings. And Seoul, they've got 147 points. Still pretty far away from Genesis Esports, I would say. So Genesis,
9 points.
They pretty much need a chicken dinner in order to keep Seoul in check. Because in the upcoming game, Seoul's not going to mess up. That's for sure.
11.
Well, let's see, 11 points, my apologies.
Yeah, 11 points. Doesn't really matter. I mean, I still feel Genesis and Team Seoul, they're just at striking distance from each other. And these two are a league apart, a class apart from the rest of the competition as well. You look at Orangutan and Godlike slowly slipping down. The rest of the teams even failing to hit the triple-digit mark right now. It slowly seems like it's getting tougher, but of course, with the 4 matches left to go, anything can happen, Johnny.
I mean, anything can happen, because anything is happening within the first 2 matches. We started the day with 3 teams being contention of the trophy. After game 1, there were 4 teams, and now after game 2, it feels like there are just 2 teams that are fighting for the trophy, Genesis and Seoul.
The problem is Seoul, though. Let's just agree, right? If Seoul keeps on getting those points, something is going to happen, and that is Seoul pretty much being crowned as the champion of the BGIS 2026, which means some reinforcements needs to be called and try and stop Seoul, I guess. That's the only possible way.
I'm pretty sure there are going to be reinforcements. Potentially, ladies and gentlemen, you can reinforce yourself with the brilliant suit that comes with the KKR spin. Kolkata Knight Riders is, of course, the season as well. It's kind of here, so I am pretty excited for that. It's an official collaboration between BGMI and KKR, so why not just check it out? But of course, coming back into the aspect of Team Seoul, no reinforcement seems to actually destroy their momentum. And right now, the only team who can do it, potentially, I'm looking at Nebula, I'm looking at K9, the only people who can actually do it inside of the lobby so far.
I was just about to say this. We had this discussion after the matches ended yesterday that you never know. Are the Giant Slayer himself is going to wake up and make a list. All right, who do I go after? And I think he's just going down that list one by one, picking off teams, shutting down dreams for anyone else to catch up. But again, going up against Seoul. We saw that fight happen inside of this game as well. It is a tough call to make. Right now it seems like Joker, he's in a phenomenal form. Goblin is there as well to back him up. And this team is just getting brutal by the second.
And Reckoning Esports now calling in some substitutes. Lovish is back inside of the playing four, and Godx is going to be sitting out. So once again for Reckoning Esports, is it really going to be a difference maker? They have been doing the same thing over and over again. They have been constantly, bringing in substitutes and putting out players. But in general, I would still say, as long as Seoul is alive in the game, man, I'm repeating the same thing. Championship is far away.
They certainly are, but have a look at this, ladies and gentlemen. Goblin is smiling. He knows that what is coming to him, but is there going to be anybody who is capable of topping Team Seoul right now? I'm looking at you guys, lads, over towards the godlike arena. Can we make some noise? Can we get some competition back in the race? We'll find out, of course, just 30 seconds left before the next match begins. Gentlemen, I want to know your prediction. Do you think there's going to be an orangutan and godlike who's going to rise from the ashes, Johnny?
I mean, I really want them to right now, because that is what's going to make the last 3 matches of the day extremely intense.
We all want to see close competition, but I'm going to say Seoul.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, Necro believes it's going to be Team Seoul. Adi believes that he's going to destroy their momentum. What's going to happen? This is going to be the 3rd match of the day, the map of Erangel.
We have reached the halfway point of the day with this entire game, as the plane's gonna be in the skies for the 3rd game of Erangel. This map matters too much to Genesis Esports. If they drop the ball in this game, it pretty much means Seoul will solidify their lead, or else someone needs to find a way to stop them in the tracks. The plane flat path starting all the way from Yasna Poliana towards Primorsk. This plane flat path seems perfect.
Yeah, it seems perfect. It kind of balances out the entire map for all of these teams, but we all know it is the last few matches where those hunters waiting from the bottom of the leaderboard are going to choose to strike. We are going to have to see if we get any early drop clashes from the side of Wealth, from Myth, or maybe even from Learn From Past. Nebula Esports has been going after the big names. I don't think that's their intention, to be very honest. I think it just keeps on happening. And Nebula Esports, I think on the last day, since they are far away from the podium, are completely burdenless in how they want to approach these fights. So they are playing their natural game, which is, well, working out very well for them.
Nebula is just searching for random fights.
Yeah.
And that's how they're actually colliding against some of the big names. Nebula's intention is not to hurt the big names, but it is just happening because the big names are taking fights off the rip. Aggression is definitely there. Myth dropping around farms once again, and Wildfang's heading towards Milta. And you've also got Revan and X-Park around that same frame once again. Circle shifting right on top of Hospital. Circle completely opposite of the plane flat path. And a lot of these teams now need to be a little bit quicker to rotate in.
It's again a big question. Where is the zone going to take us? Are we going to end the match towards Northern Georgia Pole, or are we going to have an Everest Gatka endgame? Revenant X-Park on the move. They are always aware about the threat nearby in the form of Myth. But we haven't seen that fight between Revenant X-Park and Myth since the earlier stages of the tournament. Though Reckoning Esports, we saw the change, but it seems like situation is still quite dire for the side of Reckoning Esports. They wanted to go directly towards the military island, but access has been denied. Meta Ninja waiting for them on the southern shoreline, and let's not forget about Learn From Past, who play from the lighthouse position up north.
Indeed. And Reckoning Esports, they know the moment they step on the shorelines, it's done for. But there's also that man from Meta Ninja who's just completely stuck, and he does not even have a weapon to try and defend himself. He's only got a shank. And yeah, unfortunate. The chicken slayed.
Well, you can't really fight your way out of that one, can you? But I think Shadow can potentially look for revenge, or maybe not. Here they come, the boys from Reckoning Esports, and you have to fear the Reckoning. Shadow 7, he's stuck indoors in this shack, and he is gonna be finished off right here. What were those extra shots for?
I think you just misfired that. He didn't mean to do it. But yeah, luckily enough, they've cleared the path for Roman, so he can once again get back on the shorelines and try and get things a little bit better. Dropping that UMP-45 for his teammate. You see the man's looking out for him.
A brilliant recovery coming through for the side of Reckoning Esports, I have to say. Meta Ninja, they had a few individuals towards the southern shoreline of Military Island a little bit earlier, but did not seem to matter to Reckoning Esports. Now they're circling Fierce. Do they know where he is? Apollo as well present nearby, 2 versus 4.
That's the exact question even I was asking, but Apollo, the man's position compromised. And he's just all by himself to try and face off the entirety of Reckoning Esports. There is a Vector in the hands of Fierce, but I highly doubt he can do anything. The Vector, 82 bullets in the spare, and 19 bullets in the magazine. Fierce knows he's pretty much done for. To fight off against the entirety of Reckoning Esports, this weapon might just not be suitable. Levi now moves in from the back lines. He's got him pinned, and Fierce is just exposed in the front lines, and he just can't do anything. Fierce himself knew he's done for. No matter what he tries to do, he's eliminated from the game.
Yeah, I agree. I think he pretty much had accepted his fate over there. And Levi as well. Quite a clean finish coming through, a squad wipe within the first 4 minutes of the game. Well, within the first 5 minutes, 4 minutes, 30 seconds was when it happened. But Reckoning Esports, a clean one for them. All 4 players remain alive. And now they have complete control of the Military Island. The only problem is that loot time for the early game, it has taken a hit. They are going to have to spend a little bit more time than they are used to inside of the blue.
K9 Esports all the way towards Severny. Genesis Esports a little bit quick on the feet this time. Hands on the vehicles and already trying to get a centric spot inside of the circle. That's where they're heading. But they might just meet the boys of K9 Esports in the way. And you already know, K9 Esports are hungry for points. They're not going to spare anyone. So it's better for Genesis Esports to avoid K9 Esports as much as possible, and that's what the game plan's going to be.
Yeah, Genesis moving from the southern side of shooting range, and K9 still stubborn, moving for Severny. But as you were talking about early movements, Necro, we are seeing the top contenders make their rotation super early. Seoul already making it towards the Georgopol city. You have Godlike on Everest, and Revenant X-Park as they traverse through the open fields of Gatka. We saw them on the radar, you can see them on the map as well. Nebula Esports on the flank can build up pressure on the players of Revenant X-Park. Shots fired, information given away to the team that sits on the summit of Everest right now.
Nebula, even they're heading around the Big Boy Mountain. And Godlike has got the good position in their hands. On the high ground. Revenant X-Park as well, just placing themselves around that same fray. And Seoul actually heading towards the Georgopol city. So for Seoul, once again, the game plan's going to be to bring in that safe approach. Not really hunting for teams unless someone brute forces their way on top of them. And Seoul's got their hands on the hospital. Nebula Esports around the fray. This is going to be a tough fight for Nebula. Conversion might just be impossible.
Oh, this is going to be a tough fight, but I think this might also be revenge for that previous game. Legit, he has taken a few shots, damage dished out. The Danger Man, Nomi, drops low. Seoul still trying to see if they can gauge how committed Nebula is to this fight. Doesn't seem to matter. Joker, he finds a knock. The IGL from Nebula Esports gets taken out.
That's a big hit. And Joker once again moves up and gets the confirmation. Seoul already dealing with that threat. Nebula Esports, at least as of now, kept in check. Nebula has to back away, rethink their options and be back. While Seoul, they're once again happy with the hospital. Got their hands on a solid fortified compound. They've also got their eyes all across the board around them. Genesis Esports, they move up in the proximity of Godlike. This is going to be an interesting fight. The team on the second spot with everything on the line. They need any sort of points they can get. But if Genesis does contest that high ground, if they do get their hands onto it, they will be set up for success, Johnny.
Pretty much. And I think right now the fans are waiting to see what Genesis will do. Are they going to move up and wipe out Godlike and close their distance against the side of Seoul, or will Godlike claim these 4 points and initiate a massive comeback for the second half of the day? As Power, he has seen the threat, he saw the vehicle, has seen hunters as well, I believe, in the back. But Godlike, they are being very patient today, Necro. They're just waiting
Genesis backs away. They know the threat, it's too much. The risk is too much. They don't want anything to do with that entire high ground. Vasista Esports, Cheyenne was the man who overextended, and the man's once again backing away. And if you look at Orangutan, Wiscott is all the way up north, and the remaining players all the way down south. What's going on there?
It's just insurance. If the circle takes a northern shift, then OG will have some form of cover from across the river. Looking to build up pressure, but I think the other duo from Boatyard is going to cross soon, and maybe a run in against the players of Victoria Sumis. But Revenant X-Park, look at the cluster. They are in the middle of Godlike waiting up north. You have Myth moving from the flank. And it is a lot of distractions in the world of Revenant X-Park. 7th on the leaderboard right now, 93 points. I think a realistic target for this game has to be 110 or maybe 115.
It feels like the game is just getting set up. All the teams placing themselves in a safe spot. At the moment the circle takes a curveball and shift away, that's when everyone's going to be caught off guard. They all will be surprised. If it's going to be centric shift though, we might just not see as many fights break out, but I want to see a curveball and shift.
I agree with you. I think hard shift, especially towards the northern side, will give us a lot of action into this game. But if it is a centric shift, I think Genesis Esports, for them, it will be hunting season. They're sitting in a small compound just south of the river. We spoke about Orangutan, the 2-2 split coming in play. Aru and Wisgod playing the northern side, AK, OP and Atanki present south of the river. But OG, it will be difficult to gain value from these positions if they aren't being aggressive. But on that finish feed, Welt versus Myth official.
No, and Welt, they've already kicked things off. Myth for them, they're just getting ripped apart slowly and steadily, losing out of the men. And Revenant X-Park, they've once again found themselves a decent spot. All the 4 players posted in one single house. Not sure if it's a good idea, but it is something they need to work with. They cannot even spread their wings just yet. Surrounding lines filled with too many foes, and Revenant X-Park, they just know there's too much on the line. They cannot risk it all. Welt Esports around the fray. They've got a bit of that decent control around Ruins. And imagine if Welt Esports ends up slamming their vehicles on Revenant X-Park's compound. Man.
And that is what we would want to see ideally, but it's going to be interesting to see what the decision is going to look like. But recap of Meta Ninjas getting wiped out at the hands of Reckoning Esports. To be honest, I really thought Meta Ninja would have better control of this fight because we saw Apollo, but they weren't really able to provide any sort of cover to the men that went down early, Shadow and Fierce. Because of which Reckoning Esports, a clear swing in the men numbers, gave them the edge. But the circle, Necro, what if we see the end game of this map at the island down center?
If that happens, that's definitely going to be interesting. One of the rarest finishes. That's what you're talking about.
Yeah.
And I don't think it's going to happen. But OG, their prediction was really good. Circle shifting around them once again. Vasista Esports, Victoria Sumis, even Wildfangs, they've found themselves in a decent spot. All the other teams now, you see a massive wave of vehicles trying to make it inside of the circle, but Soul, they're going for a long rotation. All the way from that northern side, they might just meet the points of Vasista Esports and K9 soon.
And it's the last day that we see a change in pace of play from the side of Soul. As you mentioned, taking things slow and steady. We all know getting to the top is easy, but protecting that top spot, it's the toughest job. And Soul, look at them. A close run into the players of Vasista Esports could be underway.
Yeah, but the problem is there's also Learn from Pass right behind them.
Oh, yeah.
And they might just third party the moment Soul engages this issue. It might just be a big one for Soul. And you already know, the moment they drop the ball, everyone else is going to be catching up in the overall standings. So Soul, they need to stay alive. They need consistent point flow. Vasista Esports in the proximity, and Soul is not going to be stopping. They are definitely going to be going for those shots. Beast and Shame right next to each other. And Same, he just runs away, drives by, gets all the intel, and he says, nope, I don't want to fight.
Vasista Esports, there was a wide split between the players of Vasista Esports, because of which committing into this fight was never going to be easy. But Necro, as you talked about, learn from past. Soul stopping in their tracks, stopping mid-rotation. Could backfire upon them. Learn from past still. Haven't pushed past the blue zone. They're still there. And Soul, they continue to make the move. On the other side of the ridge, even K9 Esports are there. You barely see them on the radar. It seems like K9 Esports are going to turn back around, maybe look for a third party into Soul and Visista Esports. Knuckle, he saw Cheyenne on the flank. All the attention towards Cheyenne and Hector now.
Visista Esports around the fray. Learn from past once again, as I mentioned, they were there from the back lines trying to create a sandwich. Gravity's found himself between the players of Learn from past. He needs to escape, that's what he needs to do, but Genesis Esports, they've got the boys to Learn from past trapped. And they don't want to let go of them just like that, but even Genesis Esports, there's a chance they might just fall apart. Fury gets taken care of. Gravity's the only person standing. Learn from past. Dancing on the graves of Genesis Esports. Hopes and dreams might just be shattered. And a nade placed on top. Genesis, what a massive blunder. This means Saul now just has a chance to solidify even more.
And all they have to do is just get 7 to 8 points from this match. Genesis, they take an exit with 0 points from this map of Erangel. And I think Necro, the difference, it's already gone up. All right, 2 finishes coming through for the side of Genesis. Learn from past. They were left leading in the blue zone, so they also get taken out. They've lost bodies. Last man left alive, Honey. All he can do is run away for his life, but 12 points. And Soul is still alive with all 4 players.
3 elimination points already secured, 150 on the board for Soul. The lead just keeps on strengthening. And I just looked at the map and Soul is already inside of the circle, Johnny. How do they even make it happen every single time? These guys are musicians. And Soul once again kicking things off. But problems also do start out for the entirety of Visista Esports. Losing out on Salme, that was the main playmaker right there. A man who could have made a dent in Soul's economy. But Soul, they've already taken care of everyone.
151 points on the board. And godlike, the struggles for them, they continue coming across the players of K9 Esports. The nade from Slug, it is a bit off, but the knock is going to be secured by Omega. Flank given out, and K9 Esports, it seems like they are on the verge of shutting godlike down. Jonathan also gets taken out. Last man left alive. S-Power pinned down in the back. Shots fired. HP chipped away, and the shutdown is there. Godlike eliminated super early from this match.
Godlike, they were like headless chickens running in the open arms of K9 Esports and giving them all the points. What just happened? They were supposed to win this game. They were supposed to take a lot of points. But now for K9 Esports, the problems, they're not done yet. Ninja Boy is not stopping. Almost wants to convert the second frag too, but the man's on the run. He's on loose. Fox OP gets dealt with too. K9 Esports, they wake up, but it's too late.
Yeah, a little too late for the trophy, but Necro, 90 points for K9 Esports. Maybe there's still hope to make it into the top 4, maybe the podium finish. Trophy is a little too far away, 151 points. I'm scared for Genesis Esports now. What are they going to do in the upcoming 3 matches after this?
Man, when it matters the most, Godlike once again chokes.
You know what's the worst?
What?
That the game is still on. Soul still has 4 players, and there's still opportunity for them to claim a chicken dinner in this game of Erangel. And if they do so, then that might just very well be the nail in the coffin that shuts down everyone, and Soul can claim the trophy already.
And they also do have a promising spot. That's the problem.
Yeah.
They've got a nice terrain to play with. But John, even OG's still in the fray, by the way. If OG ends up taking a chicken dinner, maybe we might just have someone else chasing Soul on that lead. The next circle, that's going to matter the most. If it's going to shift right on top of Soul, then maybe they will run away. But no, it's going to be the answer. This is perfect. But even OG, they're going to be in a lot of trouble.
For sure. I mean, there's a massive cluster that will have their crosshairs towards the side of OG. And of course, it's K9 Esports that you have to deal with towards the northern side. But for OG to succeed, Necro, someone has to shut down Soul. And well, Soul are the ones, in fact, who are shutting everyone down. A recap of what went down with Victoris Sumus. And now they are going up against the players of K9 Esports. Goblin gets knocked out. But in these trenches, revives aren't going to be too difficult. K9 Esports, they need to keep the pressure on. They can't let Soul breathe.
Oh, but K9, they definitely do want to crush the party. And Soul, they're the one to kick it off. Legit, once again, it puts a full stop to their journey. And even Joker finds one. The boys playing in tandem like an army. And K9 Esports, they might just be thwarted away. But it's just Knight standing against Soul. This one man who can shatter dreams. But Soul, they've already done the job. And they're also sticking that revival on one of the players, which means Soul will be back up with a 3-man squad. Knight is the only person who can create a lot of problems, but OG, they want a third party, another team around the block.
OG has heard all that commotion and they know where the players are, but look at the radar. Wealth Esports, they want to take on the players of OG. Every single team that's going after Soul is automatically getting taken out. Wealth, the distraction in the lives of OG, and the players have been taken out. They are very low. AK knocked out, Athanki knocked out, Aru. He's trying to fight for his life. Proton is there.
Oh my God.
He takes down Wiz, down to a 1v1. IGL against the best of Souls, and the ball stopped! It gets the job done! OG, the shutdown comes through, and Soul is the only team surviving in the top 4. And
oh my God!
By wiping them out, 8 eliminations secured!
Mind-blowing performance from Soul! They are unstoppable freaks of nature, criminals! Eliminating anyone that stands in the way, and now it's Victoria Sumas! They are the Grim Reapers with a scythe, tearing anyone apart. Oh my God, what a sight it's been. Soul in a supreme form, they seem like they're the gods. And they're also slaying people around them. Goblin, this man too, rising up to the occasion. Every single person from Soul, they're just better. They're just reigning supreme in the game, Johnny.
It's just supreme teamwork, superb teamwork, as you said, from the side of Soul. Every single player committing to the fights in tandem. The communication looks proper. The timing of the plays extremely precise. And this team on the last day has turned into an absolute monster. 138 for the team that sits on second. And Soul, with their entire roster still intact, are not looking to slow down in this map of Erangel. If they get this chicken Necro, it is going to be a massive one as well.
It's the
and
legacy.
Look at that circle shift.
It's the legacy that's going to be justified tonight. Soul, once again, the circle in their court. It's like even the gods now want them to prevail. Even they want Soul to succeed. Stars aligning, Johnny. Wallfangs, they're also there. But since the Esports is the only team nearby, but Soul, they continue their wrath.
What a play coming through, spotting out the players of Nebula Esports. The knock secured, but I think again hungry for finishes. Spray after spray, looking for those frags. Nobody spotted out, an easy knock and a finish converted. Double digits finally on the board for Soul, as they find their way inside of the top 6.
This is just massacre. Literal massacre. Reckoning Esports against Wildfangs. And Golden, the man, gets back inside of the hovercraft. The crowd's going wild for Soul, but for Wildfangs right now, they definitely do need a lot of prayers. Golden is the man facing a lot of his fears himself. Reckoning Esports. Oh, problems striking them. Levi getting knocked out with that well-placed nade. Victor Sumas still in the race, by the way.
Yeah, Victor Sumas, they are there, but Necro, they don't have a lot of points. No finishes on the board, and they're already down to the last 2 players. So even with a chicken dinner, Victor Sumas will be very, very far away from the leaders of the overall leaderboard. Soul, they are aware, the shots are there. Joker, opening found, scary jaw taken out. Mafia in the backlines, I don't think that man will be able to escape from what waits for him on the other side of the bridge. More damage dished out, more points claimed. 13 finishes secured by Soul. Top 5 again in another game.
Soul, they're just claiming every everyone around them. Not even breaking a sweat, staying calm, cool, collected. They've got a 2-2 split. 2 players stealing on the left, 2 players stealing on the right. And they know, even these 2 players, they're more than capable to wipe out the entirety of the lobby. And the domination continues. Reckoning Esports lose another man. Soul around the fray. Legit now pushing up close and personal, even against Vasista. But Legit notices that he's also playing with too much risk. It's better to just back away and maybe let the course of the game take over. Soul at the end of the day searching for a chicken dinner no matter what. They're reigning supreme, and this chicken dinner, it might just give them the trophy.
I think it might just will. 14 finishes secured. We haven't even taken account of how many placement points they've gotten in this game. And I don't think it's over yet, Necro. The assault that's there on everyone else, on the entire lobby from these 4 players. Legit, he's just trying to line up their nades. Vasista Esports under pressure. Some contact. Shayan. HP taken away from the backlines. The third party is there. Goten picks off Hector. And the shutdown from the splash damage. Another point is claimed by Soul. They have made it to the podium of this map of Erangel top 3. And finally, there's some retaliation from the contenders around them. But the circle, it seems like even Destiny wants Soul to win this game. For Soul to claim the chicken dinner. And maybe at the end of the night, the trophy of BGIS 2026 itself.
15 finishes on the board, and Soul is not stopping anytime soon. The beasts, the freaks of nature, they keep on peppering bullets on the foes. They want to claim every single point that lies out in the open, but Legit, the man's being suppressed as of now. Sensei, even he's trying to bring in a bit of that passive and a tactical gameplay, but against a team in this much of a form, it's really tough to stop them. Reckoning Esports, they want to isolate some duels. They know Knuckle, he's all by himself, but he's still unstoppable. Is he vulnerable? That's my question, and no is gonna be the answer! A beast has possessed them! Oh my god! They are literally hunting down anyone! No one stands across them!
That might as well be true. There's no one who can take them out. There's one man remaining in the back line, Sensei. That Molotov should be enough to flush him out. Goten as well, sitting on the flank. Joker, we've seen this man pull moves like this before. He has been able to clutch out fights, but not anymore. Finally, there is a shutdown. Soul, they finish third. Wildfangs fighting for the chicken against the players of Reckoning Esports. But Reckoning, they have the numbers to work with. And Reckoning, I think that's all they can do. Walk away with the chicken dinner, walk away with a big win on this map of Erangel. But I think with how loud this crowd has been, Necro, tonight, everyone somewhere deep in their hearts already knows what has gone down, what has happened, and who will be the champion.
Johnny, I think they've already done the job.
I agree.
15 eliminations and a third finish in this game. They have too many points. The lead just keeps on getting stronger. But hold on, Johnny. Wildfangs is still fighting for a chicken dinner. They're still fighting for a podium finish. Reckoning Esports, they might just be a thorn in the way. And yes, the fish has spotted. He can't do anything. Wildfangs, they have been put in the dirt, but Reckoning Esports, they get the chicken dinner.
It's not a step closer to the trophy anymore. It's an absolute sprint, and Team Soul is leading the charge. Yes, for sure, Reckoning did get the chicken dinner, but we all know who was the MVP, who was the man of the moment, who was the team of the moment. It is none other than Team Soul. Is there going to be any competition left anymore? I don't think so, lads. What are your thoughts, though, Johnny?
Yeah, I think all of us are on the same page. Soul was able to walk away with 20 points from this game.
Yeah, 5 placement points and 15 eliminations. Soul was on a tear. Even if they did not get a chicken dinner, they still got the amount of points the team would get with a chicken dinner. So it's still more than enough. And the way they were just constantly hitting the lobby, Johnny, understand this, the rotation that they pulled off, that has to be one of the best so far. They moved all the way from the left side, from the Georgia Bull Bridge, and then found themselves inside of the circle. Such a brilliantly well-played rotation.
You know, I've never really seen a team so locked in, so zoned in at such a crucial stage of the competition. It almost seems like every single facet of Team Soul's gameplay is just unbeatable, Johnny.
Yeah, it is, and it was a phenomenal performance. As Necro pointed out, the rotations, the timings of the fight, everything was done to perfection. First of all, the early move towards the Georgia Pool City, then the rotation up north. The fight against Vasista had some questions for me, but they still ended up winning it. They moved for the centric island and then just played for survival for the end game.
But Johnny, godlike once again dropped the ball when it matters the most. At this point, you know what? I feel like I'm used to it. I'm not even hurt.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, of course, let's just give it a moment because the crowd in the arena, they are in awe right now. They're in shock because nobody expected this. I certainly did not, because I thought that there's going to be cutthroat competition till the very end. And in all honesty, I still feel, I've got a gut feeling that if there's anybody who can actually do it, has to be Genesis Esports. But Johnny, we were talking about how Team Soul might be under threat of so many teams from the latter half of the leaderboard. It just seems like Team Soul don't really care. They are the ones pouncing on top of everyone, and they are the ones who are getting every one of those finishes.
It's like if there's a team who wants to take down Soul, instead they're the one getting gifted the points because they're just so good taking down anyone that's in their way.
Pretty much, and I mean, the players have showed up in a perfect form for the finals. When they need to protect the advantage, they are doing so. And again, I don't know if anyone, even Genesis, can challenge them, by the way, because Genesis needs to drop a 30 bomber in the next Erangel if they still want to fight for the trophy, because Soul, I believe, has a 30-point plus advantage on the overall leaderboard.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, it just seems like even the sun is looking to dawn upon us right now. It is going to be exciting. The first half of final day, BGIS 2026 Grand Finals did give us a glimpse of how is it going to end, but is it really going to be the end of it all? We'll find out after a short break.
इन जैसों पे मैं तो रिएक्ट भी नहीं करता। बीजीएमआई क्रिकेट लीग का विनर है, रोज खेलता है, आप भी ट्राई करो। अबे असली का 650 कोट देगा फिर भी नहीं करूंगा। इस खेल में ना
सिर्फ टीम सपोर्ट करनी है बड़े भाई।
जीत गया छोटे भाई।
ये देख। BGMI पे टीम सपोर्ट करो और ग्लेशियर जीतो।
अरे यार कुछ समझ में नहीं आ रहा है, जाना किधर है?
वीडियो ना, अयो मचा रिवाइव।
What revive? I don't understand, bro.
No. यार पहली बार कर रहे हो क्या तुम लोग?
Shoot, guys. मचा
क्या कर रहे हो यार?
நீங்களாச்சும் கொஞ்சம் தமிழ் கத்துக்கீங்களாடா?
अरे कोई ट्रांसलेटर बुलाओ यार, ऐसे कैसे चलेगा?
உங்கறானடா தோத்தோம்।
क्या करते हो तुम लोग भी?
IPL champion of CSK.
मास बचा।
अयो
Yes! Yellow Army, bro.
சி லாங்குவேஜ் இல்ல சிஎஸ்கே இருக்கு மச்சான்.
गाइस बंदे
come on அவன சுடுங்கடா.
come on. Nice shot, man.
Well played, guys.
Yeah.
Bro, CSK skins, huh?
இது நம்ம கொலாபுடா.
Now we don't need call outs, just whistle podu.
BGMI ஆடு, whistle போடு.
Hello everyone and welcome back to BGI's 2026 Grand Finals Day 3 on itself here. 3 games done and dusted and 3 more to decide who is going to be lifting the trophy here. My name is ICBaby12 at your service, and we have Salty and Necro to break down some amazing gameplays for you guys later on here. But now, most important here, Soul has been very, very consistent here in day number 3, and they look like they are unstoppable. Do you think there is a possibility that they might slip up here?
I mean, of course, there's a possibility, right? If in the upcoming game, everyone from the latter half of the board is like, you know what? Yes, we want to stop Seoul, and if Seoul gets eliminated with 0 points, and if Genesis Esports gets a chicken dinner, then maybe they can't stop. But what are the odds of that happening? Like 1 in 100? I don't think it's going to happen.
I think it's going to be a 1 in a million, to be honest, because look at this. I mean, what I observed in the first 3 games, at least, is there are teams from the lower pack who are trying to go up and fight against the top 4. But it seems like Seoul somehow survives all of those fights, and Genesis and Godlike are suffering because of it, and that is the reason for the gap right now.
Now, in case you guys are just tuning in as well here, before we talk about the gap, let's talk a little bit more on towards the MVP for that previous match to see who was doing really well in the previous match as well, because that was a very, very interesting plot twist that happened in that game. But the chase is still on, but the MVP for that match here is going to be Goten from the side of Wildfangs here with 6 finishes. Thoughts on their performance so far coming in from Wildfangs?
I mean, to be honest, this is brilliant. Goten once again just showcasing that he is meant for the LAN stage. He is meant to deliver at the big stage as well. But Wildfangs, with their inconsistencies, I feel like now slowly have slipped up by massive margin, to be honest.
We've also got the top players on the screen. Even Levi from Reckoning Esports, he was definitely there at the start collecting those points. From OG, we had a lot of expectations, but looking at the way they rotated inside of the circle, there was also K9 Esports in the front lines and even Welt Esports in the back lines. The moment OG dealt with both those teams, Seoul came in with a quick third party. Every single timing was perfect from Seoul in that game.
Well, for all things considered as well, I think Joker and Legit still remaining a part of the top 5 here is just really, really impressive as well. And they are also in contention for the finals MVP by the end of today as well. But let's take a look at the point standing from that match itself. Seoul may not have gotten the winner chicken dinner, but with 15 finish points and a 3rd place finish does give them 20 points. But Reckoning Esports with the chicken dinner gives them 19 points, Wildfangs with 13, K9 with 10. However, let's talk about the teams that are in contention for the championship title here. Genesis has finally made their first big split up with only 2 points in this game.
Exactly, and now I think for catch-up, Genesis Esports and Godlike, both of them need some monumental games at this point. There's no holding back. If you want to actually clinch the trophy, snatch it away from Team Seoul, the only way is just try and go bonkers inside. And imagine this, lads. I mean, life is coming to a full circle right now for Team Seoul. Both Joker and Goblin, they've got their Pro Series titles, and now they're about to win their first BGIs as well.
Well, to give you a little bit more context on what Salty just said here, let's take a look at the overall standing so far. Now, Seoul is pulling the lead here with 167 points, while Genesis is at 138 points. So that is about 29 points difference between Genesis and Seoul. And as for OG, Godlike, Wildfangs, 103 points, there is about a 50-point gap.
Can we all agree that Godlike is almost out of contention now? I don't think taking that big of a leap in the upcoming 3 games is possible realistically. Mathematically, though, it's still possible. Look, all Godlike needs is 2 massive chicken dinner. That's going to be like, what, 2 30-pointers? And instantly Godlike is going to be on that first spot. So it is still doable mathematically, but realistically, it's not.
Yeah, I kind of agree as well here. It feels really, really tough. But again, mathematics, it's still very, very possible here. But even for OG, they had a little bit of a nice comeback in the previous round. But before that, let's talk about the MVP contenders for the finals itself here. We've seen a lot coming in from Hunters. We've seen a lot coming from Joker. But before that, let's take a look at the overall tournament MVP from the previous rounds into the Grand Finals on screen right now. Seems like Legit has made the #1 spot here with his performance.
I mean, there's no stopping this lad. Legit and Joker, both of them have been in top form, and of course Goblin as well. Hunters is still trying his best. 87 frags, Necro. It's not too shabby, but it's just too much pressure coming in from Seoul.
You know, there's a moment in your life when you just start feeling yourself. No matter what you do, you are just the best. And right now, Seoul is in a flow state. No matter what they do, no matter what sort of a game you put them in, they're just making the right decisions. They're getting the right timings. They are in a flow state that is really hard to achieve.
You know, once upon a time, especially for 2025, I did say that the 2 best players that has one of the best chemistry I've seen in a long time here is going to be Goblin and Legit. But seems like that's not going to be the case here, because now Seoul is no longer just Goblin and Legit. It feels like 4 players, 1 soul as of yet, and they're looking like champion material as of now.
You know, a majority of that limelight had been stolen away by Goblin, Legit, as well as Joker, but I feel like Knuckle has been so important in that system as well. Imagine this, we've just played 3 matches today, and every single time Soul has managed to find the circle. It's not too shabby, nobody has been able to do that so far.
I know, right? Especially that rotation in the previous game.
Yeah.
I thought Soul's done for, but they still somehow managed to place themselves around the Centrix part, and I was like, what? How did they even make that happen? And of course, look at this man's face. He's smiling. He already knows he's really close to that trophy. Everyone from Seoul, they just know it in them that they're really close to it.
Well, the pressure is still on. The race is not over until it's truly over here. 3 more matches to go, and this decider is going to be the last Erangel for the entire BGIS as of yet. And we are going to be jumping into game number 4 as of yet to see if things will break out.
The plane is in the sky for the 4th game, and once again, this map, if Seoul is really good, we pretty much know they're just going to be strengthening even more, and that trophy will pretty much be theirs. The only possible way Seoul can actually lose this entire championship is if they get eliminated with 0 points in this game, which means they definitely do need a lot of reinforcements. The flame flat path starting all the way from Milta towards Severny. It's also tilted on the right side of the map.
You know, I kind of feel for Hunters already, man. I mean, this lad has been in such positions time and time again, and once again, potentially speaking, he's probably just going to watch the trophy get lifted away from a few meters apart. Can he cover that gap? If he wants to do it, he needs to do it now. There is going to be never again. The flight path, you talked about it already, it's still tilted in favor of Orangutan, in favor of Team Soul. They are going to go to their drop spots, but the question is there going to be anybody who will try and challenge them so far?
I really hope there is going to be someone challenging Seoul, or else they're just going to make this entire tournament one-sided. I mean, they have been showcasing a one-sided domination from the start if you look at it. Just so good. It's been such a clean run from them, reigning supreme. Godlike heading towards Pochinki once again. Then you've also got Revan and X-Park around the farm's vicinity. The circle, completely opposite off the plane flat path.
And this is where things get interesting. Godlike, of course, they love their Pochinki drop. They are going to be the first ones to move in as well. This circle, it favors the shorelines. If you want to go towards Hospital, Gatka, and the shorelines on towards the western side of it, it's going to be your best bet for sure. If you also want to take a stand on top of Everest as well, try and be the king of the hill, that is also a very doable strategy, by the way. But all I'm looking for, Necro, right now is when do these teams go into migration mode? Because as soon as they try and head for the switch, a lot of rotations are going to get cut off, and I'm pretty sure there are teams looking for vengeance right now. There are teams looking for revenge.
Of course there are going to be. And then there's teams like Reckoning Esports, Metaninja, who are just out for blood. Finding any sort of players, any sort of teams in the way. They're just going to be eliminating with the scythe. And Reckoning Esports, they do possess the firepower to try and stop even a team like Seoul. But it's all about the confidence, and that's what Seoul has right now. They've got too much of it. And Seoul, they're directly going to ram their vehicles on Wells. It's not a good idea. Seoul getting stopped. What just happened? This was not a good decision. But they can still fight back, though. Situation's down to a 2-on-3. Man advantage in the hands of Wells Esports. They can actually be the disruptors.
They've lost Goblin and Knuckle right now. Joker and Legit has always been a partnership that can pull it back, and it seems like Joker once again strikes. Gokul has been finished off. Welt Esports aren't looking too healthy either. But can Justy fight back? I mean, we've heard his brilliances. There is that little split up as well. Team Soul looking to fight this battle from 2 different angles. And all that remains is, can Welt Esports neutralize the threat? Can Genesis and Orangutan get a lifeline? All down. It all goes down to Welt Esports.
And Godlike is in the proximity. Godlike knows the only possible way they can pull off a comeback is by stopping Seoul. And they know this is the best opportunity they've got. Legit is stuck. And Welt Esports is Proton. The man's ticking away to his death. Welt Esports, even they messed up a little bit, I'm not gonna lie. This should have never been the course of the action. And there we go, what a fight that was! Legit, are you kidding me? He's not a human at this point.
This man is an absolute criminal, to be honest. That spot, that spray down, it was like a quick snap and you're done. Well, Esports now just left with one man standing, Justy in the backlines. Too much pressure. Legit, of course, with the Uzi. Trying to close down the distance. It is going to be a battle. Justy finds the first knock. It's going to be a 1v1 Team Soul. They've got 2 points already, but if they get eliminated like right now, the tournament once again opens up for everybody else, at least for Genesis.
Oh no, he should go for that revival. That's probably going to be his safest bet. Throwing a knife as well, he's trolling, it's not serious. And there we go, legit eliminated from the game. So they finally dropped the ball, but they've got 170 points. Can anyone else reach it? The opportunity is wide open, and Genesis Esports, they need to strike onto it. Myth official, now even they slam the compound since they know Welt Esports is already struggling. Erangel, you're making a mistake. You walk into the open arms of Justy, and he will punish you.
The Slayers, the King Slayers, Welt Esports. This time they're still trying to hold down the fort, and not really too much changes on the overall standings, but they've gotten a massive change. That is, of course, taking down Team Soul. Myth official will look to confirm this fight. But it honestly doesn't really matter at this point. It's just too late for both these undergods. But what a showdown it has been. What a journey it has been for both Welt and Myth.
Indeed.
Coming in from the in-game qualifiers, making it to the LAN finals. It's a long journey. So many elimination barriers to cross. And all these undergods have showcased their class and showcased their potential.
Lucifer tossing out a nade. The man wants to thread the needle. Myth in the front. And still, Justy's just trapped in one shotgun blow. That's going to seal the deal. Salt on top of the moons. Disrespect. Myth official. Even they know pulling off a comeback right now in the podium is just impossible.
But Necro, there was a moment for Godlike to actually third party that fight. I really wanted them to actually go for it. I feel like they're still overthinking, but have a look at this. His power did find a knock against Detrox, and that is such a long distance spray. Brilliantly done. Now Godlike can finally move in.
Godlike is really playing it safe. They're trying to avoid as much risk as they can and maximize the overall advantage. And that's what Jonathan Oswald wants to do. He spots out that man. Shots were taken. He came up close and personal. It should find the advantage. And Jonathan strikes down one of the players.
But they
Myth
lost their
official
IGL.
eliminated from the game. But as you mentioned, yes, the IGL, he's out of contention.
Oh my God. Have a look at that. Nebula arrives to the party. Power cooking in that nade. It does go out, but nobody gets hurt. Nebula Esports have surrounded their compounds. Godlike Esports, they're cornered. Power, Admino, and Jonathan. These three have a massive job in their hands. And Jonathan fails. Phoenix finds the frag, and Nebula Esports have an enormous advantage in their hands.
Nebula is shattering egos. And all the fans now just completely unhappy and sad with what's happening to Godlike. A 2-on-4 scenario, and Godlike is on the verge of being extinct. They can't be exterminated from this game. All eyes on them. A 2-on-4 can be converted, but Nebula possesses a lot of threat.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, even if they convert this fight, I feel like the majority of the job is done as Power falls as well. Godlike this time. Just one man left alive at Mino. Shouldering the responsibility and the dreams of the Yellow Army. This time, Nebula. Seems like the Galaxy is here to stop all of that. Does the Molotov as well. Nebula still not sure about finding that frag. Wants to keep their bodies alive as well. I like the respect being paid.
All of that is fine, but right now, Godlike is on the verge of being eliminated. It does not matter what sort of a respect you have for anyone. It's about being in the race. It's about still having a chance, and Godlike, they're losing a chance. This game meant so much to them. And Admino now the only glimmer. And Nebula, they're pretty much just dancing on top of the graves. Godlike, they have been eliminated from this game, and with this elimination, their chance of being the champion too, it's down the drain.
It certainly is. Who are going to be the contenders now? Is it going to be Genesis? Is it going to be Orangutan, at least for this game itself? Genesis have been handed a lifeline by Esports to taking down Seoul. If they can cover up the gap, I'm sure they have been looking at the finish feed for a while now. And they know that this is their chance to strike. Have a look at Meta Ninja as well. Closing in the distance against Reckoning Esports. Apollo in the front lines has been knocked out fierce as well. Even Yavin, as a matter of fact, today has been scintillating for this lad. It's been a little too late for Meta Ninja. We'll see you again next season, haven't we?
I mean, Meta Ninja, they have showcased a lot of glimmers of hope. There is definitely potential in them. Second doubting yourself, and that's why they have been messing up a lot of these duels. And look at Reckoning Esports, what is Lovish doing? He checks outside of a moving vehicle and he instantly gets stopped. Meta Ninja doing exactly what they're supposed to. Trying to be a wrecking ball just the way they were in the first game. A P90 up close and personal is going to give you the maximum advantage, and that's why Yavin is just stepping out of the open, running up close. Levi on the opposite side of this wall. And I highly doubt now Meta Ninja is going to be stoppable by the entirety of Reckoning, as even they have been eliminated from this game.
Well, there's that weird silence that actually spreads around the arena. Meta Ninja, they certainly were a threat, especially in the map of Rondo, but now how much can they do? How big of a jump can they pull off? Is a top 5 still in the hopes of Shadow, somebody who has been dominating the circuit since 2024? We saw the dip as well, but now times have changed. Orangutan on the other side this time. They are right next to the lads of Wildfangs. And Wildfangs are moving with hovercraft right now. It's an absolute tank. You can't damage Kana, you can't do anything to Spray God either. AK will be in the front lines. The maximum output will be to shoo away the opposition, and that is exactly what Wildfangs do. They fall back.
Orangutan. It's been a really good run. It's been an incredible run. 0 finishes from them. And so far, just trying to be a little bit more disciplined. Now it's the fight for the podium for Ochi. Are they going to get that second spot or the third spot? Potentially the first spot as well if they do get a 30 bomber in the upcoming 2 games. What are the odds of that?
Not much. I don't really think so. Realistically speaking, I highly doubt, but Genesis Esports needs to pull a blinder of a game, man. K9 Esports right next to their tails, even Visista Esports migrating towards the center. This is supposed to be their circle, by the way. Hector loves these Gutka circles. The same can be said for Victorious Summers, who were also in contention, Necro, at least at the end of day 2. But today, the consistency that's been brought on by Team Seoul, it's undeniably one of the best that we've seen so far at the stage of the Grand Finals. Cheyenne, super exposed at this point. Fury does have the crosshairs, but Genesis Esports are holding back. I don't really get it. I mean, if you know there is a massive point difference, would you be holding back, Necro?
No. There's no possible way I can hold back. But at the same time, if you think about it, the more you expose yourself to a lot of threat, there's a chance you can also be taken down, and all the odds and all the chances, they might just dwindle. The only way Genesis Esports can do anything is by getting a chicken dinner in this game, and maybe still the chance for them to lift the trophy stays alive. There's just too much risk on the line. And Genesis Esports are desperate for points. Let's have a look at the replay of that previous fight where Godlike did third party pretty well, but a few things were definitely messed up. Manya was taken care of because the man was not able to check it well, and then Jonathan in the end to put that final nail in the coffin. But even Godlike instantly got third party by Nebula. That's gotta sting.
I mean, Godlike did try their best, but the third party coming in from Nebula was something that nobody expected. Nebula is just bouncing on anybody that they can find, but eventually it did not really pay off on the overall standings. Their climb started way too late, and that is one of the reasons why now chances have diminished almost next to none. But for Genesis Esports, the hopes are still going to be alive. We still have to find out how can they convert this game. This game is going to be quintessential. After this, there is again going to be a momentum shift before we move on to the maps of Miramar.
It's simple. Genesis need a chicken dinner with 25 points.
Yeah.
And then they will be around that same fray of Seoul.
I agree.
Really close. So Genesis also needs to frag out. That's what, 15 elimination points. That's what they need in this game. With the chicken dinner.
I mean, look at the replay once again. Team Seoul, they understand that they are so far ahead of the competition that they did not even bother. Just went after Esports as soon as they spotted them. That also kind of resulted in their demise, but still completely fine, I guess.
I mean, for Myth Official, this tournament has been nothing short of a legendary.
Yeah.
They've got recognition for themselves, and the man Detrox has been on a different level. Even in the LAN finals, Myth was able to do a lot better in the first day, but then later on we saw the form shift, and Myth, they were not able to keep up with the competition, but it's fine. You live and you learn. And it's a learning phase for a team like Myth. And I'm pretty sure in the future they will be back even better.
100%. But have a look at this. Yet another contender, Team Orangutan. After that map of Rondo, they were the ones who potentially could have actually stopped Team Seoul, and they did try their best on the map of Erangel as well. Fighting it out outside of the blue zone as well, but it seems like all of that did not really pay off dividends this time. Have a look at this. Medanins are close to learn from past. And learn from past have also been brilliant, to be honest. In the last game, we saw them take down Genesis Esports. That completely shifted the momentum towards the grasp of Team Seoul.
Indeed. Medanins though, just constantly firing away. In the front lines, Nebula Esports and Nebula, they're trapped. They don't really have a lot of freedom. Once again, both the teams not even in contention for the podium. Way too far back. Unless they get a chicken dinner in this one with more than 25 points, then definitely a chance. Nebula just trying to get the revival on the comrades. Once again, they've got the reset.
It is going to be a very slow stage 4, to be honest, because it's completely out in the open.
I mean, we've also seen a lot of teams getting eliminated off the rip.
Yeah.
5 teams already dealt with, which means there's just not enough men alive to actually duke it out.
I mean, how many times have we seen 11 teams survive after stage 4, man? Majority of them have been duked out. But still, if you do manage to survive this circle and the next, you stand a chance, and that is exactly what Genesis Esports are looking for. They don't really want to invite the fight to themselves. They want to be at the right space at the right time. If that does happen, we know Hunters is also in form, and that man can certainly change the script. I mean, look at the overall standings, Necro. The way Hunters has been combating the 3 assaulters who have been in godly form since the start of the tournament, it's impeccable, and still he stands a chance.
The man has been in form for the last 2 years, by the way.
Yeah,
he's never dropped his form, ever. He's just that good.
You know, BGIS 2025 and 24 was the moment when we saw the birth of Viper as well. We still remember those 18 frags from the single game itself, and back then Hunters wasn't really a household name. Viper, he was an outshiner. And all of a sudden it seems like Viper has slowly taken a tumble. Yes, for sure, he still does deliver those big performances, but now Hunters has been the key, the backbone for this team so far.
Yeah, the frequency of big performances from Hunter has been better. And that's why Genesis Esports right now is still in the race, and they've still got a chance. But Genesis, I just hope they've not given up. They really have to keep on trying. It's been a passive game from their side, and they can actually punish the boys of Vasista if they want. Vasista lies exposed out in the open. Fury's actually taken a lot of risk moving out in the open like this, and Genesis Esports, they're going to find themselves on the positive end. The circle actually shifts around them.
Yeah.
Not exactly on top of them, but they can still move up in the open fields and at least get a decent landmark.
I think there is a hard shift in their favor as well. Genesis Esports, they've got a good spot. They've got those compounds as well, which is barely inside the circle. Just keeps them safe, at least for now. They can take a pit stop, wait for the next circle to pop off, and then potentially move out, because we know this. The Gatka circle has absolutely no compounds. All you're gonna play from, all you're gonna have as cover is gonna be those haystacks and potentially your own vehicles that gets blown off. That is one of the reasons why majority of these teams, they are moving in vehicles as well. K9 Esports, look at them. But the kind of threat that we expected from K9 Esports, at least against the table toppers, we didn't really get to see much of that. Especially against Team Soul. I think Team Soul have been leaps and bounds better than K9 in their 4v4s.
Listen, we can all agree K9 Esports have been disappointing.
Yeah.
There's nothing hiding about it. We expected too much from K9 Esports, but the performance, a massive letdown. But hold on, what just happened here with Sister Esports? Within a flash, they have been eliminated from the game. Fights are not really the strong suit for Resistant, getting eliminated by Team Tumulus. Man, oh man, that has to be hurting.
I call it the suicide dip for a reason, man. There is absolutely no reason for you to actually push up, but Genesis can actually take advantage of it. There is going to be Hunters diving through as well. Team Tamil, just one man left alive. Genesis Esports are cleaning out the squad. 3 finishes in the bag already, and Genesis Esports, they get off the mark. 29 points away from touching Team Soul. They are not in striking distance. That is a step in the right direction at least.
It is definitely a step in the right direction. And if Genesis Esports keeps on fragging out, then the pressure is going to surmount on top of Team Soul. And the next game, once again, they have to go back to the basics. They cannot be too stubborn and naughty. For OG, Wiscott is knocked out. The players around them as well, there's a lot of problem. K9 Esports still fighting for their life. And Orangutan, they just need to get the fallen comrade back up. At the moment I say so, a nade. It's gonna put the nail in the coffin.
AK and Aru, they're trying to wrap this compound from their sidelines as well. AK is completely out in the open, quite exposed. But at least there's no threat coming in from the backlines as well, so at least Orangutan can breathe easy. Of course, chances for the championship, they are kinda down and out, but Orangutan, they can still aim for a podium, and that is something which they rightfully deserve. They've been very consistent throughout the tournament as well. Now Aru with the shotgun finds one. Victorious Summer's extremely quick to actually shut it down. Can AKOP turn it around is gonna be the question.
Oh my god, OG needed to win this fight in a flawless manner, but OG's already taken significant amount of damage upon themselves. That nade's gonna find the knock on always. Victorious Summer still left in check. And now if you look at AKOP, just gobbling up all the elimination points, and he's ready for the man to pop in, but VS, they stomp on top of the graves of OG, and with this, even for them, the dream of snatching that trophy has been taken away.
Have a look at this, no chances to celebrate for Scary John as K9 Esports arrive. This is stage 6, ladies and gentlemen, and this is where things are gonna get chaotic. Can Genesis Esports take advantage of that will be the big question right now, and Team Soul will be watching in wait, will be lying in wait to understand what the competition looks like on the map of Miramar. Knight is still outside, the rest of the lads, they've almost infiltrated the compound, the nades are coming in. It's just down to Scary John looking to convert this fight. Fight for pride and at least aim for the top 5. Wild Fangs, Victorious Summers tied up at 103 points. And K9 Esports look to stop them exactly there. Ninja Boy is going to be up top, and have a look at that. K9 Esports gobble up that finish. 2 finishes on the board, and Victorious Summers have been sent back home.
He knew he's done. He couldn't do it. K9 Esports, yeah, just left to collect the scrap. And these points, they're not really going to be counting up to a lot. It's just going to be a bit of that semblance that, yes, you still have it. But K9 for them, this tournament, it has been a massive shocker. And let's have a look at that replay of how Vasista Esports got eliminated within a split second. They dove in this entire dip and got eliminated instantly.
You know, I kind of feel like the Vasista Esports kind of lost their patience as well. And that happens when you're too far away from the competition. Sista could have built up for their match the Miramar, but for now, have a look at that airstrike. Genesis Esports are lining them up against K9, but none of those nades have managed to connect, and not even a sliver of HP being depleted from the lads of K9 Esports, and now they are bringing in the distance as well. Genesis, are they going to fall back? There is not going to be any breathing room for them as well.
They should not.
I'm not really sure Necro is going to be a good space for them.
They should not fall back. I think it's a really good spot. Genesis Esports can keep on holding this down for such a long time. Contesting Genesis Esports is going to be really tough. The only possible way you can shut down Genesis Esports up close and personal is by directly sending it inside of the dip. And even then, you know the odds will be stacked against you. So Genesis, they just need to keep on holding this down.
If you talk about holding it down, there are going to be outsiders as well who will look to snatch it away. K9 Esports, of course, have been the first suitors. Nebula has also been lying in wait, and I'm pretty sure if Nebula get an opportunity, they are also going to be pouncing on top of Genesis as well. Too much attention, too much limelight on Genesis. This is going to be their moment, or else this means death.
K9 on the opposite side. They really are itching to take that fight against Genesis. But you already know Genesis is not going to be an easy cup of tea. No matter what fight Genesis takes, they just have to make sure that they're not taking a single inch of damage. If they do even lose out on one player, the odds of them winning the game just goes down even more. The circle shifting on top of Genesis. Now the opportunity strikes, and even the utilities of Genesis, they find a perfect strike. A man from K9 getting knocked out.
First man goes down, Ninja Boy. Can he get the revive as well? Knight and Slug on the flank angle as well. Genesis Esports have been looking to strike with the utility, and they've done their first job, but they're not pushing up.
Oh! What? What a nade that was! Slug finally threads the needle. Finds that crucial connection! Two nades in tandem, K9 Esports! It's artillery strike! The amount of nades they've tossed in at the same time, Genesis Esports just could not avoid the inevitable, and Ninja Boy is sent it. But the problem is K9 Esports is not pushing in tandem. Genesis can still flip the odds! They actually shut down the entirety of K9! They flipped the odds in their favor! Where is the team play, K9 Esports? It's such a blunder!
7 finishes in the back for Genesis already, and now Nebula arrives at the party, and the shotgun strike. Hunters has been brilliant. He's been outshining the competition, keeping Team Soul at bay, and this time from the back lines, Raven and Dexpot come back in the party as well. This is brilliant stuff. Genesis Esports just keeping themselves alive. 3 men still left alive, and 7 finishes in the back. It's not too shabby. They need to keep on holding that momentum and try to keep the numbers up. Nebula, all of a sudden the debacle came through, but yet another challenger for Genesis Esports has to be Raven and Dexpot. They've got all 3 players surviving. And look at that in the dip. Who's going to be joining them along the fray? It's going to be Learn from Past, who have slain them in the past and is looking to do that in the future once again, Necro.
Yeah, but Learn from Past, do they have it what it takes to shut down a team like Genesis? They've been in a good form. K9 messed up wanting to take them down, but Learn from Past, if they keep on approaching with this strength, they will meet the makers. And let's have a look at this replay once again. The push was just so uncoordinated.
Yeah.
Ninja Boy pushed in all by himself in the front, and the remaining players were too late to make it. And that's when Genesis Esports, they swung back in life, shutting down everyone from K9, and even Nebula Esports, they just fell apart to their faces.
This is an extremely high risk and high reward position. And for Genesis Esports to be able to hold that down, you've got to give credit to Hunters and Viper as well. But now here comes the test. Genesis Esports, can you stand the test of time? Can you stand time's greatest adventure? It is going to be Learn from Past. Look at the smoke pathway as well. They're slowly making their advancements, replenishments. I'm not really sure it's going to be there for Genesis Esports. They're running out of nades right now. Yet one connects. Max still holding on to his life. Honey in the front lines. Those nades in the tip. Genesis Esports might just be in trouble, Necro.
Situation now down to a 3-on-3. The man is still knocked out. Max is backing away to safety. Genesis running low on the utilities. They don't have proper nades. They don't have proper Molotovs. It's getting real tough. And Learn from Past, now they need to deal with the entirety of Genesis Esports. But what Genesis isn't lacking on is going to be the ammunition. They can keep on spamming that smoke for days and make sure that LEFP is not even going to be close. Learn from Past, they've already taken too much damage upon themselves. They cannot keep on sustaining this entire fire.
This was supposedly to happen. Learn from Past, and they were supposed to come down that angle, come down that dip as well, and that is exactly what Genesis capitalized on. Smoke path, you don't really know where exactly the spray is going to come from, but you know the targets are going to be exactly there. But can Revenant X pounce on this from the backlines is going to be the big question. Pain
Look at that, 3 finishes on this lad once again, has been that flag bearer of Revenant X-Park for so long. Now it's a little too late for the championship quest, but they can certainly draw the curtains on Genesis Esports. But will that happen? Will Revenant X-Park prevail? Will Genesis prevail and potentially walk away with the chicken dinner? Still 11 players and 4 teams left in the lobby. This is stage 9, ladies and gentlemen, and we are here for the finale.
Oh my God, Revenant X-Park, the game can be stopped. It can be disrupted. There is a spoiler in the back lines, and Nebula Esports is definitely looking to spoil that game. But the man gets knocked out. Phoenix gets eliminated. Revenant X-Park still in the race, but learn from past. They keep on getting struck. Hunter's finding that elimination, but Termi here replies back to Revenant X-Park. Learn from past, they only had that one glimmer of hope standing, but now it's going to be a stalemate between Revenant X-Park and Genesis. Backs against the wall for Genesis, everything is on the line. Genesis, they need to win this game.
It's not a stalemate, Necro. It is going to be an absolute bloodbath. 3v2 right now. Revenant X-Park in either end, and Gravity finds it. Genesis Esports, they are still showcasing brilliance.
Oh my God!
Eliminations and a chicken dinner bow down to these gods and the challengers who are challenging Team Soul for the throne yet again.
Are you not entertained, ladies and gentlemen? Genesis with a bounce back, with a winner chicken dinner. This is impressive stuff here for the grand finals. And my, oh my, the chase is still on. It might come down towards the final game itself between these two teams.
They are not giving up. Genesis Esports, exactly what you expect. These young guys, they're proving it. They've got the caliber. What an entertaining game it's been. Crazy stuff. Even Fury stepping up to the occasion. The way they played that game from the position, it was insane, mind-blowing. Learn from past, we thought for a moment they could stop them, but even they were in shambles.
Absolutely. Genesis just played it out. They survived multiple occasions where there were threats looming on top of them. First it was K9, then it was Nebula, then it was Learn from Past, then it was Revenant X-Park, and Genesis went through all of them. And now, of course, I see it seems like the championship quest is down to 2 right now, Genesis and Team Soul.
Yeah, it is going to be a very interesting one as well here, but for all things considered, nice little bounce back as well, because this is only possible for Genesis because Soul got taken out rather early as well. So the race is still on, 2 more games to decide, but I'm genuinely curious here, have they gotten how close? That's going to be my question as well. Initially it was about 30 points, but I think they have definitely closed the distance.
So I think it's going to be 9 or 10 points once again separating them, but still they're so close. And guys, understand this, the cutoff this time, it's going to a different level. The championship now requires too many points.
Yeah, it certainly does. I mean, 170 for Team Soul. I am assuming it's going to be around 160, 161 for Genesis Esports. And that is a perfect platform, a perfect foundation for the rest of the 2 games right now. Miramar can be absolutely anybody's.
Yeah, it is going to be a free-for-all for all these teams here, because now we are going to be having a full reset for some of these teams as well. Miramar is where things will be down in the dirt, where things get very chaotic, and a little bit of a skill is going to be involved as well. But when it comes to this macro decisions here, Genesis and Soul does have a very good track record in Miramar. So technically, it's all about consistency, and it's all about not messing up, I would say.
I mean, look, at this point in time, even Genesis Esports, they've found that groove. We talked about the flow state. Genesis and Soul, they've achieved it. These 2 teams, they have everything that it takes to lift that trophy.
But my question is, did Team Soul anticipate this? Because they were the first ones to actually bounce on Welt Esports, and that was absolutely unnecessary, to be honest.
Well, it is going to be a little bit of a slip-up oopsie, in your opinion as well, but still, it's not truly over as well. I did mention as well, the race is not over until it's truly over. And 2 more matches, anything can happen. Mathematically, anything can happen. 2 back-to-back chicken dinners for another team is going to be a possibility. But you have to stick around right after this short break to find out what's happening.
অফসাইড তোর বাড়িতে হবে
ए भाई कुत्ते के अबे हमारी जाएगा सब लोग लाइन में खड़े सुन
पहले मैं चल निकल
टिकट 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 दादा लावे टिकट কোথায় আছে তো দাদা কতবার কাটবো
করবো লড়বো জিতবো
केकेआर है तैयार नाइट का फाइट कोलकाता का प्राइड
पर्पल में दिल गोल्ड में है जीत केकेआर ऑन रिपीट
नाइट हो या डे नाइट्स आर हियर टू स्टे
चुप एकदम चुप इस बार ये डिनर हमसे कोई नहीं छीन सकता कोई भी नहीं
केकेआर का स्वैग नाउ इन बैटल ग्राउंड
आमी कॉन्करर
आमी केकेआर
Welcome back after that break, ladies and gentlemen, and only last two matches remain now in the grand finals of BGIS 2026. And with how the setup has been completed, my head hurts just thinking about who could potentially walk away with the win. Because we are back to square one with Genesis walking away with a very impressive chicken dinner on that previous map. Now again, the difference on the top of the leaderboard is gone.
Well, it is going to be very, very close as well here because now we've finally seen Genesis slip up today and even Seoul making a little bit of oopsie in the final game of Erangel. So I would say the competition has gotten a little bit too close, but still slightly favoring Seoul. They do have a small little safety cushion, which I think is about like one match safety cushion. So it's not really that much of a big deal, I would say, for Seoul.
You know, honestly, I kind of feel like Team Seoul right now, they are going to be writing their own script. They're still in charge, while Genesis, for them, it is going to be Team Seoul, whether or not they slip up, and I think that is going to be the change and the win condition tonight.
There are a lot of thoughts running through our heads, and as I said, my head hurts, the production does not want that, so we are going to have a look at the overall leaderboard, ladies and gentlemen. And again, 170 points for Seoul, 9 points difference for Genesis Esports, 161, and then you have OG at 123, Godlike on the fourth with 112. It seems like the top four, the switches aren't really happening, but Genesis, they are keeping the pressure on the players of Seoul.
Now, let's talk a little bit more of how impressive Genesis's run so far has been for the past 2 days. They've only gotten a little bit of finish points throughout the entire journey, but now in this final game, look at how intense the competition is between Seoul and Genesis. They are the only two teams out of the 16 for the past 3 days who has break that triple-digit barrier, 150 finishes and 170 for Seoul to try and claim the trophy, I would say.
You know, for Godlike, I think the similar script was there in BGIS 2025. Now, once again, it kind of repeats itself. First day was a blinder, beautiful performances across the board. But then day 2 and day 3, they slip up once again, Johnny.
Pretty much. But talk about slipping up. There was a discussion happening off air. I would like to bring it to some light. We were talking about a potential throw of the trophy. That can happen. 2 more matches left. 9 points separating the two sides. There is a possibility that Genesis can also run away with the lead in Miramar.
Well, hopefully things are going to be for the better as well here, because if you guys remember what happened in BGIS 2025 as well, Genesis, especially coming from Viper and Gravity, they were part of the roster from Reckoning Esports back then, and they were so close to lifting the trophy, but unfortunately slipped up. So this is as the closest they are right now to back then's achievement.
Pretty much, but the difference is that Viper's performance in the finals, it's not been the same this time around. Luckily, Genesis has Fury to balance things out, but again, Viper needs to show up. He needs to be in the same form that we have seen him in 2025 and also in the earlier stages of this BGIS 2026. But Salty, what is running through your heads? It is Miramar. We know Seoul, they like to start from the northwestern quadrant. Guess who else starts from the northwestern quadrant? It's their main rivals, Godlike.
And I think there is, of course, going to be a battle if Godlike can't lift the trophy while they
they potentially can stop Team Soul from lifting that as well. And I'm not even looking at the championship contenders right now. There are 2 teams who are fighting for the trophy, but there are 8 teams who are fighting for the 3rd spot as well. A podium finish is nothing short of brilliance as well, and I feel like all those teams out there, the Miramar specialists, this is time for them to get active. I'm looking at Vasista. I'm looking at you, Hector.
Pretty much, and then let's see if Hector hears you right now and will Vasista Esports deliver. But one thing is for sure, the intensity right now in this arena, it is through the roof. And you can see it on the faces of these athletes themselves.
Yeah, at the same time as well, OG had a very, very great start for today. Unfortunately, ran out a little bit on steam here, but they are still laser focused on getting a little bit better placement points, or in this case, positions in the overall standings, I would say.
Well, with the penultimate game of the Grand Finals about to begin, there are just 2 options left. Either rise up to the challenge or get lost in the desert dirt.
We're going to find out which is going to be the team who breaks boundaries, or like Johnny said, who's going to be the one who gets lost in the dirt. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the world of Miramar. Final 2 games of BGI's 2026 Grand Finals is live, and we still don't know who's going to walk away with the trophy as we watch all our 64 athletes in front of our screen. I'm going to be a captain of your flight, Salty, and joining alongside me is going to be Icy Baby, the co-pilot. Nicey, I want to know, before we have a look at the flight path, what is going through your mind right now? What are you thinking? And who do you think is actually going to walk away with Miramar?
Well, as of yet here, I'm curious to see, is there going to be any kind of drop clashes right from the get-go here? Genesis has been known to be drop clashing for quite some time throughout the entire tournament itself here. But this is going to be a very, very interesting one as well here, because now it seems like Genesis, they are going to be dropping a little bit too far off to the southwest corner. Seems like they are going to be on the hunt here, and they might run into his Wildfangs, Vasista, and also Welt here. It's a little bit of an unorthodox drop coming from them.
It certainly is an unorthodox drop, and we know it. We remember the last LAN Finals Team Soul, of course, could not really convert their games of Miramar. It's been a moment of toughness for them. It's been a moment of difficulties for them, especially on this land. It's not easy to conquer, and only a certain teams know how to route their way around Team Soul. If they can manage to win at least one of the Miramars, they've gone away, they've walked away with the trophy. But can Genesis stop them from doing so? Right off the bat, looking at the map feed, I don't think so, man. Look at the cluster that Genesis Esports is going to be in. They've got Vasista Esports on the side. There's going to be Myth Official, Wildfangs on the north, and Welt Esports on their right side. Genesis Esports are, or rather might, run into some trouble, I see.
Now, it seems like Genesis has gotten for their secondary drop so far, and today itself, almost every single map, they have switched up a little bit. But the question here is, this circle showing all the way towards Monte Nuevo and El Pozo is one of the most difficult zones to play just because of how divided it is. If you think about it here, Monte Nuevo is a crossroad intersection. So that means 4 different predictions where you have to cross the road where it shows you different terrain or play styles. Maybe urban warfare where El Pozo is, or you are going to be expecting a little bit of long-range poking coming from the west side near the walls here, or maybe even a little bit of a sneaky hilltop down towards Ladrela, which things are going to be completely different because all 3 terrains puts you in situations where you require different sets of weaponry to actually make a little bit of comeback there.
Agreed. And also because of the circle itself, I think majority of the teams are going to be in crossroads. I think at least 30% of the circle itself is outside the playable zone right now. It's beyond the walls that you cannot climb on the west of Miramar. So there's going to be trouble. Trouble in paradise, of course, but can Godlike, amidst all of this chaos, survive? I still do not believe that these lads have given up. At least their position in the podium is still very much active, and they can cause havoc on this map. They've got the firepower as well. They've got the manpower. All that they need to do is just convert their games right now. But have a look at this. Mid's Harshil is on the move. Majority of the teams, they are still outside the circle. It's only Nebula, Godlike, and Reckoning for now who find positions inside of the circle. So I see there's going to be migration all across the map. Now, we know what happens when migration happens all across the map. There's a lot of third parties happening.
Well, this is a proven historical data when it comes to day threes, right? Like, it's always going to be unexpected rotations, potential drop clashes, potential third parties here, or maybe even a little bit of targeting here. But what's really interesting for today's day three so far, almost every single map, you do see the specific team that has been dodging left, right, front, and center, which is, number one, impressive homework done, but is it enough to push towards the trophy is going to be the question here. But it seems like Genesis, now they are going to be scrapping their way as little as they can to try to be looting on the go. And it seems like they haven't exactly figured out what they want to do yet. It seems like they are going to be playing from the south side for now, I'd say.
I think I'm going to disagree with you. I think Genesis have figured out what exactly that they want. Even in the last game as well, we saw them playing in from the edges. And Genesis wants to keep themselves alive before the finale. They want their 4 men alive as long as they possibly can. And they then try and go for those finishes. That has been the mantra for them on the map of Miramar. That has been the mantra for them in the last game of Erangel as well. Now, that is one of the reasons why I see they are playing in from the edge of the map. They are very far away from the circle, by the way.
Yeah, I agree with you, right? Like, Genesis is pretty much the only team that has had a very, very successful run playing edge zones. But let's talk a little bit more until it's a little bit of a side quest for today itself. Nebula Esports. Now, took them a while. Finally, here in day 3, we do see a little bit of signs of life, but they are trying to give us a little bit of a show here, because now from all the way near towards the last place, they pushed themselves in towards the 12th position, looking to potentially make a run in towards the top 8, which again, we've seen it happen multiple times, right? Like even for BMSD, BMIC as well. They always find a way to make it into the top 8 of some sort.
You know, I mean, barring a few additional bucks from the prize pool, I don't really think Nebula, they're going to get anything out of positioning top 8, but still, I still feel it's going to be a moment of pride for them. Nebula will be looking to at least make an impact, and I feel more than those extra bucks, Nebula wants to make an impact. And that impact will come when Adi once again just envisions his villain mode once again. We saw that in the first couple of maps, just going after every single team out there. Kratos was in the form of his life. It's just that it's begun a little too late, but it's still fine. Nebula, they've got the entire season ahead of them, but for learn from past, it seems like they haven't really learned from their past mistakes. Dermy, Rushboy, Honey, they know how important it is to be consistent on such a grand stage, and that is exactly where they falter. You look at their journey in the grind, you look at their journey throughout the elimination stages as well. Learn from past has been very consistent, but come the final day, they just absolutely lost their momentum.
Well, when it comes to Grand Finals, making a debut is a little bit interesting as well, because we did see a lot of teams making their first debut into the Grand Finals. So I think it just comes down to just how that Grand Finals works, right? It's just a completely separate piece of playstyles. But meanwhile, on screen here, it seems like WildFang's going to be scouting out a couple teams on the horizon, gets a little bit of fadeaway shots, but it seems like Myth Official is going to be the ones that the gate keeps WildFangs, who's trying to rotate around Chumasera Mountains to try and sneak into the zone here to try and get some sort of high ground, knowing that Chumasera is going to be OG's turf, so OG may be looking around as well. So seems like WildFangs, they are forced to re-rotate from a different direction, and this small little move coming from WildFangs might be a little bit of a ripple effect here, because they might actually run in towards Genesis in this case. WildFangs, they're pinned between Genesis and Myth.
Oh no, have a look at that spray, Sensi, this time. You've got to connect some shots at least. Gravity, his vehicle has been smoked up. Can the Ideal survive is going to be the question, not anymore. The spray god comes in to support him. Genesis, they've lost in his underbody, and that is the Ideal falling. No chances of survival. And you can hear the Seoul fans so happy about it. This has been the case so far.
Well, that's going to be a little bit of unfortunate demise here from Genesis. They have to continue their journey with one player down. And like you said, the IGL has been taken out here by WildFangs. Meanwhile, a little bit of return fire coming from Fury, getting the knock here. They can try and make a little bit of pins here, but they do get the second knock as well. WildFangs loses 2 in the process. A big blunder here coming from WildFangs. But at the same time, both teams still outside the zone. It's still stage 1. They still have a lot of time to work with. But Genesis Esports, question remains here. What are you going to do? Do you want to take this fight, or do you want to re-rotate in the zone? It seems like Fury is going to try and take a little bit of a high ground here to try and figure out the situation between them and WildFangs. Goten was spotted out. Fury with the red dot here. Couple fadeaway pre-fires. But Goten seems like they just don't know really what to do as of yet here coming from WildFangs.
Yeah, there's so much into the blue right now. They're gonna be in a lot of trouble. And to be honest, I see, answering your question, I don't really think Genesis, they've got the ball in their court anymore. There's always gonna be in the court of Team Soul.
If Team Soul gets eliminated right now, that is the only way Genesis Esports can out-survive them. Otherwise, it's going to be tough. Yeah, look at that. Wildfang's Spray God just gets taken down by the play zone as well as the circle shifts on top of Godlike. This is a massive shift, by the way.
Oh my goodness, this is one of the toughest circles to actually play as well. There's just not a lot of playing ground in this vicinity. And interesting enough, yes, this is stage 2, but almost 20% is not playable because of the wall itself. So that means this is a stage 3 circle in stage 2 with not a lot of entry points. And look how congested it is into middle.
Look at the mini-map, or look at the map feed right now, ladies and gentlemen. Look at where Genesis stands at the edge of the blue, at the edge of the map right now. They do not want to take a single bit of risk, and that is quite understandable. Their Erangel has fallen, their 3 assaulters, they want to preserve themselves till the finale, and that's not going to be easy. On the other side, Team Tamilas, yet another team who has done really well on this map in the past. Right now, they are being leapfrogged by the lads in white and orange. Revenant Xbox, they're moving forward. Trace isn't really getting any damage from that spray coming in from Reaper, but Revenant Xbox, they're still going to be on their move. Team Tamilas, it seems like they're fighting 2 battles at once. In their backlines is going to be Reckoning Esports as well.
Oh boy, Reckoning Esports is going to be one of the biggest, most annoying teams to actually deal with here with those high grounds on top of the mountains here. So as of yet, a lot of teams may look to try and stray away from Reckoning Esports, but while they're doing that, they might just run into his hero stream. Godlike, as you can see, Revenant X-Park now. They are going to be hugging around the walls here to try and find some sort of cover, or maybe even an elevation of a spot they can work with. But it seems like with Sister Esports getting taken out might be the opportunity for them to actually sneak past them. So Revenant X-Park, they're completely dodging all these bullets here, while the other teams who's stalking them are pretty much distracted, I would say.
Let's have a look at the championship contenders once again and where exactly they stand. Look at Team Soul, far up north, away from the chaos. Their goal has been simple, to actually beat the base, the Kings of the North. And since we're talking about the Kings, Godlike Esports taking shots against Revenant X-Pac. Could have been brutal. Trace has been knocked out, has been finished off as well. T-Trox does find the opening. Godlike is still going to be in a position of threat. Revenant X-Pac, the 3 players, they're cornered, and from the backlines as well. It is going to be Power and Jonathan who will start lining up. Chaos starts now, I see. This is when disruptions happen. This is when the overall standings finally start taking shape.
Oh boy, seems like the circle shifts on towards the crossroads once more. Team Soul also going to be stuck outside the zone, but Hero Stream Godlike in prime position. They've got a lot of information to work with, but the problem with this zone is that there is not a lot of space to work with. You can see it's just no man's lands after no man's lands. And Hero Stream Godlike, their job is to just zone people out in the open and let them take themselves out. In this case, Slam is coming in from Welt, but then from on the PIP on the left here, Reckoning Esports is getting crept up here by Nebula Esports. Seems like Adi.
No idea about it.
Ooh.
Nobody has any idea about Adi's positioning. Nebula can certainly strike on the other side. Godlike, Power gets taken down. It's going to be JD who's been given a chance. Revenant X-Pac finally strike. Power has been finished off. Godlike are now to even terms, 3v3 against Revenant X-Pac, but I don't really understand this, IC. I mean, Godlike, they have the opportunity of not really having any pressure on their shoulders. Championship quest is done and dusted. They can just go for those finishes.
Yeah, it's interesting as well, but for Godlike, if this formation is on a different terrain, it would have worked, right? It would have zoned out a lot of teams so far, but at the same time, it is going to be a little bit of a tricky situation for them, considering the fact that they are greedy for space, but there's just not enough playing room for other teams. That's why you are seeing force pushes, which resulted in one of the players from Godlike getting taken out.
Yeah, they still have a massive split, by the way. You look at the way Manya and Jonathan have positioned themselves. Jonathan is going to be at the center of the circle. Manya trying to struggle on the outskirts. Team Soul finally are going to be under fire. And a lot of teams inside of the lobby are expecting for these lads to actually take a fall. It's not going to be easy. Look at the rotation. This is where Knuckles' brilliance really comes under the limelight, because nobody has spotted Team Soul so far, and they are still surviving inside of the zone, extremely healthy, with all 4 players alive. And finally, Goblin strikes. Apollo has been brought down. K9 Esports are still going to be in the fray, but where does Team Soul stand? Do they have a good positioning is going to be the question, I see.
Ooh, it's going to be a tough spot here. Seoul now, very on the edges. They are pinned by multiple teams. And I would say there's just a lot of cover fire they need to do. Mets, still a pretty much a decent amount here coming from Seoul, but the biggest threat here is how will they rotate in. They do have the weapons to work with, but they have to be extremely careful. Vigo is going to be extremely crucial for them. But seems like Seoul is going to try and deny mobility for some of these teams to try and re-rotate around them maybe later on. But even then, they need a miracle of a space.
This is typical Miramar, ladies and gentlemen. Testing the patience, testing how well you can keep yourself under composure, how well you can calm down your nerves and hold the position. Finally, Team Seoul are going to be under attack. One of their lads has been knocked out. Genesis Esports, they are creeping up. Keep an eye on the scorecard, 170, 163. And Team Seoul, they might actually face familiar foes. We saw in the last game itself, Welt was the one who shut Team Seoul down. And once again, it seems like there is going to be a fight between these two teams. Can Welt Esports turn around the script? Can they pave a path for Genesis Esports to glory is going to be the question. They've got the compounds legit once again has been struck. But Team Seoul still not under threat. But have a look at this, I see. Welt have got the right side of the circle. Team Seoul have been forced out. The circle is going to force Team Seoul to take a move, to make a move and try and push up. And that is exactly when Welt can strike.
Well, it is going to be a tricky one as well, considering the fact that Circle has forced one of the most unorthodox open endings, I would say, pretty much out in the open. And for some reason, I'm really impressed by this. Genesis is able to find some sort of patience and found a little bit of a small opening to work with. But now, as the things close by, I was expecting more teams getting eliminated in this weird zone. But considering that there is still 49 players remaining, Genesis cannot just blindly push someplace to find some sort of a safety net. They need to find gunshots or openers in order to push through. And right now, the biggest gatekeepers for Genesis is going to be Erangel, which in this case is going to keep them close at first. No shots has been fired, but no connections yet.
100% agree with you. I think Genesis Esports are going to be looking at numbers from the screen itself. 16 teams and 49 players alive. You are not ought to make a move. But here it comes. Team Seoul against Welt. Once again, Knuckle finds a frag for himself. Seoul has neutralized numbers for sure, but can these two players do the job? It's a big question. Maxi is still trying to hold down the fort. Welt Esports, they are going to be in shambles, but Gokul still going to be on his knees. Joker falls. Team Seoul, just 2 men left alive. Justy and Maxi are going to be the ones who can potentially cause a change with Team Seoul once again. They've taken a pit stop. But little do they know that Maxi is just going to be in the top floor. There's going to be a chance that Welt can strike back once again.
That's going to be a little bit tough here. Legit getting caught out in the open. The push comes through. Well, goes in for the slam, goes in for the shutdown, but they're still holding on. However, on the screen, look what's happening. Genesis has been taken out as well, so that means Seoul might be able to hold on the lead.
No way, Genesis Esports, they've been taken out. Team Seoul, they still survive. 3 players still on their feet at least. Legit hasn't really been knocked out. Knuckle is still going to be surviving. Welt Esports are now looking to infiltrate the compound. This fight dictates what is going to be the fate of BGIS 2026 Grand Finals. And Goblin from the sidelines as well with the nades can disrupt the flow of Welt Esports. Yet another man goes down. It is Goblin. The big man shines. Team Seoul on the way to finishing off Welt Esports, I see.
Oh my goodness, what a save. Legit getting taken out. Mistakes were made. Seoul may have dropped the ball here. Goblin looking to find trade, but no. They're in shambles. The complete shutdown. Well, denying Seoul any more points in this game. My, oh my, we have a game at hand. It will come down towards the final game to decide it all.
The tournament is still on. The final game is still on. And one almighty push can end it all for Genesis Esports. But that will come later on. For now, the top 3 from this game, they've been completely eliminated. Welt Esports, what an impact on this land so far. Coming in from the in-game qualifiers and now challenging the top dogs out there. They have done a phenomenal job, but now under the crosshairs of K9 Esports, they are looking absolutely solid, I see.
What a tricky zone. It really feels so difficult to play this zone here, especially for both Soul and Genesis. They were just at the edges. They were always waiting for timings of an opportunity to cross through. But unfortunately, this zone has put them in situations where they had no choice but to push instead. However, on screen, Revenant next part now finds the knock onto his jaw. Manya goes for the confirmation. Godlike losing another player once more. It's only up towards Admin to try and clutch things out as Revenant X-Part tries to clean out.
I mean, it's over. You can see these lads, they've just almost given up. Godlike Esports are talking about no signs of life. Mane really couldn't do much. Admino is going to be the last player left alive on the other side. Menaninza, they're still going up against Reckoning Esports, and Roman has been knocked out. From the other side, it is going to be Nebula. Phoenix yet another nade strikes, and he finds a frag on Roman. Nebula Esports, they are lining Reckoning up. There's no breathing room whatsoever, but Lovish still finds a frag. Phoenix has been brought down. Reckoning are looking for points. They're fighting for pride. And this is Roman's pride, by the way. He fights for it. He's not going to give up until it's the very end. He's going to respawn once again next season. Look at Menaninza. They've been constantly tailing them as well. No real relief inside. Levi finds a frag, gets a knock on Kratos and finishes him off as well. I see this is a triple threat, which will decide potentially who controls the eastern front of the battle.
Oh my goodness. Tough play here. But for Menaninza, it seems like they're pretty much stuck in a little bit of a eastern ditch, and they were spotted out by Nebula. And Nomi goes for a big spray down. Taking out two, only Levi remains. Nades are coming in. Levi out in the open, also getting knocked, and Nebula Esports with another banger performance. Takes them all out here from Reckoning Esports. Just like that, Nebula Esports, they find themselves a decent amount of points to try and push into its top 8. But look at this. On the west side here, Revenant X-Pac, they lose another player. As K9 Esports now looking to try and find a little bit more points themselves to also maybe push into the top 8 position.
Yeah. Payne is still trying his best, and he's been the man, the solo survivor, and also the one who's been getting the points for Revenant X-Pac. The contention for the podium is still alive. It kind of seems like Godlike, they are out of fire, but this is the fight that changed it all, lads. Well, Esports take a bow, taking down Team Soul in back-to-back occasions, just stopping their momentum, halting them dead on their tracks. Yes, for sure, that was brilliant. There was an attempt coming in from them, Knuckle getting those knocks, but Proton,
wow,
was one for the future, gets those 3 knocks all by himself. They're 1v3. I'm telling you, Icy, next season Proton is going to be the player to watch out for.
Yeah, I couldn't agree. It took them a while, but finally, giving us a little bit of a highlights here coming in from World Esports. But the journey continues in this zone, a very difficult one indeed here. Seems like the crossroads is going to be forcing them into a Smith official. In this case, learn from past and Biff as one of the strongest positions to play with as of now. And teams, you can see it's just no man's land, just long range after long ranges. And ammunition is dropping down for almost every single team here.
Yeah.
And this is what I'm talking about. Complete different terrains with different skill sets that you need and tools. Vehicles, must. DMRs, must. Ammunition, yes. And in this case, a majority of them just don't have everything right now.
Yeah. But one thing one team does have is the numbers advantage. I'm looking at K9 right now. Look at the DOA status. 3 players still alive. 4 points on the board already. 102 points. After the first day when K9 Esports, it looked like they might just not be able to recover. Now they are actually in striking distance to landing a podium for themselves as well. And that is brilliant. That is a great recovery coming in from K9 Esports as well. And all 3 teams, Revenant, X-Pac, Victorious Summers, K9 Esports, they know for them the journey for the trophy is done and dusted. But can they chew away the bigger pie out of the prize pool, out of the bragging rights as well? Because this is BGIS, of course. A podium finish is nothing to scoff at. White Fangs are done and out. Persista Esports, Miramar specialists, they are going to be down and out as well. And K9 Esports certainly have an advantage right now.
Yeah, and truly indeed as well. K9 Esports took a little bit too long, but it's nice to see a little bit of change. But unfortunately, the chance of trophy is pretty much done for, but top 8 isn't too shabby for them. They make it in the top 8 here, 102 points, but learn from past. Now, caught out in open here, the Terminator has been shut down as Team Tumilas rises up to the action.
Sees Max. Pretty much pinned. Molotovs is there. Aim guard now. Looking for the perfect nade. Lobs one over. And it looks to be perfect. No, just a little bit too close. It's inside the house. But just a pixel above the ground.
Yeah.
Giving him a little bit of a chance to survive there.
I'm hoping Team Tamilas can actually give the crowd over here a chance to celebrate as well. This is supposed to be their game. Yes, for sure, their run inside of the Grand Finals hasn't really been extraordinary, but throughout the tournament, Team Tamilas have showcased a lot of brute force and a lot of strength. That strength of character can just come into fruition here on the map of Miramar. They are the home side, of course, but have a look at this. Knight finally spots Ninja. Revenant X-Pac is down and out. Top 5 finish for Revenant X-Pac. One more game remains. And K9 Esports on that 8th spot. They are still progressing forward.
Ooh, such a tough game here for some of these teams to try and push for podium. And as of yet, speaking of podium here, Genesis and Seoul pretty much top 2. The 3rd podium is going to be held by OG with 124 points. So with that being said, either K9 or Nebula gets a chicken dinner with the remaining finishers in this game. They do stand a chance to maybe in the final game push themselves into a top 3. Which it is going to be very difficult, but not impossible mathematically.
Yeah, 100%. I feel like they're just 20 points away from the top 3 right now. If Orangutan drop the ball in yet another game, or potentially if K9 Esports just completely convert this one, I'm pretty sure they are going to be in contention, and that is what Omega and the lads are looking for. It's revenge and time for redemption. And the Canines, they're looking for praise right now. As we approach stage 7, 6 teams and 18 players are still left alive. Meta Ninja. On the first map of Rondo, I see Meta Ninja went on an absolute brawl fest, and it was actually working out. But not anymore as K9 Esports Knight once again manages to strike. Traces the ball out of the equation, but the frag goes to Nomi. Then now he gets knocked out as well. It's Reaper from Team Tamilas.
Well, shots are coming in. Nebula down to his last player, takes down Shadow 7. He will survive with a pixel of health, but Meta Ninja being shut down with this insane clutch here from Nomi. What a shot, but first 8 kills pretty much down and dusted here. Phoenix out in the open, but Nomi, he's got bigger problems here. He hasn't been able to get himself into the zone, and Team Tamilas will take advantage of this and pass through, and they will find Honey here from the different pass.
Team Tamilas have been a little brutal, and so has been Nebula Esports so far. They've been under the radar, but constantly they've been causing problems. Fox OP has been taken out. Nomi, look at that. He's on a rampage. 7 eliminations. Nebula, 12 points for themselves. Can they still make a run for the top 8? Not anymore. Nomi gets finished off. K9 Esports, they're still gonna be in contention. 6 points already out of finishes. As the crowd erupts, it seems like K9 Esports are gonna be the next best bet for Team Tamilas as the nades to come in. Mr. IGL is closing down the distance, and Knight is going to be pushed back. But I want to find out where is Ninja Boy and where is the 3rd player from K9 Esports. Because Omega, it seems like, he's on a very distant stretch. The Ninja Boy gets taken down. It's all down to Knight. Team Tamilas, they are falling apart. The shotgun strike. Reaper, can he finally keep it alive? Not anymore. K9 Esports, 8 frags for them. And they are still inching closer to the top 3, I see.
What a clutch. Omega with the cover fire, Knight with the bait. And just like that, they take them all out, and K9 is able to get the full reset here. A wise man once said, in this case, the wise man, his name is called Slug. He said this: trust the process. And K9 finally showing signs of life of what we've known them to be, especially in 2025. And now Knight with his debut performance with K9 has nothing shy been phenomenal coming from him. However, chicken dinner up for grabs for K9 Esports. Myth now out in the open. Learn from past, only leaving Max remaining here as the solo warrior. K9 already losing out a lot of majority of their loot so far, and also utilities, so they do need a little bit of time here trying to figure out what is going around them here, because Myth has shown no signs of firing back, so K9 is pretty much in the unknown right now. Which in this case, I think Detrox will know what's up. Nades are coming in. Omega did saw a little bit of a shimmer there. Decides to reposition, knowing that, okay, there is a team on our right. But where are they? Is this a 4v3 or is this a 4v3v1? Which in this case, K9 is still a little bit uncertain on that situation.
Yeah. In reality, it's actually a 3v3v1. Learn from past, just one man left alive. Myth official. They are brilliant on this map. Miramar is supposed to be their strength, but the problem is on the other maps, Myth has slipped up quite a lot. But still, nothing shy of this performance. I still feel T-Trox and the rest of his lads, Lucifer and Archon, deserve a lot of praise. Can they convert this chicken is going to be the question, of course. K9 Esports as the nade sails in. Lucifer takes a little bit of chip damage, but that's it. Learn from Posters Max is completely out in the open, and I guess nobody is aware of the situation. It seems like that is when the disruption can happen. Can Myth walk away with the chicken? Can K9 take it away? Or will Max just out-survive them all?
It's going to be very, very difficult here, at least for Myth. Because as of yet, Max is going to try and spoil the game here. Shots has been fired, a knock comes through, and K9 now going to be able to capitalize on this. But for Myth, they just don't have enough ammunition. Lucifer dumping his entire max, going for the knock, but unfortunately, the zone comes through. K9 looking to rack up some points. Myth going to be stuck out in the open. D-Trox tries to deny the points, and he just might be able to do it. K9 snatches the chicken dinner, but not enough points for K9.
Well. Still, some form of a comeback initiated by K9 Esports. They should be able to find themselves within the top 5 of the overall leaderboard heading into the last match of the day. But what a turn of events has it been on this Miramar. The top 5 of the overall leaderboard, especially the top contenders, refusing to budge, refusing to leave their spots. Soul still remains first, and Genesis still on their toes.
You know, I feel like Genesis right now, they are going to be really scared. You don't really see that fearless gameplay coming in from them. That's one of the reasons why they could not capitalize on that occasion. Soul getting taken up, that was the perfect setup for Genesis. Then out of nowhere, inside of the blue zone, I don't know how, but Genesis Esports, they just completely vanish.
Yeah, quite an unfortunate early exit, and the difference between the top 2 still remains the same, but Myth, I believe you guys did mention it has happened in the past. They have dropped the ball in terms of closing out the matches, and even now it's the same story. K9 Esports walking away with the win. We do have to see the impact of this match on the overall leaderboard, because as I said, K9, they are going to be in a decent spot, but can they clinch out a spot on the podium?
Well, it's going to be a little bit of a tough one here as well here, because if K9 wants to decide to dethrone OG, I would say, on the top 3, they need to get a chicken dinner, and then OG gets kicked out. So I wouldn't say it's impossible, but that will definitely mix things up here, especially for both Soul and Genesis, because now, this is very interesting about this game itself here. Why both Genesis and Soul got messed up was entirely because of the zone, because it is one of the most difficult zones to play. Simultaneously, both Genesis and Soul got taken out at the same time because they were the team that had no choice but to make a move, getting pretty much shot by every single direction just because of how limited entry points it is from that zone itself since stage 2.
You know, he's talking about the zone, but I feel like the reason for Team Soul's demise and debacle from having such a big lead has been Welty Esports, and I feel like they've been the reason of problems. They've been a reason why this tournament is still going to its last game, to its finale before we actually crown the champions, Johnny.
That's what I was coming towards as well. Welty Esports, 2 games in a row, they have shut down Soul, and I think Genesis, again, they need to write a thank you note to Welty Esports for making sure that Genesis can catch up, but they need to repay the favor as well by getting close to Soul and maybe trying their level best to topple them over, because 1 match remains, 9 points, again separating the 2 sides, and there's that beautiful little trophy sitting at the center of the stage that both these teams desperately want.
I definitely agree, but at the same time, so I want to rebuttal on what Salty said as well here. He did mention it feels like it's targeting, but I feel like it was just coincidence. It's just that it shuts down Soul twice in a row. Truth be told, it's coincidence.
Could be coincidence, could be intentional, but it is happening for sure, and the impact is gonna echo on the overall leaderboard, ladies and gentlemen. We still have to see where the teams stand, and without any delay, let's have a look on the overall leaderboard, where Seoul still at 172. We have Genesis 163. OG is at 124. And K9 Esports, with that chicken dinner, find themselves fourth with 117 points.
What is this comeback coming in from Omega? It just felt like they started playing on the second day of the LAN itself, and now they are in the top 4 at this point.
They started playing match 10 onwards.
Yeah,
the first
exactly.
9 games, they weren't even there.
I don't know, man. Like K9 Esports, I asked Slug, hey man, what happened to your team? He told me, trust the process. I thought he was joking, but guess what? He's really gonna try and make an attempt here down the final game. Like championship trophy, pretty much done and dusted, but podium, big possibility as of yet.
Podium is a possibility, but podium is not something that they are strangers to. That's the thing. Salty, you have been there for the longest time in the scene. I see you have seen it in the past as well. When we were there, the tears in the eyes of Slug every single time he ends up finishing second. It's been tough, it's taking its toll, and the only thing that can put a smile on that amazing face is gonna be the trophy, but as you said, it's a little too far.
You know, I feel like it's a different situation altogether. In 2024, Slug and the rest of the lads, they were almost about to clinch the trophy and they lost it. Here, they were absolutely nowhere and they're pushing for the podium itself. I still feel 7 points shy out of top 3. They can do it and they're gonna smile after that.
You know what?
Yeah.
Mathematics tell me that K9, if they get the chicken dinner, there's 64 players, and if they take 60 players, they'll get the trophy.
Yeah, IC and his maths, ladies and gentlemen, they give us hope, but sometimes his numbers, they do tend to lie. But what is going to be decided? It is going to be the winners of the trophy of BGIS 2026. But before we head to the final match, we're going to take a short break. We'll be back after this.
इन जैसे पे मैं तो रिएक्ट भी नहीं करता। बीजीएमआई क्रिकेट लीग का विनर है, रोज खेलता है, आप भी ट्राई करो। अबे असली का 650 कोट देगा फिर भी नहीं करूंगा। इस खेल में ना
सिर्फ टीम सपोर्ट करनी है बड़े भाई।
जीत गया छोटे भाई। ये देख।
BGMI पे टीम सपोर्ट करो और ग्लेशियर जीतो।
अरे यार कुछ समझ में नहीं आ रहा है, जाना किधर है?
What revive? I don't understand, bro.
No. यार पहली बार कर रहे हो क्या तुम लोग?
shoot guys. मचा
क्या कर रहे हो यार?
நீங்களாச்சும் கொஞ்சம் தமிழ் கத்துங்களேன்டா.
अरे कोई ट्रांसलेटर बुलाओ यार, ऐसे कैसे चलेगा?
உங்க நாளடா தோத்தோம்.
क्या करते हो तुम लोग भी?
IPL champion of CSK.
मास बचा.
अयो ताला.
Yes.
Yellow Army, bro.
सी language இல்ல CSK இருக்கு மச்சான்.
Guys, बंदे
come on. அவன சுடுங்கடா.
Come on.
Man, nice shot, man.
Well played, guys.
Yeah.
Bro, CSK skins, huh?
இது நம்ம கொலாபுடா.
Now we don't need call outs. Just whistle podu.
BGMI लाड़ whistle पोड़.
The final few moments remain, the last map of Miramar to decide the champions of this year's BGIS Grand Finals. It's been an exciting turn of events. At the start of the day, the top 3 looked completely different. During the middle, we felt like one team will clearly run away with the advantage that they had, but all of that has changed with the last map. The difference going into the last Miramar, it is just 9 points, and the pressure on these teams, lads, it is going to be peak.
Oh boy. Okay, unexpected storylines. K9 from all the way to bottom to the podium. Okay.
Yeah.
But now let's talk a little bit more on towards the main two teams, Genesis and Seoul. They started before this map of Miramar. They started with a 9-point difference. After that map of Miramar, they're still at a 9 points difference.
Look, all I can say is that Seoul is now cracking, which is not a good thing. At the start of the day, we all thought that Slow has achieved that overall flow state. They might just do it. But the way the final few games are going, it feels like Seoul is definitely startled. They're definitely astonished, and there's a chance that Genesis Esports can catch up. All it takes is 9 points, Johnny. Just 9 points.
I mean, just 9 points. Sounds easy. And it doesn't sound like a lot to us, but for the players sitting on the stage right now, these 9 points are life-changing. They can write their name in history and etch themselves in immortality, or they're going to fade away with everyone else. While the others, their story has already closed, and they are going to settle as calling themselves the finalists of BGIS 2026. 2 names still remain in the fight for the trophy. And before we head into the last match, Chennai, just make some noise, give your energy to the athletes on the stage. The last map of Miramar for the finals. And here we go.
Chennai, make some noise! 1 game separates these teams from lifting that trophy. This is going to be an intense match. All eyes on Seoul and Genesis Esports. 9 points separating Genesis from getting that first spot, and Seoul needs to be stopped.
It is going to be a long run here for both these two teams. However, there are still 14 other teams looking to fight for better positions here. And on the line here, K9 looking for a podium finish themselves. Started from all the way to bottom, now at top 4. May look for a little bit of contention here with OG, who's currently sitting on the top 3 place. But now, let's take a look towards the flight path here. It is going to be coming in from the east side of El Azhar, a pretty northern shift, a pretty balanced one, I'd say. And unfortunately for a majority of these teams, the previous map, the circle was just too difficult to play.
Heading all the way towards El Pozo. And since if the teams do want to move down south, now that's going to be a real rough stretch. But for Seoul, it's still not going to be a problem. I just want to see if they're going to be switching the entire things up, if they're going to be switching the drop location. And what do I see? Godlike heading around La Cabrera. Where do I see Seoul? That's my question. And once again, they've switched up the drop location. Around Minas Generalis, that's where they are.
Well, seems like we do see a little bit of a shift in terms of drop locations once more here, at least for Genesis. Instead of down to the south side, they're back towards their home ground of Toria Haumada. Well, back towards basics, I would say. Genesis is going to be playing for a Hail Mary in this case. It's now or never, at least for Genesis. But for Hiroshima Godlike, they're still going to be on the north side here. Circle still favoring them once more. And this time, it's not going to be pushing towards the west side of El Pozo, which is a difficult terrain to play. But let's talk a little bit more on how this circle is going to impact the rotation so far here. The high grounds around Crater Fields, the high grounds on towards the north side of water treatment is going to be very, very crucial of shoving teams on the sides here. So it all depends on who is going to have a little bit control in those directions. And even Power Grid isn't too shabby as well in terms of power spots in these 3 respective zones when Zone 3 actually shifts.
OG, once again, they just want to keep that podium spot pinned down. They're actually duking it out against K9 Esports, Genesis and Seoul. They're out of their reach, but at least OG can stay on the 3rd spot in this BGS 2026. There's a big possibility. Revenant X Park, if they do want to breach inside of that top 3, they need a lot of points, pretty much a chicken dinner. And K9 Esports, they're not too shy. Just a few more points needed.
That has to be one of the most impressive comebacks here coming from K9 for a podium as well. But again, 7 points separating K9 and OG for top 3. OG is just here to defend the podium, I would say. But for Genesis and Seoul, they are going to be fighting for the throne. In this case, after this match, one of these 2 teams is going to be a king of 2026. The first king, I would say.
They will be crowned as the champion. And that's what everyone is waiting for. Will it be Genesis? Will it be Seoul? Seoul is with a dominating lead right now. 9 points, especially in the last game. It sounds less, but trust me, it's a lot. And Genesis can do it. A few elimination points from Hunters. Once again, Hunters, you might just make the play of your career in this game, my friend. So stay calm, stay collected. If you pop off in this game, everyone is going to be impressed, and you will turn this stadium into your fans.
Well, speaking of fans here, I'm pretty sure Genesis has pretty much turned a lot of heads here today itself. They've been doing a fantastic job. But it seems like the journey for Manya pretty much done and dusted here. Hiroshima Godlike losing the first player in this game. Oh boy, that's pretty much it for them for BGIS. Harshield coming from Myth gets the first confirmation this game.
Godlike could have actually stood a chance to be there in the podium on the third. But the way they're getting taken down is just unfortunate. It feels like mentally they've given up. They're exhausted. They've already taken too much pressure. When it mattered the most, Godlike as usual, they crumbled. A lot of the fans left disappointed. And now Myth as well, just rubbing the salt on top of the wounds constantly. Detrox from the top, he knows there's a bit of that threat around. And that's going to be in the name of Nebula. Nebula's got a solid split. So let's see how this one's going to be challenged.
It's going to be a tough one here, I would say. But for Myth official, it feels like their debut into its grand finals is great. But that performance that we've seen them during the survival stage here and also the semifinals wasn't the same here in the grand finals. Grand finals has just been completely different. Same can be said for Team Tumblers and Welt. Even for Learn from Past, everyone was just struggling to make ends meet here. But considering how volatile the zone is, or in this case the position is, I'm really surprised that the gap between 16th place to top 8 is only like 40 points difference.
Indeed.
I was expecting way more.
This grand final so far has been nothing short of a legendary. Usually 116 points are more than enough for you to be crowned as the champion. But for the first time, we're seeing them just exceed and break boundaries. And that's what the tagline really means.
Yep.
Breaking boundaries, breaking records. And that's what Genesis and Seoul are doing right now. These two mammoths, they definitely do sweat, they definitely do bleed. But one thing is for sure, they never crumble, they never crack.
Hey, for all things considered here, here's a little bit of a nerd talk as well. The reason why the numbers are a little bit higher here, well, courtesy of the map Rondo with the recalls here. So that's why it's going to go a little bit higher, I would say. But let's take a look at the zone here. Teams are playing a little bit slower so far. Genesis is going to be making the move from the north side. Godlike is going to be there as well. Myth is going to try and take the mountain terrains around Craterfield. We did see the contest coming in from Myth as well as Hiroshima Godlike to try and dominate their way through. But Nebula, they've heard those commotions. They know what's up. But the problem is they are still lurking around on towards El Pozo in case there is a potential exit strategy that the circle may shift away from Craterfield. So they are leaving options for themselves here, at least for Nebula Esports. But this is my first time seeing Meta Ninja going for center control. So this is going to be a little bit interesting for me. Usually they do like to play on towards the edges. Seoul is still playing on the outskirts as well. Genesis looking for the chicken dinner to potentially close the gap against Seoul, which is great. Like, it's not impossible, but again, they need noise, they need more audios, and so far 7 minutes of the game, aside from Manya's death, nobody else has made a lot of noise.
Everyone knows the intensity. The teams on the latter half of the board fighting to make a mark. Last game is something that can make sure they'll at least redeem 10% of their past glory. But even that's not enough. Teams like Myth Official, Meta Ninja, Team Tumala as well, it's just all about making a statement in that last game. Win it, so you're at least fighting for your pride.
Now, let's talk a little bit more on towards Godlike's performance on the scores here. Can they make it in towards top 3? That's going to be my question as well. The gap is going to be about, what, 9 points as well for them? So, technically, without Manya, if they survive all the way through, they can actually kick OG out of the top 3, I would say.
It's actually more than 9 points.
Well, yeah, you're right.
Yeah. So, one thing is for sure, the pressure is going to be on top of Godlike no matter
11
what.
points, yeah, sorry.
And to actually make it with just a 3-man squad, I don't know, man. The way they have been playing, I'm just disappointed. No hopes. I've given up on Godlike. But Soul, this is where all eyes will be pinned.
Well, speaking of pin here, we have to wait for the circle before they actually move as well. It's going to shift all the way to the north side here. Uh-oh. You can hear the suspense, the awes in the crowd. Genesis having circle control, and Soul is all the way down south. This is going to be a very, very difficult circle to play, at least for these two teams here. But the circle does include La Cabrera. That means city control urban warfare is going to be up for grabs. And Genesis, knowing them, they absolutely do not like being inside buildings.
An astonishing shift by the circle. And Soul might just be caught off guard. But Soul now needs to bring that big brain move and somehow find a good rotation, a clean rotation inside of the circle. Genesis Esports already on the prowl, and Walt Esports, they're getting stopped in tracks. Justy, the man's knocked out in the open. Elimination is not too far away, just a few steps. Genesis Esports, every single point they claim, they get a step closer to that championship trophy.
Yeah, but problems are happening here from Genesis Esports. Circle may favor them, but look at their loots. They don't really have a lot of ammunition. Yes, they got themselves a knock, but they need to convert those points. They need to convert it into situations that they can't close out the game. But seems like a lot of teams are circling around them. Genesis is going to back out here and not overextend their stay. They don't really want to picked off this early on. They are definitely going to try and keep things early here. But seems like for Welt, smokes has been set up. Justy maybe considered being picked up here. Maxioso pretty much exposing himself here. Hunters really wants to go for the knock, but has to be a little bit careful with this place. But on the finish feed, seems like Soul has taken a little bit tumble. They've lost Nicole. Meta Ninja may have spoiled it here for Soul.
Oh no, it's not looking too good. The IGL now taken out of the game, and Soul peppered with too many bullets on top of them. But still there's hope, there's still a glimmer. Soul just needs a few points, I see maybe 9 points in this game. And the championship can be theirs.
Oh boy, who would have thought it would be this close? It comes down towards the wire. One final game, one final match, everything on the line here for Soul and Genesis. Soul with only 3 players remain. This is not going to be the dominating performance that we expect. It's going to take almost everything out of these 3 lads to try and clutch things out. It's Joker, Legit, and Goblin leading the one final game, looking for a potential bounce back. But they're still outside the zone. They are going to play for a little bit of safety net here. After losing out Nicole, things are going to get a little bit spicy. But for now, inside the zone, learn from past, getting snapped here by Team Tumulus.
And Team Tumulus, they know this game also holds a decent bit of value for themselves. It's a shot at redemption. At least go out with a bang. Team Tumulus in front of the home crowd. They definitely do want to cheer them on. Get their blood pumping. Soul on the opposite side all the way from the blue. Metanitza once again in the tracks. Shots taken against him, but luckily enough, he runs out of bullets. Oh my God, this is so close. Metanitza right now trying to keep the boys of Soul in check. And Legit, he's taken down a critical amount of HP. He needs to patch himself up.
Oh, this is such a tough spot here for Soul. They got the knock. Joker was hoping to try and convert it into points, but unfortunately could not do so. And now the stalemate begins here. Soul needs to get out. It seems like Meta Ninja going to try and make a mad dash from it. And the zone won't get the re-knock on Javin here. Meta Ninja, do they abandon him is going to be the question. So they've done a lot of damage, but they need those points. They need to get out. The zone is going to shift as well. Stage 3 about to collide. That's going to be a big problem for them. Meanwhile, in the city, seems like Miv and Welt having a little bit of affair here inside the apartments.
Welt Esports with a 3-man squad. Trying to stop the boys of Myth in track. Both the teams in one single building. And Godlike all the way around La Cabrera. I'm not even sure what Godlike exactly is fighting for, but still they're trying to keep themselves in the race. Maybe a podium finish is still possible. But are you really happy with just a podium?
Well, I would say anything is possible at this stage. But it seems like we are going to be having a little bit of urban warfare here. Jonathan pushing up close and personal, getting shot in the back, needs a little bit of reset. Checking every single corner. It seems like he is able to find a little bit of space here. Despite the knock onto his Basista Esports. As Huge Team Godlike now Gonna try and inch in towards the next phase of zone. They are gonna try to take the outer parts of the city themselves to try and block off Vasista Esports. The cleanup is there. Cheyenne gets hunted down. Soulmate is pretty much knocked in. It's only Beast that remains here from Vasista Esports. But on the screen here, it seems like Learn From Past is going to be the first team to be eliminated this game, playing their last final game of BGIS 2026.
Learn From Past, as you mentioned. Showing the gates back to the lobby.
Ooh.
Godlike. Still there next to Vasista Esports, and for Vasista Esports, man, what a bad performance it was on the last day. A team that was around the top 3. Vasista Esports on the last day barely get any sort of points.
This is going to be a little bit of a tricky situation here, I would say. OG, they drop a point for themselves, but it seems like Seoul has gotten a point for themselves on the finish feed, so the gap is slowly pushing up a little bit more as well. But teams stuck inside those cities here, they're pretty much in a situation where they have to duke it out in order to survive. But there's only so much they can do because Nebula is going to be coming in for the slam. Hero Extreme Godlike, the chance for top 3 might be just over here.
Seems like it, the exact way. But Hero Extreme Godlike still looking to fight Nebula. And looking at the way the circle is shifting to, Seoul is breaching from the southern side. Genesis Esports in the smack center, Team Tumblers controlling a decent spot. They're actually playing with the high ground itself. OG in the proximity of Seoul, and no, they just lose out on the man. Legit, back to his grave. Seoul now with a 2-man squad. The pressure, it just keeps on amping up.
Oh boy, pressure is also on OG as well. They need to defend top 3. It seems like they have spoiled the chances here to try and pull the lead for Seoul, but it's not over yet. They still have 2 players for Seoul. They're still inside the zone, so all they need to do is just wait for timings and positions, I would say. Tough game here for Seoul. Nerve-wracking moments for Seoul fans. Joker and Goblin remains. Ooh. They're checking every single corner. You can see the panic is starting to kick in. But for Hero Extreme Godlike, Jonathan getting taken out here. Nebula on the hunt. 2 players remaining from Godlike. It's going to be a stalemate. But the nosy affair between Weld and Mid official begins.
This one's going to be an interesting one, Proton. The man's taken down to 1 pixel, and I highly doubt he can do anything with that much HP. It's still there. He does find that 1 knock, but it's not going to do anything. It's not going to make a single difference. Myth official wiping them out instantly. And Walt Esports, even they have been eliminated from this entire game and from the BGIS. And now if you look at Nebula, they've placed themselves right underneath the boys of Godlike, and Power slowly and steadily moving in tandem. He's gonna find that first knock. Godlike still there, trying to fight for their legacy, trying to fight for the glory. At least finish it in the 3rd spot in the overall standings. It is doable. And Advino slaps down Avi as well.
What a shutdown, and they still hold on. A lot of space to work with. A lot of teams are looking into the city, but Nebula Esports' run is finally over here as they end their journey in this game on 14th place, but 10 positions so far in the overall standings. But here comes the nosy neighbor, Reckoning Esports looking for a slam, and Mino trying to hold on for his dear life on the top, but gets shot from afar. The sprays are coming in. S-Power looking to try clutch digs, but no, denied. They say Reckoning Esports with the peak to take him out.
Godlike will not finish at the podium. Eliminated on the 4th in the overall standing. What a blunderous day it was. Vasista, 1 finish on the record. And once again, this one lonesome survivor, somehow Beast, is keeping them breathing. But the question is, what is he really trying to achieve?
Oh boy, now we finally catch a glimpse of our trophy contenders here. Genesis been laying low inside the zone for the longest time. Shots has been fired left, right, front, and center, but they need more conversions. Reverend and X-Spark now in the sights of Hunters. A couple of fadeaways are coming in. They are going to try and zone them out of zone here, but stage 5 is where things get very interesting. This zone is about to close in. Genesis, they have to be prepared what to do next. And Circle, it shifts towards Team Dominus. And guess what? Seoul is still inside the zone as well. So the competition is getting closer.
They've still got a fighting chance. And once again, Soul with just a two-man squad to keep their hopes and dreams alive, while Revenant X-Park from the sidelines, dishing out damage. Reckoning Esports falling prey, falling apart. It's the domino effect. First man is knocked out, the second one soon will follow up as well, that same terrain. Genesis Esports, they don't stop. Fingers on the trigger. And once again, if you look at Revenant X-Park, they're just constantly slapping back.
Oh boy, they're stuck outside the zone. They just need to cross. Reckoning Esports also pretty much running out of options of where they can rotate in. They try to push up north. Revenant X-Park say no entry. And this time they are going to try and make a mad dash for themselves. Seems like they might just run in towards Victor Summers, who is also being stopped by Genesis from crossing the road. It seems like Revenant X-Park is going to take their own sweet time to try to figure out what's the timing. So this is going to be very crucial here for Genesis, as Revenant X-Park now decides if they want to go in for the slam. But it seems like they are going to dodge Genesis to try and make a breakthrough. And they find themselves a small little pocket to work with. So Revenant X-Park closes the distance and crosses the road, and they should make it through. Now with the nades from Genesis, ooh, it's going to apply a little bit of pressure here. Forces Revenant X-Park to maybe reconsider being aggressive.
Position they've got. The question is it sustainable? And Revenant X-Park is constantly hitting the players of Reckoning. Reckoning is not even getting a single breather, but Genesis Esports, they're really desperate to find some sort of points. The lead that was of 9 points is now shortened to 8. Soul, with every single point Genesis gains, they're also losing their grip on the trophy. And Genesis now, to shift their focus on OG. That's another team that wants to keep the spot pinned down to the podium. But to be honest, if you think about it, there's no one really around them to actually contest.
Yeah, it's going to be tough, but for Genesis, problems are arising for them. Yes, they're doing a fantastic job holding all these teams on North, but the problem is, where are those ammunition restocks going to be coming in? They are lacking. They need somebody to deliver some goods for them. And as of yet, they're still debating if they want to push Revenant X-Park. But before that, let's take a look at the replay of what happened on the other side of the map. It seems like Wildfangs, they decided to go in for the slam and found K9 Esports and just take them out like that. What a very, very clean push, I would say, for Wildfangs.
I know, right? All the efforts, all the hard work for what? Just to get wiped out like that. For a moment, we gotta hope that maybe K9 Esports can be in the top 3, but I guess some things never change.
Well, speaking of some things right now, from Genesis' perspective, because of their lack of ammunition so far, they've pretty much let both Revenant X-Park and Victor Summers through, so that is not looking too good here for Genesis. However, Myth official, they have heard Revenant X-Park as well, so they are going to be in a little bit of stalemate here, whereas Revenant X-Park still inside the dip, pinned between both Genesis and also Myth official, so they're just waiting for timings to work with.
Oh, look at that circle. Team Tumulus, they've got a nice 2-2 split once again. They haven't moved an inch from that spot. They're just camping those 2 spots, and they're not even contributing to the chaos, by the way. Orangutan losing out on Wiscott, but now Myth, they want to make the climb against them. What is this push? OG, they're trying their best to fight back, but Myth, it just seems like every second, they're just getting even stronger. Aru is the only person left standing for the Aves, and can he be the difference maker? Yes, will be the answer. Myth down and out from the game, but an instant third party from Revenant X-Park. They might just be the Grim Reapers. They might just take him home. OG, for them, there's just one man. Aru at the IGL is still standing, but not for too long.
But that is going to be OG done and dusted. However, when it comes to contenders, OG will take third position here. Considering that Godlike and K9 is done and dusted, the only next in line for top 3 is going to be Revenant X-Park. It seems to be not impossible. But from Soul's side, guess what? Position points in play. Now with 7 teams remaining, Soul still somehow hold on. However, a mistake has been made. Joker over-peaked. And now Fox getting the knock. Goblin may need to go in for the save here.
Oh, it's too close. You can already feel that pressure, even if you're a viewer. Goosebumps as well at the same time. Who is it going to be? Is it going to be the young lads from Genesis Esports?
Ooh.
With a massive dream in their eyes? Everyone, even from their family, supporting them. Everyone hoping that they win. While Soul, they've got the support from the fans.
Ooh. seems like pressure is still on. Goblin still deciding if he wants to go in for the mad dash, and seems like he doesn't really have a choice here. His vehicle's pretty much blown up. He's gonna try and make a gamble here. Joker might be safe. Hopefully he will survive there. The UAZ pretty much blown up as well. Not really completely, but still pretty down in the gutter. But for Genesis, they still have a lot of points they have to catch up. Nades are coming in. Revenant Xbox tagging out with Genesis. With the zone in play, but high ground favoring Revenant Xbox. This is going to be a tough battle here for Genesis.
VS is going to backstab, and that's where you already know Genesis Esports might just be in a big pinch. But VS, they've also got a few problems, a few big battles coming through. And that's going to be in the name of Wildfangs. But if Victor assumes if they do start to spread their wings even more, Genesis Esports might just be trapped in a sandwich. But as of now, Genesis, there's nothing to worry about. Joker is still knocked out. Goblin a little bit far away from Joker. The circle shifts away. And soon the man Goblin, he needs to move out in the open and to actually close it inside of the circle. Something needs to be done right now, Soul. They're in such a bad spot and Goblin needs to be exposed to move in the circle.
Oh, he is still barely on the edge of the zone, so he still has more time for stage 7, but Joker is down in this game. So Team Terminus, they get themselves 1 point. However, now, the ones that is looking to try and chase for Soul, Genesis, their biggest problem is they have 4 players, but not enough ammunition. It seems like they are going to try and rob Revenant Xbox for some mats here. Tandem names coming in, but no connection, and again, bleeding out more resources here coming from Genesis. And now with the zone forcing them out of position, this is going to be a big decision for Genesis on what they want to do next.
Circle panning on top of Team Tumulus, which means the stars are aligned for them to get their chicken dinner. But once again, it's all about Genesis Esports and Soul and their chase. As of now, Genesis Esports, they're lucky that Soul is getting eliminated. It's just one man, and for that man to actually make the sprint towards the circle, it seems impossible. Genesis Esports, they need to cross this hurdle named Revenant X-Park, and this fight might just be the decider for the championship. Will it be Genesis Esports? Ooh. Hunter's in the front leading the pack, and once again, he has been the main playmaker, but Fury has already taken too much damage. Revenant X-Park, you can actually shatter some big hearts. You can actually shatter some big hopes.
Uh-oh. Seems like the pressure is on. Hunter's making the noise, drawing in victorious summons for the third party, but they're overcommitting. Now Gravity getting picked off from Revenant Xbox. Genesis, they are in shambles, and all out brawl comes through. They take out Revenant Xbox. Pain is still there. They're holding on. It is an absolute mess. Genesis down to his last player. Fury keeping things alive. He finds Trace. He's gonna try and salvage the situation. He's looking for points. They're still alive. Can they get the reset?
That's the question. Genesis Esports. Fury's the only person left standing, and now Trace, he wants to close in, and he's been eliminated from the game. Genesis Esports.
Oh my God.
3 points secured just off of the eliminations. 169, really close. They can actually snatch it away. Genesis.
My goodness.
Oh my God, Soul! You can already feel their hearts pumping out of their chests. And Genesis Esports, they're actually getting the reset.
Oh my goodness, they get the reset, but with the zone coming in, they don't have a lot of time to loot up Revenant Xbox body. They have to patch themselves up. They have to go in for the slam, and for some reason, Victorious Summers, they instigated a fight, and now they are going to push for the zone. But look at this, Genesis, they do not have a lot of vehicle running in the straight line, looking for the push. Team Terminus, they were not prepared, but they get sprayed down.
They're out in the open, and Team Terminus, oh, they're just stomping on top of the graves. They're also dancing on top of their dreams. They can't be shattered. Genesis, all eyes on them in one single nade. It's done. It's done. They have been eliminated from this game. Soul, they still retain that spot. They got so close, but a few steps away. What just happened, Team Tumulus?
It came down to the wire. It could have went anyways. It seems like the fans absolutely going bonkers. But a well played here coming from Genesis. But the game is not over yet. The rest of the pack still fighting for survival. Victorious Summers now goes in for the slam against Team Terminus. And Team Terminus now also falling here.
The fight for the pride. That's what's happening. And Victorious Summers with 7 frags on the board. Meta Ninja as well in the contention. There for this game. They can still get it. Wildfangs as well with just a 2-man squad. Sensei and Kanha next to each other, but still that separation. It's going to make sure that there's going to be a big disconnect. Team Tumalas, before getting taken down themselves, they made sure that Soul's dream will come alive. And Meta Ninja right now, they can actually spoil the game for VS.
But at the same time, look at the emotions coming from Goblin as well. Just absolute emotions of nerve-wracking moments. They might have lost, they almost lost. And finally, they are so close to that. But even for Genesis, you can see the emotions, the expressions, just complete disappointment. And ladies and gentlemen, esports is not just a game, it is a game of emotions. And the game is still on here between these three teams.
That's the sigh of relief, my friends. The sigh of relief on the man's face. But if you look at the faces of VS, they're still locked in. It finishes, VS looking to close this off with a bang. Meta Ninja still alive with a 3-man squad. While Fang's just one man standing, and I highly doubt he can do anything. I don't think he can do a lot in this scenario. Meta Ninja now down to a 2-man squad, and Victoria Sumas just a few seconds away from snatching this game. But Meta Ninja, hold on. They're actually still in this race. Meta Ninja can actually disrupt the flow for Victoria Sumas. The situation's down to a 2-on-3.
Yeah, Victoria Summers looking for an absolute domination here, closing out the final winner-winner chicken dinner of BGIS itself. Big names coming in from Venom. Meta Ninja in a lot of trouble as of yet. Molotovs has been used to try and zone him up. Always pretty much down. Needs to be picked up here, coming from Venom. Victoria Summers looking for a better placement. Same can be said for Meta Ninja. 2v4 situation. Fierce holding the angle here, looking for the SJK. The shots are coming in. No, he gets taken down instead.
Meta Ninja, they have been eliminated, and it is Victoria Sumas to secure the chicken dinner in the last game of the BGS 2026. But your champions, ladies and gentlemen, make some noise for Team Soul!
What a day it has been, what a grand finals. Amazing last few matches, and it was down to the wire. Even in the last game, Soul just playing for survival. 1 point secured in the last map, but it doesn't matter. What they have secured is even greater. The trophy and the right to call themselves the champions of BGIS 2026.
They have done it after a year of long and hard grinding here. 4 players, 1 soul. Ladies and gentlemen, your champions, Aigu Soul!
That trophy, it comes at a cost, and Soul, they have paid every single price. These champions, once again, their faces are radiant, but still the tears flowing down their eyes. You know they have put in a lot of work. You know they have put in a lot of efforts into this. The competition, it was not easy. There were teams like Genesis Esports who were constantly chasing them, but Soul proved that they were the best, unmatched, supreme. They were raining down on anyone that stood against them.
Well, well, well. It was a valiant effort, and Chennai, are you entertained with this? Soul, the champions of BGIS 2026. And as you said, Negro, it was a tough battle, a trophy worth lifting. From the start, we knew they were strong, but now everyone knows exactly how strong they are. As you said, Icy, during the match, esports is a game of emotions, a game of heart, and it is a game of soul as well.
The way they played, it felt like they literally owned the battlegrounds. Soul was unstoppable. They achieved the flow state. They were the freaks of nature. And at this point, you can call them the kings or the gods. Or maybe the god slayers.
Well, in this case, the iconic duel, Goblin and Legit has finally achieved it. Alongside with Joker and Nako.
Yeah.
Amazing leadership skills from Nako as well. And they finally clutch the champions. And for all things considered, this is a great moment for Soul, but also a valiant effort for the contenders here, for Genesis Esports, who in this case unfortunately gave them a run for their money.
So many amazing stories from these group of players, both Seoul and the side of Genesis. We keep talking about them. Emotions at an all-time high, getting separated from them in IGL. The coach moving on, but Seoul still stood together. Knuckle taking the reins of the team in the first tournament as an IGL and reaching to the podium, making it all the way to the first position. And let's talk about the man Joker himself, Necro. We've been a big fan of his. The most official trophies by a single player is with Joker.
The most decorated player, Joker. It's always the big guys that do it, Johnny. And once again, Joker, my brother, he does it once again. But guys, we cannot take it away from Genesis Esports. They put up a massive competition, a tough competition, did not give up till the end. But it was Team Tamalas that spoiled the day for them. The coach and everyone from Seoul is extremely happy. This journey started 2 months ago, and you can see the tears rolling down from their eyes.
And huge props to the man that was there, standing in for Knuckle during the semi-finals. Thunder as well, he was a key substitute for the team, and we spoke about him at the start of the Grand Finals as well. This team has a roster that even the bench itself can outperform any other roster. But again, talking about the top contenders, phenomenal run from Genesis, Gravity, Zap, Fury, Hunters, Viper. These lads also deserve a lot of credit. They gave a tough fight. It was a phenomenal journey throughout the BGIS 2026 for them as well. And I believe, as you said, Necro, the God Slayers, well, one more name has been added to that list. That is Genesis Esports, who was slaying giants throughout the entire journey in this tournament.
Exactly, the closest they could have gotten so far. So close, yet so far. And you can see the bittersweet moments coming in from them as well. It is just so tough. But a very, very impressive stuff here coming from Genesis. But the journey for them continues. It's still going to be second place, even from last year and now this year, at least for Gravity and also Viper.
Pretty much, man. And I mean, again, as you mentioned, they have done it in the past. They get here again under a new banner with an IGL that was there to support them when the players' individual performances took a step back. But again, both these two sides, they've had their best outings in the grind. Then there was a time where we started to question what is going on, and I guess it was the prep to go all out and commit to everything that they have on the stage of the finals. The heat was so much I had to take my jacket off.
Of course, man. The heat was there, the intensity was there, but Johnny, even for us, the journey started 2 months ago.
Yeah.
It's been a long and a gruesome journey, even for the players, even for us, and now it comes to an end. It's really hard to believe, but the competition, man, it made it worth it.
Hey, for all things considered as well here, their journey actually started 3 months ago. So that's pretty much 90 days ago for them to actually make it towards the biggest stage of BGMI for 2026. And for all things considered, 90 days, well, think about it. 3 months doesn't sound like a long time, but if you round it out to 90 days, that's a very, very long time. And 90 days has about what? 50 over weeks. That's a lot of time. Not really 50 over weeks, I'm sorry. It's about like 20 over weeks.
Yeah, I mean, it was a long journey nonetheless. It was a lot of pressure that you had to deal with for the longest of times, and only the lads, only the teams that were able to deal with that pressure made it this far. Huge props to all the 16 teams that made it to the finals, but competitions are made in such way that there can only be one victor and multiple teams just being there clapping for their winners.
Exactly, and for all things considered as well, this entire journey coming to BGIS is the hopes and dreams of not just a few teams. It's the hopes and dreams of thousands of players who tried to make their way into the Grand Finals, which unfortunately could not make it, and that's why we have the best 16 teams in this so far.
Exactly, I mean, did you expect this result, Salty? Just not.
Absolutely.
I said not.
Honestly, absolutely not. There was so much drama included, but finally, you know what? I think the journey is now over, and there's BGMI, BGIS, BMPs, it comes to a pro.
it comes to a full circle, because imagine this, now there's an elite group of second players who have got not just the BGIS trophy but also the BMPS trophy as well. I'm talking about Joker and Goblin.
Yes.
For both these two athletes, it's a brilliant moment right now.
It is a brilliant moment. It's a big moment as well. And as we keep talking about the journey so far, let's not forget BGIS is how we kick off the year. I started the day by saying this is going to be the beginning of the end, but that was just for this tournament. BGIS itself, well, with the finals ending, it's the end of the beginning of the rest of the year. We have a lot of tournaments lined up.
A lot of opportunities, a lot of tournaments. So yes, the opportunities are just going to keep on getting better, and that's the best part about it. But guys, I still can't believe it. How the time flies, right? It feels like the grind was just a couple of days ago, but that's not how it is. It was a month ago.
What do you mean? It feels like last year BGIS was a couple of days ago. What do you mean? It's so
his time flies in a different way because he's old.
And anyways, for all things considered here, I'm really impressed by a couple of new entries coming into the grand finals as well here, because again, BGIS is all about the undergods performing in the best of the best, and for a lot of undergods making a debut in towards the top 16 grand finals, showcasing in themselves that, hey, it's not just the pros, they themselves also want a shot to become pros themselves.
And amongst the undergods, I think there is no name right now that shines the brightest apart from the name of Myth Official. These players, they have had an incredible journey, they had their own tough battles to fight, and they fought them through and through like warriors, making it this far and making sure they went toe-to-toe against some of the best names in the entire country in what was their debut finale.
But Johnny, we can also not forget the fact that OG is still in the podium.
Oh yeah. Oh, yes.
They do continue that reign that they had in the last year, and once again the form is with them, so I'm really happy for OG.
I mean, we are happy, but you have to admit that it got really close with how K9 Esports started to perform in the last few matches. For a few moments it felt like maybe the podium was going to slip away, but no, they maintained that spot. They still end up finishing in the top 3. And it's quite exciting to see OG like this as well. It gets me hyped up for what we can see from them potentially for the rest of the year. But hey, we've been talking about the teams. We also have to talk about what was happening, the individual accolades as well. And we are going to have a few moments on our screens right now. And of course, focusing on the key decisions that might have led to big opportunities for these teams to seize. I'm talking about the best IGLing moments that we got to witness in the last few days, ladies and gentlemen. They were exciting, they were intense, the decisions made all of us question, but at the end, the result was in the favor of the teams.
Exactly, and these moments definitely also make sure that we're reliving everything that happened in the past 3 days, be it Learn From Past Honey, who was there constantly with his teammates, and in general for Learn From Past as well. It is a big learning curve that they've achieved. Now, as you know, that Learn From Past, they've also got the experience of the land finals. You already know in the future, this team is going to be even better.
That was the entire discussion that we had about Learn From Past when we saw them just a few weeks ago in this tournament itself. They felt a little bit more raw, but now I think with their journey of this BGIS 2026, as Necro mentioned, now they have the experience as well. We are going to see them get stronger.
Well, in this case, for Learn From Past year, we've seen their journey last year itself. They've never made it into the grand finals for the longest of time, and this was the closest they've gotten as well. During the semi-finals, it was an absolute dominating performance as well in terms of masterclass of macro rotations. However, in the grand finals, things got a little bit different here. We didn't see those masterful macro rotations and decisions that they've done to play very strategically. They're just getting slammed left, right, front, and center, and it was just a little bit of unfortunate demise, and maybe, just maybe, they just lacked the grand final experience.
I mean, imagine this, their LAN debut happens in front of what, 3,000, 4,000 people cheering the name of the opponents in front of their faces. So it was tough, but Learn From Past, I think, huge props to Honey for leading his team the way he was throughout the tournament. LEFP were constantly improving, and also special props to a man that was getting finishes for them throughout the online stages, even during the semi-finals and the survival stages. Dermy was phenomenal player for this team. Max as well has some experience, and he was putting in the work.
I mean, Dermy was able to pull off some insane clutches too. Let's not forget that too against some of the big names, guys. So yeah, in general, Learn From Past, it's a solid team. The only thing they really lacked was the experience, and now they've got the experience as well.
Hey, for all things considered, consider here when we talk about clutches as well, two players really stood out for me in these past 3 days. And number one is going to be Termi, number two is going to be Hunters as well. Because today, him snatching the chicken dinner gave them such a close shot here to dethrone that Soul in that situations. But that last circle was just so unlucky though. It was so very close for them.
Pretty much. And again, I think we have had a lot of phenomenal moments throughout this entire BGIS 2026. I think considering Seoul has won the trophy and will be the champions, one of my favorite moments goes back to the match we witnessed from them in the grind, a map of Miramar. We just had Joker and Goblin remaining. And well, surprise, surprise, those two players also end up becoming a big reason for why the team is now holding the trophy for the championship.
Once again, as a whole package, though, Seoul was just really good.
Yeah.
You cannot even just shy away from that fact. Knuckle, with some of the brilliant rotations that we've seen today so far, it was insane coming through from Team Seoul.
But Necro, I have to ask you as well, any moments that will stick around with you for the rest of the year from this BGIS?
Seoul's domination, straight up. The way they played the entire tournament, it was just insane in my opinion.
That is a lot of moments.
Yeah, that's a lot of moments.
Hunters' chicken dinner snatch and Knight's chicken dinner snatch from K9 during the entire BGMIS.
Oh yeah.
These are two really, really standout players.
Definitely. And for me as well, Pain and Knight, these two players, they have to be someone that deserves a lot of props because Pain did not give up till the end. Revenant X Park as a team failed, but Pain was still there constantly snatching away the elimination points. For a moment, he was also there in the finals MVP list.
Yes, I mean, that is what we saw yesterday. Today, there was a little bit of a change that happened in the leaderboard. And I wonder, Hunters was doing well. He started off with that clutch win. Will he be able to clinch away the title of the MVP of the tournament? Do you guys think that has happened? Or will it be, again, the jersey of Seoul that we see on the man that gets that trophy?
It's going to be very close. I feel like Hunters deserve it. Like, he played absolutely out of his mind. Like, there were just instances where you thought, like, hey, you thought he's not going to win, but
I
guess
think
what?
Hunters has it.
You think Hunters
I
has
think
it?
so.
Yeah,
I
because
feel like
last two games, Seoul just completely bombed them. And that's where Hunters was still alive and he was securing a few elimination points. I know that's not a lot of points, but still Hunters was able to contribute the most.
Yeah, fair enough. I mean, he was second on the leaderboard for the MVP of the tournament. And again, not a lot of room for him to work with. But again, that brings us to the next question. Best IGL. Pretty sure Knuckle has it in the back. But has anyone taken Shadow away from the second position?
Right? That man's stats are just insane.
Yeah.
The man is not even playing the LAN finals, but still somehow Evox's Shadow is there on the second spot. It's swag, actually. You know what? It's literally a bragging right.
It is a flex.
I think Evox is the only team that all of us expected them to do well coming in from the grind stages, but just could not make it into the grand finals. That was just so unfortunate as well, because it seems like consistency was a big problem for them, maybe even fatigue as well that may have kicked in. But enough of us yapping about memories on this year itself, right?
Exactly. As you said, enough about a trip down the memory lane. Just final few words before we disappear and we go on to the stage.
Honestly speaking, casting in this arena, it's been an absolute pleasure. You know, us as English commentators, we don't really get a chance to be in the arenas on the loudspeakers, but it was a great experience for me.
Hey, you know what? Chennai, you guys are amazing.
Yeah, thank you so much, Chennai. You have been a lovely audience. But with that being said, ladies and gentlemen, this is Necro, Icy Baby, and Super Johnny signing off for BGIS 2026. Let's head on to the stage.
All right, Chennai. Now it is time for the presentation ceremony. So are you ready to cheer for your favorite teams and cheer for your favorite players? So then let's begin the presentation ceremony of BGIS 2026. And for the first award, that is for the fan favorite team, I would like to call on stage Miss Manva, Lead Public Relations, Krafton, India. All right, ladies and gentlemen, the fan favorite team, Team Seoul. They were the crowd's heartbeat. They were the crowd's energy. They brought the whole arena together. Ladies and gentlemen, the fan favorite team of BGIS 2026, Team Seoul. the members, all the players of Team Soul, please come up on stage. You're your fans' favorite. And not just yours, but the whole tournament's fan favorite team. It's a big moment. So of course, they need that time to soak that in. The new champions, of course, you all know, but also the fan favorite team. Ladies and gentlemen, it is now time to clear your throats. It is now time to shout and make some noise. Because now, ladies and gentlemen, the fan favorite team, Team Soul. Even when they enter, the energy is high. The electrifying energy they get in when they enter the arena. Ladies and gentlemen, the fan favorite team of BGIS 2026. They'll be getting that check of 1 lakh rupees. Thank you so much, Ms. Malwa. Congratulations, Team Soul. And now, ladies and gentlemen, the award for the best clutch. And for this award, I would like to call on stage Mr. Sachin, Lead Business Development, Krafton, India. Ladies and gentlemen, the award for the best clutch goes to Termai from Learn From Past. When pressure peaked, he delivered an ice-cold play that flipped the impossible moment into a victory. So that's why you take home the title of the best clutch of BGIS 2026. And along with that title, you also get that check of 1 lakh rupees. Congratulations. Thank you so much, Mr. Sachin. And now for the next award, I would like to call on stage Mr. Siddhant, Esports Manager, Krafton, India. Ladies and gentlemen, the award is for the Emerging Star, and the award goes to Detrox from Myth Official. 2.5 months ago, they started with the in-game qualifiers, dreaming of coming to this grand stage, and right now, you take home the title, Detrox, of being the Emerging Star of BGIS 2026. Congratulations for the title, and you also will be getting that check of 1 lakh rupees. Can we have a huge round of applause for Detrox, the emerging star from BGIS 2026, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you so much, Detrox. Congratulations. And Mr. Siddhant, I would request you to stay back for another award, which is for the best IGL. Ladies and gentlemen, when there was chaos, this was that voice that brought everything into calmness. Ladies and gentlemen, the best in-game leader of BGIS 2026, Knuckle! Congratulations, Knuckle. You'll also be getting that check of 2 lakh rupees. This mastermind, ladies and gentlemen, turned his teammates into champions tonight. So let's hear it for the best in-game leader, Knuckle from Team Soul. Congratulations, Knuckle. Thank you so much, Mr. Siddhant. And for the next award, I would like to call on stage Mr. Balakrishna, Lead Marketing Esports, Krafton, India. Ladies and gentlemen, the award is for the MVP of the finals, and the award goes to Legend from Team Soul. On one of the biggest stages of BGMI, his brilliance defined the finals, ladies and gentlemen. Legend, the most valuable player of the Grand Finals. Congratulations, Legend. Thank you so much, Mr. Balakrishnan. Congratulations, Legend. And now, ladies and gentlemen, for the next award, I would like to call on stage Mr. Karan, Associate Director, Esports, Krafton, India. Ladies and gentlemen, the most valuable player of the tournament, it is Hunters from Team Genesis. Consistency and dominance became his middle name for the past 2.5 months, ladies and gentlemen. The most valuable player of BGIS 2026, Hunters from Team Genesis. Congratulations, Hunters. You also will be taking home that check of 3 lakh rupees. Can we have a huge cheer for the MVP of the tournament? Thank you so much. Karan, I would request you to stay on stage because now it is time for the podium winners. Let's start with the second runners-up. Ladies and gentlemen, the team that came third, you know who it is. It is Team Orangutan! They had a fierce journey, relentless effort, and their grit secures them a proud place on the podium of BGIS 2026. Congratulations, Team Orangutan. And you'll also be taking home that check of 35 lakh rupees. Congratulations, Team Orangutan. the medals. Just a few months ago, ladies and gentlemen, this team had the burden of 1 billion dreams. They were representing India at the global stage, and right now they are at the podium of BGIS 2026. Ladies and gentlemen, can we have a huge round of applause for Team Orangutan? Thank you so much, Mr. Karan. And now, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to call on stage Mr. Sean, CEO, Krafton, India, to please join me on stage. Ladies and gentlemen, now it is time to crown our second runner-up. Please make some noise for Team Genesis! Right from day one, they were on that journey to create that foundation for something epic. Congratulations, Team Genesis. Played well, and you would be also getting that check of 50 lakh rupees to take back home. But I'm so sure that you'll be taking back so many memories from all the days that you played on BGIS 2026. Their skills truly define the championship spirit of BGMI. This was the team that kept us on the edge of our seats on day 3, especially the last 3 matches, ladies and gentlemen. The second runner-up of BGIS 2026. Can we have a huge round of applause for Team Genesis? They played like champions, didn't they? Congratulations, Team Genesis. And I would request Hunters to please be on stage, because you also have the trophy from the previous award that will be presented to you. So we have that trophy we brought on stage. Congratulations, Hunters. And now, ladies and gentlemen, the moment you have been waiting for. Most of them for the past 2.5 days. It is now time to crown your new champions, ladies and gentlemen. You know what to do. Sub-Zor se bol. It is Team Soul, the champions of BGIS 2026. They were unstoppable, they were undisputed, and they conquered them all. Ladies and gentlemen, Team Soul, the champions of BGIS 2026. The moment is yours, Team Soul. Team Soul, yes. Before we go for that moment, you also have that check worth 1 crore rupees standing right behind you. Apart from the 1 crore rupees, they definitely won more than 1 crore hearts with their gameplay, ladies and gentlemen. And you also have the Champions Medal just for you, just for your gameplay. Team Soul, it is now time to tell the world who are the new champions of BGIS 2026. Ladies and gentlemen, it's Team Soul! Congratulations, Team Soul. It is now time to add another star on your jersey because you played like stars. You dominate the lobbies like stars. And right now, you have conquered the world of BGMI like stars. Of course, इस समय बहुत सी चीजें हैं जो हमारी चैंपियन टीम के जहन में है। सबसे पहले तो मैं ये जानना चाहता हूँ कि ये जो जर्सी में जो चौथा स्टार लगने वाला है, जोकर कितनी जल्दी लगने वाला है?
भाई लग चुका है चौथा स्टार, तो भाई वेट कर रहे हैं 5वें के लिए।
All right, so how does it feel? Let's have a word with Goblin. Goblin, of course, आपकी टीम को बहुत कमाल का सपोर्ट मिला all through the days. Tell us about your experience. कुछ कहना चाहते हैं इस मोमेंट पर? The stage is all yours.
Guys, thank you so much for supporting us. And the main thing, thank you so much all the 4 owners जिन्होंने हम पे ट्रस्ट किया है. And I'm very grateful to have you guys with me. All my teammates, जैसे 6 लोग हैं हम लोग साथ में. बहुत ज़्यादा खुश हूँ मैं. And love you all यार. मैंने कुछ लिखा था चेन्नई में, पढ़ के बता दो. कब मुख्यम बिगिले चेन्नई रोम्बा नंद्री सपोर्ट पानादुकू.
All right, legend. आप क्या कहना चाहते हैं? Obviously एक सपना है जो आज सच होते हुए आपने एक्सपीरियंस किया. Tell us how you're feeling right now.
एक BGS था, मतलब जब लगा था सब खत्म हो चुका है, और एक BGS इसमें ट्रॉफी उठा रहा हूँ. बहुत कुछ फेस करा है भाई, मतलब बहुत हिट घर वालों ने, मैंने, और उसके बाद ये ट्रॉफी उठा के बहुत अच्छा लगा. क्रेजी. भगवान अगर साथ है तो सब हो सकता है, वो मैंने होते हुए देखा है.
And Nakul, of course, best IGL के टाइटल के साथ साथ you're the best team right now जो आपको इस समय मिली है. बताइए, how was the experience and how you're feeling right now?
Right now मतलब कुछ बोल नहीं सकता मैं, मेरे से कुछ बोला नहीं जा रहा है, बट मैं इतना ही बोलूँगा, आई एम प्राउड ऑफ माई बॉयज एंड द एंटायर मैनेजमेंट टीम एंड ओनर्स एंड S12 फैमिली सारी, एंड ये लोग भी हमारे को इतना सपोर्ट करते हैं. मैचेस अच्छे जाए या ना जाए, तो लव यू ऑल गाइस.
And anyone else from Team Soul? Of course, we've got Mr. Sid right here. बताइए, आपने of course चेन्नई में जब लैंड किया, of course ये एक सपना था. This was something that you dreamed about. कैसा लग रहा है that अब जर्सी में एक और स्टार ऐड होने वाला है?
ये ड्रीम नहीं था, हमने मैनिफेस्ट किया है इसको. एंड या आई मीन सेमीफाइनल्स कर्स, डे 1 कर्स, मैं ऑन लैंड कर्स दिस कर्स दैट. ट्रॉफी इज कमिंग होम विद अस.
The trophy is definitely going home with you. Mamba, what do you feel right now? कुछ कहना चाहेंगे आप?
मतलब जिस वक्त मुझे तो यहाँ पे बहुत एम्प्टीनेस फील हो रही थी जिस वक्त हम लोग जीते थे। आई हैड नोबडी टू हग टू, सो मुझे शायद ओशन दिखा तो मैं वहीं पे घुस गया। बट या इट वॉज सरियल फीलिंग, मतलब मेरे लिए तो पहली बार मैंने ऐसा फील करा था। बट हैट्स ऑफ टू आयोगी भाई जिन्होंने इतने साल से मेहनत कर रहे हैं। इट्स बीन 3 years दैट ही इज विद अस एंड ही हैज डन अ लॉट फॉर द टीम कंसिस्टेंटली एंड नाउ ही हैज बीन रीपेड।
तो ऑफ कोर्स सर आपसे भी बात करेंगे। टेल अस द जर्नी, जब आपको ये टीम मिली थी ऑब्वियसली ये सपना था, अब ये सपना हकीकत में बदलते हुए आपने इस समय विटनेस किया है। बताइए इस पूरे मोमेंट के बारे में, स्पेशली योर फैंस आउट देयर।
ये ट्रॉफी स्पेशली BGIS मेरे लिए पर्सनली बहुत ज़्यादा इमोशनल है। BGIS 2023 बहुत क्लोज था, मेरे दिल पे एक बोझ था, मतलब 2023 का। बेटर हो सकती थी चीज़ें, जीत सकते थे उस टाइम पे, बट वो हुआ नहीं और वो एक रिग्रेट और दिल पे बोझ 2023 से था। फिर 2024 पे गया जो कि क्लोज गया टूर्नामेंट, वहाँ पे भी हम हैशटैग हो रहे थे और ये ट्रॉफी आते आते ऐसे रह गई। 2025 अनफॉर्चुनेट हुआ एंड 2026 जो दिल का बोझ था, मतलब 2023 से आ रहा था अभी। तो पर्सनली इमोशनली मतलब ये ट्रॉफी मेरे लिए मतलब बहुत ज़्यादा, मतलब क्या बोल सकता हूँ, मतलब वर्ड्स में बयान नहीं कर सकते उस चीज़ को। वो
Thank you to all the 4 owners of SATL who kept their belief in us all this while. थोड़ा सा बीच में हम लोग ने दुख दिया है, but thank you for trusting in us. Thank you.
Yes. Also, thank you so much to the lovely fans, family जिन्होंने भी हमको support किया. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Ayogi. Ladies and gentlemen, the new champions of BGIS 2026, and of course, breaking boundaries के साथ साथ this BGIS also experience breaking records. BGMI के इतिहास में इतनी ज़्यादा viewership आज तक नहीं आए what we experience in this tournament. So thank you so much to all the people who love this game. Thank you so much to you guys who supported your teams, who came all the way. And ladies and gentlemen, इसी के साथ खत्म होता है BGIS 2026, and we will be seeing you again very soon with another tournament, with another exciting championship. Until then, you can still say hello to your new champions, Team Soul!
coming.